charities and shit.
Oh no.
I'm not familiar with him because you covered him Backseater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found out about Anthony because of the I think I found out about him because of those stupid tweets, like from his like stupid Twitter takes, like that stupid tweet he said about Mahler's Doctor Strange video about how it's super long, as if that's like, which I watched like, I mean I didn't watch the whole thing, but from what I saw, Mahler's Doctor Strange 2 video, it is definitely a great video. So yeah, and it's like I never got that. Like I only ever started hearing that whole stuff after I got into Mahler, and I'm like, why are you so upset about a long video? Like I watched like again, like there are so many
'Cause
creators I
long
watch that
man
make like
bad.
gargantuan videos, and they're really cool. And I like, where did this whole like where did this whole like, if a video was super long, then that means it's bad? Like, did that like start with Mahler, or is that like something beforehand? Like, I've never heard that until I got into Mahler.
I'll tell you, it's because of idiots like Ant that make their videos overly long with no content to actually fill them and stretch every
Oh yeah, 100%.
simple
Like even a
idea out to an
37-minute,
hour.
like, God, I still remember how that. Yeah, but yeah, it's like, but yeah, it's like, so I think I found out, and then I think I found out that Ant had a YouTube channel like sometime like later, and I just kind of like then I just kind of like forgot about him until his until that
Hold on, guys, I'll be right back.
critics are lying to you video kind of got traction. And you know, the fact that, like, it's funny how he responded. Like he made like he was like on a complete Twitter rampage, and I think he got upset at like every person. I'm honestly kind of, because it's like, I think the only people that he didn't make like a tweet about that he got upset about responding to his videos were like Harmful Opinions and Vincent Martin. Which, like, Harmful Opinions, I'm kind of shocked he didn't stumble upon like Vincent Martin. I can understand because Vincent's a pretty small creator, but like Harmful Opinions is pretty big. I'm kind of surprised Anthony didn't stumble upon Harmful Opinions' response to him.
Mm-hmm.
So Backseater, there's big news on Reset Era.
Oh yeah?
I was banned 1 month for misogynist commentary, dismissing concerns of racism. This is all about that Sydney Sweeney controversy, by the way.
God. Oh my God, don't
people
even
were
get me
stupid.
started. Literally feels like something out of 2016.
Yeah.
Dude, you have no idea though. This forum is like super liberal. So like the whole first page, it was all people just honestly reacting, where they were like, "This seems like a stupid controversy. What are you talking about?" And then it was just filled with, "Well, I'm black and you don't understand the fascistic." And then
like, oh my God, like, and again, it's not even a great ad. Like the whole jeans pun is kind of lame, but like to claim it's supporting eugenics is genuinely like one of the most insane things. It's literally just, hey, Sydney Sweeney is a very attractive person, which is why she has good genes.
I can't believe you just called a white person
nothing
attractive,
to do with
you fucking racist.
It's like, badoom.
I feel like it's because they just want to cancel any popular person, find anything, and she's popular and white, so extra wants to cancel. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, honestly,
it's totally...
it feels like I mean, to be honest, it feels like, honestly, there are a lot of people. It's just kind of like the whole Nickelback shtick where it's like, oh, this person's super like this, or they just have an irrational hatred for this person. A lot of people get that. Well, I mean, Nickelback, obviously, but also people like Creed, Imagine Dragons,
Limp Bizkit,
for sure. Boone. Doechii also has got, again, Doechii's honestly one of the dumbest, because it's like literally all of her, again, I haven't listened to a ton of Doechii's stuff, but like the Doechii hate is genuinely some of the dumbest hate imaginable, because it's like, it's clear that like every single most of the people hating her just want to hate on her for anxiety, and it's like they literally only heard that song and nothing else. And it's like, bruh, like that was like a freestyle she made before the pandemic even happened that only got out because her fans wanted it. It's not a super
Well, you know what you know what our fans want, Jeremy?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
But they want us they want us to let's just take a look back at my first ever video and let's just see how far I've come, shall we? Because I mean, look at this.
No, we're gonna see him come.
Look at my dumb. All right, so first of all, you can see right here, just how amateur I am. My hat's covering my eyes.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm in my fucking kitchen. I'm in my what undercover?
That's a nice thing.
Yeah.
Backseater.
Yeah.
And your profile picture is just a green circle with the letter B.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the best part.
Yeah, pretty much. What else was there?
Let's get into it.
Yeah. I was also in my kitchen, and I remember one particular video I made. It's not on YouTube anymore. I deleted it. But basically, mom walked in, while I was recording something, and keep in mind, and that's another bit, I wanted mom off my channel, now I want on my channel, and people want her on there, but anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, mom walked into the fucking, kitchenway, because keep in mind, that's the back door right there, and we don't use the front door, because the front door to our house literally doesn't have a doorknob, so we have to use so that's the only way in and out of the house, really, the back door. So mom came in through the back door, I'm like, oh shit, so I meant to press the pause button, but I accidentally pressed the stop recording button, so I accidentally made my first two-part video, where the first part was an hour and a half long, and then the last half was 15 minutes or some shit.
Oh yeah.
So, oh my god.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah,
Oh
I
my
think
god.
so. Oh yeah, I think I saw
Anyway.
that. Yeah.
Well, Evan, you're just in time, because we're about to cringe a little bit at my first ever video. Are you ready for this shit?
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go, folks. Let's do it.
Let's all get a big show. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Let's go.
Quite possibly one of the
Look at how crap my audio
echoing.
is.
Oh, no.
I swear to God, I have no idea why the hell I was echoing in this shit. I shouldn't have been, but I was. It's probably something to do with my old computer.
Echoes,
Yeah.
I have ever fucking seen. Now this.
I had so much more shit in store, and keep in mind, I had no idea just how ridiculous ants videos we're gonna get. We've all seen them, but I was just scratching the surface of this shit. Anyway.
Essayist.
Anthony
Gramuglia.
Essayist.
And he is
so ready to rip on this, so let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
Retards I have ever fucking seen.
Hey, it's Scran. How you doing, Scran? This is my first ever video. We're just cringing along with it. Know what I'm saying? Anyway.
We're gonna watch all 3.5 hours.
No, we're just gonna watch the first. We're just gonna watch the first minute, and then we'll get to the video again. But anyway.
If there's any part you want us to
lose my brain cells, so let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Backseat. If there's any memorable parts that you want me to skip to, obviously we can do that too.
I don't remember a damn thing about this video. Let's just
most of these ant are terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just get right into it.
Be a journalist for CBR,
let's go.
That's how I know him best. I know him best for his.
I don't know. Apparently I was filming. Hang on. I'm about to mention this article he wrote. Hang on. Go on. Play it, John.
Where he wanted Spider-Man to be made a homosexual just because he wanted him to. That's literally it. No.
Hey, we did that one.
Yeah, we did that one. Yeah.
Development for Peter and England. He just wanted Peter to be homosexual because I presume he is too.
Well, I know for a fact he is literally. Now. Yes. He claims he claims he's bisexual, but let's be real. He ain't bi. He's gay.
Jesus.
Anyway,
he had a picture. He had to paste a picture of
his beard, probably.
Yeah.
his wife, he had to like paste a picture of Hulk Hogan over her face whenever he was fucking her, and then he'll never admit to that though. He'll be like, "Oh, I love your racism. It turns me on."
let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Anthony Gramuglia is the biggest faggot this side of New Jersey.
When I said take your vitamins, I wasn't talking about a whole bottle of Viagra just to satisfy your woman.
I was frozen today.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Hulk, like, you may have been a face. And Ozzy, yeah. Like, Hulk, you were a big inspiration on me. You're the best face, probably. And Hulkamania will live on through us. But anyway, guys. Yeah,
I wasn't like into wrestling, but so I wasn't like super into Hulk Hogan, but I did love that movie he was in, Suburban Commando. It's really fun.
I didn't even know about Hulk Hogan until he like died, so I don't know what to say.
Wait, what the hell? Undercover.
Here's the thing about Hulk Hogan, and a lot of people want to ignore this fact, but if it wasn't for him, WWE probably wouldn't be as prevalent as it is right now.
No.
Pro wrestling as a whole wouldn't be like the big industry that it is.
No. Anyway, John, you can pull up the actual video now, because also, again, because this was before I even launched the Backseat Boys, and the reason...
The Backseat Boys.
Literally, the Backseat Boys didn't... Literally, the Backseat Boys was just...
In 2008,
Literally, the Backseat Boys was literally just a spur-of-the-moment idea I had. Because I was in the VC with a bunch of my other friends, and some of them were in the earlier Boys videos. But I was like, hey, guys, we should all, like, make a video together and clown on this stupid-ass video. And it was Organized Chaos. And, so if it weren't for that spur-of-the-moment idea I had, we all would not have come together, basically. So, yeah.
Oh,
to be honest,
your
my
1 year anniversary. That's your 1 year anniversary.
My actual like YouTube like movie, like reviewing thing, like reviewing movies. That was also a spur of the moment idea. Like before I started movie reviews, I really like mainly just kind of watched videos and only used my channel to like upload like graphic design projects for my media arts class in high school. Then like one day in like 2019, I just like got the idea of like, hey, I like watching movie reviewers, and I have a ton of movies I like that not a lot of people don't. What if I make like a series of videos, talking about movies that I like that a lot of other people don't, saying why they're good? So I basically just got the idea and I wrote up a script and made like a quick little like review of Howard the Duck, which is still the most popular video on my channel, and I just kind of kept making videos over time, and that's where I'm at now.
Yeah. Yo, Scran.
Something on to that.
What, Undercover? What?
So I want to add on that, like, I would like to review like more like movies in the future besides like the new Superman movie that just came out like a little bit ago.
What about it, Undercover?
But I watched that movie and it was not really that good, boys.
Oh.
Anyway.
How dare you? You're just
one more thing I wanted to add on. And since it's the 1 year anniversary of the Backseat Boys and this channel and all that, if you can answer a couple of questions, 2 questions.
All right,
the first question, Backseater, what is the inspiration of your username?
Oh, that's
Backseater.
Oh, that's a good question, Evan. So originally, this wasn't even my first YouTube channel. Originally, I was Backseat Gamer. And my whole shtick was that I reacted to gameplay videos and like terrible gameplay videos, right? That was gonna be like the whole thing. For most of the channel, I didn't branch out to like the tail end of that, but for most of it, I only focused on one dumbass bitch named Emmeline. And sorry, Aunt, but you actually weren't my first arch enemy. It was this bitch. I recorded like 20 videos reacting to her terrible ass Mass Effect playthrough. It was so bad. We might have to do it some other day. Oh, thank you, Solar. But anyway, it was so bad. I made like 20 videos covering her, and I was about to branch out to other people, but then she caught wind of my channel somehow. I don't know how. but she claimed all my videos, and there was that. And sorry, Jacob, but you weren't the first motherfucker to claim one of my videos. That bitch did. So then eventually, yeah. So I'm not a motherfucker who's gonna be kept down by shit like that. I basically started a whole new channel. It was this one, and I just retooled myself into being a more general reaction commentary channel, and that is and so I obviously had to drop the gamer part in the title, so I just expanded to Backseater, and the rest is history.
So yeah,
now the Backseat Boys.
So yeah.
Whatever.
I take it the Backseat Boys is a play on Backstreet Boys.
Yes, that's it. That's all it really is. I don't really care
You
for them
should
all that
review
much.
movies from the
My username
backseat
is
of your
Fire by
car.
Melvin, so yeah.
Anyway, without further ado, let's get on with this. So we're only like 1-2 years after the Acolyte got canceled. What are our thoughts on it?
We're like 1 year after it. It's just like last year it came out like 2024, boys.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah. Anyway.
Yep, it's bad. It's
Best
just
left in the
generic, insufferable trash.
John,
best left in the pit of memory.
John, what do you think of this shit show?
Oh man, I love Star Wars is back, guys. Filoni is our savior, and we need more.
God, Dave Filoni's our savior.
Yeah.
We need more furry stuff in there. Is my only complaint. No, no. I mean, it was just boring, trite. It was just. It felt like what was it, like 8-9 episodes or something, and it was like. Yeah, there was so much filler in an 8-episode series. Like the ratio was worse than Naruto anime, where I was just like, "Oh my gosh, how are we delaying? This is such a simple story." And then like when they did the different perspective in like episode 7, everybody's like, "They're gonna reveal what the true story was," and it was basically the same fucking story twice. It's like that didn't change anything.
When I found out that Jason from The Good Place was in the show, it's like, oh my god, why?
No!
Like, why? Really? You were Jason in The Good Place, and now you're wasting your talent on this garbage? Really?
Is he the one that got the retarded old man makeup? Is he that Jedi Master?
No, that was Kymir was the guy from The Good Place. The guy who played Torben is just some guy from Game of Thrones. I don't quite remember who he played.
He's Tommen. He was Tommen in that show. Yeah.
He can only play characters that start with T and end in "man."
Yeah. We got Jorge sums it up well. I predicated the Acolyte be pure feces, and it was. Also, no, Herb, we can't hear you. You're not talking right now. Anyway, so let's see. Luck Pup, what do you think of this shit show? I know you're not a Star Wars gal, but what are your thoughts on it?
I actually am a Star Wars fan. It's funny. I got into Star Wars through the worst of the worst. My cousin took me to see The Last Jedi, and I was like, even I knew that was wrong. When I got into actual Star Wars, I was like, wow, this is a lot better. This is good. But about this. Yeah, this is like, it's aggressively boring. That's the worst type of boring. Like it seems a lot cheaper than it is. Like I think it had like 180 million budget. It feels like it was lower. Acting is flat. Yeah, like acting is so flat too. Like they weren't paid a dime for this. It's cheaper. It's just like I said, the worst type of boring is aggressively boring. When you turn such an interesting, beloved franchise full of so many interesting ideas, so many that like George Lucas had to constantly be toned down, and you make it just a bunch of nothingness stuff just to say you made stuff. That's what it is.
It's like that's basically what Star Wars is at this point. Like Star Wars was literally like the original, like A New Hope, like back was like one of the most revolutionary like films. It was a massive film that like changed the course of like film. Like it was basically like basically like impacted film in and of itself. Like it is like that impactful, and now it's just, oh hey, look, it's another it's another sci-fi show with aliens and laser swords that's literally going to be forgotten about that's literally just going to be swept up in another culture culture war diatribe and then be forgotten about in a week in favor of the next one. And it's like, it's just really sad to see.
Well, also to get Herb's thoughts, they hired Carrie Ann Moss and she got a lightsaber through her chest. F-, pretty much, Herb.
It was in the flashbacks after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like why? It's like why? But again, it's like the only. I mean, aside from like Police Squad, where that was like literally the joke. Why would you hire someone that famous only to like kill them off in like the opening scene?
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe we'll get to that in the video, but sadly Herb has to dip. Herb, it was great you were around for like the first like few minutes, but yeah, see ya, Herb. Well,
okay,
so anyways, let's just jump right into this. The only Scrant says that Neo couldn't heal her. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Let me see here. So yeah, the only real context we need to know going into this is that this show was this video Ant made, he made this after episode 5 dropped. That's the only real context we need to know going into the video. So anyway, without further ado, let's just jump into this video one more time for old time's sake. John, take it away.
Australian horror film called Acolytes was released. The film stars Joel Edgerton and Michael Dorman and focuses on some teenagers who stumble onto a murder. Things very quickly spiral out of control, as one might expect. Now, I haven't personally seen Acolytes,
the first of many hair wipes on Ant
film
from
but in 2024,
you know, I was just thinking with all of his random ass edits and cuts that he does, he always keeps in all the
like that, like big inhales, yeah.
Yeah, and he does it after like every fucking line. It's like, dude, learn how to talk.
Yeah.
A ton of people started leaving negative, angry reviews on this 2008 horror film Rotten Tomatoes page. For a film that had
not angry reviews, no.
Previously, it seemed baffling that now hundreds of people suddenly.
Right.
Yeah, they meant to leave it on the Acolyte. Isn't it funny that they left it on Acolytes, guys? Ha ha ha.
Also,
as if that somehow invalidates the massive amount of criticism that it was that the move that, you know, it was left with. It's like, yeah.
Also,
I'm sure like the Suicide Squad and Suicide Squad had this happen too. Like, I'm sure people make this mistake all the time with similarly titled movies. Like,
I mean, yeah, it's like that's not. And again, it's like I hate how these people act like. And again, it's like the only time I ever saw these people acknowledge the idea of positive review bombing is when it came to Matt Walsh's "Am I Racist?" Like, aside from that, they act like review bombing is only negative and positive review bombing just straight up isn't a thing.
Right. Also, Undercover, can you turn your mic up a little bit? You're a little on the quiet side.
I'm so sorry, guys.
He's trying to be undercover, Backseater.
Here, I boosted you. There you go. Anyway,
it's okay, guys. It's okay.
All right, moving on.
We're discussing this obscure film.
About that.
Oh, but why? Why in 2024? Maybe Joel Edgerton mentioned it in an interview. Maybe it was
because there's a
popular
TV show that came out.
Oh no! It's because the movie shares the same name as The Acolyte. The new Star Wars series. It has itself been getting review bombed to hell and back since before it even.
And by review bombed, he means most people didn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm sure
because again, these people. Again, it's like these people always think that the idea of a massive amount of people disliking a current media property, it has to be this concentrated effort. It's a conspiracy, it's a grift, because they genuinely can't imagine massively disliking like a media property. Like, they think that like if you dislike something, the only normal thing to do is to either keep it to yourself or have the most minor criticisms humanly possible. Like, if you make videos like Mauler or Little Platoon that are dedicated to like making in-depth breakdowns of why a film is bad, then you're just a grifter. You're cashing in on negativity because it's making a video based on something bad. Like, why would you do that? It's like they can't imagine getting joy out of like tearing apart something bad, because it's like That's just how they work. Anyway,
Anyway, moving on.
Grounded in logical things like fire existing in space
Yeah,
in a
stupid.
Star Wars film. Space lesbian witches just existing and wiggling their fingers around in some scenes.
Stupid, bro.
An established concept in Star Wars lore that the Force can fertilize eggs in the woman's womb that has happened at least once before, occurred before.
I know exactly what
the
he's
first time we
doing.
heard about it.
I know.
Who was his father?
I know exactly what he's doing right here. He's basically saying, well, all this other stuff exists in all the good stuff, so you can't knock the bad thing for having
okay, guys, I have
this
to
stuff.
dip. Okay, bye.
Oh, see you, Jeremy. Bye. No.
Well, he's pointing out a lot of things that were very much just passing jokes too. Like I watched those reviews that he's citing, and like the fire and space thing, like Nerdrotic literally mentions that for half a second. He's just like, the show is generally stupid, stuff like this, and then he moves on to like the actual writing and plot shit that he had. Like, it's not like he makes a big point of it or anything, or he goes on a big tirade about it.
Yeah.
People will fixate on every little thing and act like it's the same amount of importance if they don't like something. People will take the smallest arguments and blow them up into what they're not just to try to act like they're really critiquing something. We're really getting them, guys. Stupid.
Right, yeah.
Say it's no big deal. It's like, I wasn't making a big deal out of it. You made a big deal out of the criticism.
Yeah. Also, Scran and Mahler don't like each other. I'm sorry, no, Scran doesn't like Mahler. I will say this: Mahler, he's a good critic, but he's not a good Star Wars critic. I'll put it that way. That's basically how I put it. It's like they're in the same camp as Drinker and Red Letter Media. They're good critics, but they shouldn't review Star Wars, basically. Anyway,
one point that I want to bring up. Coming back to Jeremy's point from earlier of people can't standing the idea of massive amounts of people not liking a product. One of the things that they would often do is bring up the fact that, making a TV show or a movie, it's really hard, you guys. Like, you know how hard it is to overcome writer's block? And I always try to be gentle with criticism because I know the struggles of people going through to write this certain project.
Yeah.
Like it's just.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys, that I was on mute for a little bit. I had to take a break. I'm back now.
All right, whatever. Moving on.
I carried him. I gave birth. I raised him.
I carried them.
This is literally what they reference and why they say it's bad.
They basically just ripped off the Phantom Menace for like the Acolyte.
The Jedi discover how you created them.
It is possible he was conceived by the midichlorians.
This is the criticism the show's facing? Seriously? This is it? This is the extent of it? All right. Now, we can chalk up the 2000...
No, that's also not the extent of it. Like, you're bringing up the things that were brought up rather quickly and kind of brushed over. Like, bring up
over like his hair.
Do you think EFAB just rattled on for 12 hours or whatever they did on this for about, like, the midichlorians and about the fire in space? Like, obviously not.
Oh, definitely they probably did.
Bad
and here
we have
the favorite tactic of these people being willfully obtuse.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck it out. At least when I act willfully obtuse, it's just to fucking mess with them. But no, I think Ant is willfully obtuse so he can win arguments. Yeah. Also, hail hard hat reptiles. Anyway, moving on.
Film review bombing to a simple error. People just searched the Acolyte and they just left a bad review. Didn't look at what the movie was they were reviewing, but okay. It is, of course, unless it happened a second time, which it did. The 2022 Star Wars fan film, The Acolyte, was review bombed as well.
Okay, so what? Well, no, he's basically saying, like, oh, the hate is so ridiculous that a lot of people are just mindlessly review bombing shit with the name Acolyte in the title. It's like, dude, it's
God forbid they don't double check the description before they leave a review.
Yeah,
it's like they probably went on Rotten Tomatoes, typed in Acolyte. That movie came up as like the second option or something. They accidentally clicked it and left their review and left.
Also, dude, as someone who sees Red a lot, right? Like, you miss a lot of shit in plain sight when you're like ass mad, basically.
And yes, most people are stupid, and some of it isn't even that. They just don't expect another film of the same title or another show, whatever, to exist. But that does not comment on the level of hate the show was getting whatsoever. If even only a few people hated it, surely some of those people would still make the same mistake. That's how people are. It's not really an argument.
Right.
Going on currently. I mean, look, let's be honest. If you're gonna hate on something, make sure you're hating the right target, all right? That's what I'm saying. So why
like
is the Acolyte being
Mm-hmm,
lambasted so much? Well, we're gonna find out in a moment by
Man,
going
most of
through
these shows
several
are
videos.
dumb.
Yeah.
You know this
Campia
video
said
is
the
old
exact
when
same
Andrew
thing.
has the Berserk book in the background.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he's always got that back
that's a Disney book, by the way.
there.
Yeah.
Well, he's always. I was saying Campia because the video that we just checked out recently was the exact same thing. It's like, oh, you could criticize it, but you have to criticize it for the right reasons. It's like if you don't have all my exact reasons, just parrot all my talking points, then you're stupid.
Also, Jorge got Jorge Ruin Johnson actually believed Russian bots were responsible for the negative reception Last Jedi. So delusional, yeah.
Real Russian of all things. Why Russian?
I don't know, man. Cause I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because like they think that like
maybe they're secretly Russophobic.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I wouldn't blame them for being Russophobic because, you know, Russians are communists, but whatever. Scran, just like with Kenobi, they preemptively called fans racist so nobody watched that trash. Yeah, Scran is a good point. They were preemptively attacking the fans. And, of course, Hardhead Reptiles also says High Republic flops, indeed. Oh, my God. Brandon recently did a stream with Scruffy, and it was the biggest High Republic shill video out there, but that's a topic for another day. Moving on.
Well, and they go through this cycle with all this shit too, where it happened with Last Jedi, where they were like, "Oh, it's just a tiny bit of hate online in fringe online groups," and then like Solo came out and bombed, and they were like, "Oh, well, that wasn't our fault, or that wasn't the Last Jedi's fault. It was clearly always destined. It's a movie about Han Solo. Nobody wanted to see that." And then like same thing with the Acolyte, where like they keep having to move the goalposts, it goes through the little cycle of reasoning where they're like, "You're super small." Okay, the show got canceled. Fuck. It was all preemptive online hate, and it was never good faith. Yeah.
Also,
we need to do something.
Yeah, and lest we forget, Scran is correct. Andor, lest we forget, I pinned it, but Andor shares the same continuity as High Republic and Acolyte. Don't forget, kids. Anyway.
No company should attack the fans.
Yes, undercover, yes.
Over the course of the Acolyte's run thus far, or at least up until the point where this video is released. As of this recording, episode 5 came out, and I will update this video when episode 6 comes out with any tidbits if necessary.
He didn't,
and
by
maybe
the
we'll
way.
make a follow-up when the show's over to see if the criticisms made across the show's timeline were rendered obsolete by the show's ending. Or, maybe a twist happened. Now, some people have made the argument that the review bombing is just a reaction to the show's quality. The show's not good, they say.
Yes.
So, obviously, more people are going to be angry about it.
Some people have made the point.
Yeah, because the show breaks canon.
Yeah.
That's literally how reviews have always worked. Some people have made the argument that these reviews are a judge of its quality. That's crazy.
Also undercover if you don't know, Ant is basically one of them motherfuckers like, yeah, it's okay to break canon if you think you can get a better story out of it. He's one of them motherfuckers.
Can break canon or in any franchise at all. So I agree with that point.
I mean, make an AU, make it clear it's an alternative universe.
Make it
infinities,
but they don't. But Disney doesn't know that because to Disney, there's only their stuff and Wedgins. But anyway,
really
if it doesn't fit within the continuity, it should be an alternate universe at that point.
Right. Anyway,
previously, especially for Star Wars, consider this: in the first 3 weeks following the Acolyte's release, with only 4 episodes out, it received more audience.
Oh my god, the audience reaction is so fake.
Seasons of The Mandalorian.
Well, yeah, because people were more pissed off. So yeah, they're gonna leave a lot more reviews. That's just a basic thing with reviews. If you're pissed off, you're more likely to leave one. Quite frankly.
See, this is why I don't trust Rotten Tomatoes anymore. Like these critics fake their reviews and they aren't even honest or genuine.
Right.
Across its entire run. As of this recording, the Acolyte has 25,000 user reviews submitted on Rotten Tomatoes. By comparison, The Mandalorian has 17,500 reviews across all 3 seasons. And that debuted back in 2019. A lot of people have had time to
Mandalorian culture from the EU.
Right.
Yep.
So it's not good.
Right.
Yeah, plus like Rise of Skywalker was coming out right around that time, so that was sucking up all the hate. Like, so Mandalorian probably benefited from that, and that it didn't get more reviews, positive or negative. Like, it just kind of was overshadowed.
And as Scran just said, only positive review bombing counts. Yeah, pretty much.
That show. Obi-Wan Kenobi, another show plagued by controversy, received
another shit show. He means
The Clone Wars, the longest running show
Kenobi
that
show
Star Wars
talking
ever put
about?
out.
Dude, did he even see the viewership number? Like, the animated stuff for Star Wars has always had a niche audience in comparison. And
Right.
Disney made a shit ton of a big deal out of The Mandalorian and all their live action stuff by comparison. Like, the Clone Wars was on Cartoon Network for most of its run, and then only like the last season was thrown years later onto Disney Plus. So yeah, of course it's going to get less reviews. He's like, oh, it's longer running, so it should have more reviews. That was like back whenever there were less people on the internet and Rotten Tomatoes in general too.
Right.
Yeah, just like completely nonsensical comparison.
Amassed only 6,000. This dwarfs as well all reviews submitted for mainstream films got a lot of attention. The Batman has fewer user-submitted reviews on Rotten Tomatoes than The Acolyte. Are you going to tell me that The Batman is less culturally significant than The
I don't even
It's
know, man.
not less culturally significant, although it is just another Batman movie. Which that could feed into
Batman's
like,
a good movie.
Yeah, and people aren't like gonna hate on it, or I feel like, you know, people generally like Batman. So, and there again, yeah, it's more positively received, despite there being way too many good black people in it, according to Ryan Kinnell. But which he gave it an 8 out of 10, so that's clearly a joke, and he would leave a positive review in this instance.
Yeah, because Robert Pattinson's the best Batman, so I mean.
Oh, bruh,
Well,
bruh,
but just
bruh.
I won't get into a Batman review, but it's my point with this is just like he's talking about these reviews like, yeah, there aren't going to be 25,000 people ready to jump on it. Whenever you make a shit Star Wars thing that breaks the continuity, yeah, there's going to be a lot of pissed off people. A lot of them are going to leave reviews. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, and we're more connected with the internet. There's more engaged viewers, negative and positive, I would say, than ever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We got
Acolyte,
New York, Florida
really?
man saying Ant's barber told him he had a 5 head and a bald spot mid haircut. Afterward, his barber asked him, "How would you like it to pay?" Yeah.
Tell me that? Okay. This is a bigger wave of controversy than even with the Captain Marvel debate back in 2019, where Rotten Tomatoes actually reworked
That movie was terrible.
user-submitted review function.
Here's the thing, and here's my hot take. Yeah, Captain Marvel was a bit boring, but Brie Larson herself is not a bad actress. She's actually really good in certain parts. She was just given a really bad script, and yeah, she said a couple of stupid things, but I would say she's a saint compared to other actresses, and you guys know who I'm talking about.
I mean, I've seen her in other films where she does well, sure, but we generally.
Yeah, Brie Larson, man, she crashed and burned, man. She's nothing now.
Yeah, and she's like 40 now, so you know those boobs can only save you for so long.
Yeah,
she was really good in Room.
Yeah. Also, we got Jorge saying if fundamental canon has to be broken to improve a story, then the story probably wasn't good to begin with. Pretty much. Hard hat.
Whatever you want it to be.
Canon is whatever you want it to be. That's probably what Ant thinks to himself every day, like it's a mantra. Anyway.
You watched that video, he was like, "This is amazing commentary. I'm gonna leave a like."
Also, this Jacob guy, he's totally legit. Anyway, moving on.
Review bombing, for those who aren't aware, is the process where people leave negative reviews en masse, sometimes written by bots, sometimes just copied and pasted from a copy
Dude,
pasta.
they're not like bots. They're people
Ad
who
nauseam.
generally know what they're reviewing, man.
Right.
Nope, it's all bots.
And you can tell.
I love the use of the word copy pasta.
Copy pasta, yeah.
When, let's say, extreme amounts of negative reviews are submitted minutes after a thing debuts, before it even debuts, or if the information in the review that's submitted is completely irrelevant and erroneous. All of
It's
this.
not relevant. Are you not paying attention to the evidence that's going on?
No. He isn't. No.
Well, and with a TV show, I could totally see people leaving bad reviews. Even with a movie, if you just have a generally like negative vibe going into it, you're gonna have a lot of pissed off fan bases, and like it's not something I would do. As people know, I even with games and shit, I play through the whole thing before I review it. But it's like, you know, obviously, especially with a multi-episode series, you're going to be like, I hated the first 4 episodes. You're just going to be like, fuck this show. I want it to fail at this point if we're halfway through and I've hated everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
With
Star Wars is a long-running franchise with a lot of, well, fans, but a lot of fans who feel very strongly about it. Fans who obviously feel the modern content has been very, very bad, very, very worse. So people are going to have much stronger negative feelings compared to, let's say, yes, a random show running on the CW or something, original property. So that leads to, like, the stronger of a negative feeling someone has, the more likely they are to leave a review. The same phenomenon is not as prevalent for positive, of course, but people will attribute that to bad faith when it's not, but oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Acolyte user reviews. What makes this more complicated is all the Acolyte critics are also simultaneously saying, hey, no one's watching the Acolyte. So which is it?
Yeah,
either the Acolyte is on.
No one relatively, Ant. Obviously, like a couple million people are watching it, but relatively speaking, for a massively budgeted Star Wars show on a very popular, well-subscribed to streaming service, because they were giving it away whenever Ahsoka came out, basically at like $2 a month or whatever. You're gonna, and it has a massive back library that people enjoy. Yeah, there's going to be a decent amount of people watching it, but you generally look at trends with large franchises. If this gets 1 million less viewers than the previous Star Wars show, then that's not good. And if the next show gets less viewers, then guess what? It means people probably didn't like this one.
Right. And yes, New York, Florida, man.
What identity politics and woke agenda put into it.
Also, yes, New York, Florida, man. We have pointed out how Ant is basically Kyle's cousin Kyle. And big for the 1-year anniversary of Backseat Boys.
Oh, does this have peanuts in it? Oh, I'm allergic. Oh, you're gonna have to change your lunch for me, I'm afraid.
On track to be one of the most widely watched things ever, surpassing the Batman and the Mandalorian in terms of relevancy.
He's saying that the user reviews have to
get out of here.
He thinks that the user reviews have to correlate to the general popularity of something. He can't imagine a world where somebody where something gets more reviews but has less viewership.
No.
I don't think he understands that while people typically feel more inclined to leave reviews if they strongly dislike something rather if they like it. A lot of people who they don't even leave reviews, they will feel compelled to if they dislike it enough compared to people who normally don't. If they just absolutely love it, a lot of times they don't bother to leave a review. It's the really same principle with everything. While sometimes you may hear more negative experiences with something online than positive because people who don't dislike it simply don't feel compelled to share their thoughts or experience.
Yeah, it's basically like well, if you made a crappy YouTube video, which is what Ant does a lot, you're more likely to hit the dislike button than leave a comment explaining why you didn't like it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Or these reviews are fake. Or the hype, or it's part of a movement.
Dude, the reviews are real. They're not fake.
Fake news. I agree. I use the same strategy, Ant. It's all fake news.
Bold strategy, Con. Let's see if it pays off for him,
Rating on the Acolyte for arbitrary reasons because people care about that sort of thing, I guess.
I used to think that it would take one really great Star Wars project to bring all of us together, but now I realize
that
it's
the best writer Disney shill right now, guys?
Well, he wasn't shilling for this one. I think he's more of a fence rider because he was shitting on this show, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
because
it dared to retcon his senpai Anakin's backstory.
My precious
Not to mention, it gave a cameo to his most favoritist villain of all time, Darth Plagueis.
Oh, that pissed him off. I remember somebody posted a video of his reaction to that. I'm like Twitter or something, and he like got up and stormed out whenever they threw Plagueis
Dude,
in.
I read a Dark Plagueis book, and that was a good book, guys. Like,
Right.
that's a good book.
Right.
Oh, it is a good book, absolutely.
Yeah, Jorge, Disney thinks that Solo flopping was the result of Star Wars fatigue and acted completely oblivious to the backlash towards The Last Jedi. Yeah, pretty much.
Project.
He's not playing his character that he's in a cave and he's like jacking off. That's not his character.
Right.
Hey man, it showed his face and it showed part of his hand and it played whoa like a frog burping or something over it. I don't see how you didn't love that cameo. It was so complex.
Right.
That was the definition of jangling keys. That was the cheapest, like thrown in there at the last second, has nothing to do with the plot cameo in ever.
Hey, I'm jiggling keys for you. Oh my god, I'm jiggling keys. Go eat it. Go eat
Like
it.
they could have literally just had a random baby Palpatine in the background of one scene and they would have been like, oh,
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I remember during the live stream for episode 3 of The Acolyte, there were so many of you at the end that were saying I was totally on board with episode 1 and 2. In fact, I thought all you guys were toxic for not liking it, this and that. This is too much. I can't take this. This is bullshit.
Yep. And by the way, you can be on board for the first couple episodes of something, of any show, just in general, and then it completely fucking fumbles. It happens to me with games all the time. Recently with Medal of Honor Vanguard, I was like, oh, this is a great game. And then the last mission fucking sucked and I had to power through it.
Yes, New York, Florida, man. Nothing tops the back of Yoda's head. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And
He would have became Jake Yoda at that point, but okay.
Tune and kind of waking up. And I think, you know, it's interesting. There's a lot.
I'm sorry, changing tune. The show was getting review bombed from the first episode.
Somebody didn't like it the whole time.
Themselves have been very strange.
Oh my god, I got a review on what a shock.
Yeah.
Sick burn, bro.
And
was from a user on Twitter called That Star Wars Girl, who has amassed a small following. She argued
She's on
the character
our side,
Soul
by the
was
way.
named.
Oh, she is? She's on quote-unquote our side? That's
and not
shame to
people
hear.
taking Twitter posts as like a serious critique. I mean, it could be if they were really trying to, but I know what he's talking about, and it really doesn't seem to be a full-on critique, but okay.
Capital of South Korea, even though they're pronounced differently. I'm bad with pronunciation, but I'm pretty sure Seoul and Seoul or Seoul are pronounced differently.
I'm pretty sure the city is actually pronounced like Seoul.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
Seoul. You know, you want to know something funny?
What?
This girl I knew in university that I really liked, but she ended up leaving for a semester to do a study abroad course in Korea. And the only reason she went to Seoul, however you say it, was the prospect of seeing BTS.
Oh, jeez.
Of course.
And this was the same year that COVID started spreading out of China. So
China, we love China.
This point being brought up in the video, this is such a weird thing to include in a video about review botting, all these haters just falsely giving this bad critique. This is a really, really weird thing to even make a point, but this is a strange critique apparently, but adding this in isn't strange. Okay.
They definitely spell differently for sure in the English language. Also, it's clear soul is named soul because of solar, or perhaps the spiritual
Jorge,
soul.
Ant is coping
I promise.
He's going on a whole fucking rant about one about one random thing with a name,
Well,
and she's trying to
This
do
is
the.
getting bad.
He needs to pad his video out, John. Let Ant pad his videos out for fuck's sake.
Let him cook.
Yeah.
Most of the arguments I'm going to
burn in the damn kitchen.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, but that's kind of what I've seen with a lot of the more hyperbolic reactions to the Acolyte. We can dismiss those.
You take every joke.
Most of those are joke reactions.
He can't understand what like a joke criticism is versus like the more serious ones. Like a lot of times you'll lead with the less serious ones when you're making a video and you're like, okay, I'm a nerdrotic. I'm gonna make a 20-minute video. I'm gonna lead with some silly jokes, maybe some racial jokes about X-Ray Girl or something. I'm making jokes about the fire in space, and then like once you actually get into the meat of it, then you get into the actual criticisms. He's like hyper fixating on the opening montage jokes, like this criticism doesn't make any sense. Whoa.
Right.
And this is just a random Twitter post. Is every random Twitter post being considered like a part of the review? So that looks like a bunch of these reviews or what? This reminds me of how he takes every little criticism, no matter who much of a nobody it's from, like very to heart. Something going on
Oh,
with this dude. He takes
Ant will
everything to heart.
respond. He will respond to every Twitter post, as I learned whenever Backseater tagged me in on something concerning One Piece, and him and two of his sycophants argued with me for an entire weekend that Luffy wasn't masculine.
Yeah, I got a moron speaking on me too. Oh well.
Oh my god.
Oh, they just like never stop though. And then he'll always like he'll respond to you 20 times and then be like, "You need to get a life and stop arguing about this." It's like, and you have responded. I'm only responding to what you're saying. Like, we're doing you equal amounts of arguing.
Right.
It's insanity.
Also,
just not worth discussing.
Yes, New York, Florida man. He did not use the word hyperbolic. Correct. No, he didn't.
The hyperbolic time chamber, Goku. Anyways,
You say no, that's not true.
I would love if that chamber was just like whenever they entered it, it just said like, "This is the worst thing ever," and then just like, "Oh, you hyperbolic time chamber, you always say those things."
Worst time chamber ever. Anyway, next.
Like however long this video is. No, that's ridiculous. Now, with my previous video discussing bad.
Oh, we'll get to that video one of these days.
Given a lot of feedback, as I've noticed, and a lot of the feedback said I didn't go into specific examples enough. Well, this time I got you covered. On my last live stream, I went over several different
this fucking stream! Hold on, here's a bit of Backseat lore here for you. This stream right here was honestly the first time I ever engaged with Anthony. Although it was before I called myself Backseater, right? But I showed up to this stream, super casual, and I interacted with Ann for the first time ever here. It's ridiculous. And I raised a point, and this was after like episode 4 when it was revealed like Kiadi Mundi was like they changed his birthday and whatnot. This shit, he gave the worst possible response to that ever. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. So yeah, Anthony Gramuglia, Acolyte. Let's see here. Okay, it must have been this one. Hang on, guys. I'm so sorry, guys.
I would kind of like to see Asmongold's reaction here to the Acolyte. That's a nice Amanda Stenberg face.
Yeah.
I have to say though, whenever he was talking about how or it was Star Wars Theory, it was like the people who fell off with this show after a few episodes or whatnot, and I'm like, pretty much only way after the first 4 episodes was premiered that I could leave a positive review for it is if Amanda Stenberg came to my house and personally gave me a tit job or something in exchange for a fucking positive review, because otherwise it wasn't turning that shit around. It was too far gone.
I will say this, John. I know this. She actually has done nude photography.
And again, just to reiterate,
of course,
it's just a good.
That's fine.
And
you know what?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just pointing that out there.
Star Wars extra.
You know what I would like to see if Ant will address the criticism that he provides irrelevant examples.
It's been.
Hey, wait a minute! You said that she did.
We are talking about
it's they or them or whatever the fuck.
You
fucking bigot, Backseater, kick this man.
George Lucas Skywalker is hokey and so silly. I find it funny when people
are you still looking for a Backseater, or would you want to continue?
Still looking for it. Hang on.
It's been like
looking for your point or the Amandla news.
I'm looking for the point.
He was looking before you said that.
Oh. Hold on.
I like how Ant's all of his recommendeds are like fucking people that he hates just because I think he obsessively watches all of their videos.
Hang on, guys. I found it. Okay, John, I'm DMing you the stream right here. So open this up in a new tab and skip to the 721 mark, right?
Well, looking at I got you.
Okay.
So let me.
This is good. This is literally the most bad faith response you could give. Hang on, let me catch up on chat. Hey, Decrepit, thanks for the congrats. Thanks, Decrepit. Hope maybe we'll have you, Keely, Narrow Dark on the show one of these days. That'd be great. New York Floorman. Oh yeah, congrats, dude. Yeah, thanks, New York Floorman. New York Floorman. Amanda Stenberg is a terrorist because she's on Celebrity Jihad. She needs to learn how to spell Amanda right. Hail Briscoe, thanks for showing up. Okay, John, did you skip to 721 yet?
Okay, 721. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask you.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. Okay, guys, so I just said to him, like, Kiadi Mundi showing up in this show is like as if Bill Clinton showed up in a movie set in Victorian England, right? So
Yeah.
so play this, John.
That's so
Ant,
true.
you're propagating tits here. You're very evil.
Yeah.
Thought that
He shouldn't even be in the show during the time period of like the Acolyte.
Yeah, I know. Undercover, let him speak here. Hang on.
Kiadi Mundi is showing up here as the equivalent of Bill Clinton showing up in Victorian England. That's how bad it is. No, it's not. It really isn't.
That's
and
so
quite
stupid.
frankly, we are talking about
Basically the
fictional
same
characters.
thing.
Oh, so because they're because it's fiction, we can just do whatever we want. Good to know, Ant. Oh my!
Time still works the same in Star Wars as it does in the real world. I think that was the main point: is the timetable of that happening.
Thanks, Melissa. But yeah, it's like, oh my god, it's so bad. That's such a bad faith response right there. Oh my god.
Okay, if that's the case, if that's the case, then Ant would be totally cool with Spock showing up in Star Wars now, would he?
Apparently, it's like it's fiction. Anything goes. Apparently.
Did you know that a stormtrooper bumped his head in 1976 whenever they were filming Star Wars?
He also
You're talking about space wizards.
Prior to this point, he also brought up like, hey, Luke Skywalker is named after George Lucas. His name is Luke S, man. Oh my god. Just play a little bit more of this, John. Hang on. Let's have him get the rest of his response out.
Yeah, I love that grin. We should make that. Hey.
Hey, baby. Want to be my beard?
Kiadi Mundi showing up is like the Howling Commandos in Captain America showing up when they did. It's like seeing
No.
What?
It's like having what's an example of this?
You can't come up with
expressions.
No, it would be like fucking Tony Stark showing up when the Howling Commandos were.
Yes, John, that's a good one. Yeah.
There, that's both fictional, Ant. So are you happy now? I didn't use a real world example since you can't comprehend, you know, an equivalent thing.
Yeah.
From comic book stuff, and no one cares about that. Like, the thing ultimately is Kiadi Mundi's entire life and whole canon was in the previous canon, which was tossed out.
Oh my god!
So
of course,
it's a different universe. So who cares?
Who cares?
You know, it doesn't matter.
We're taking a jab at the expanded universe. Okay.
Yeah, we'll give that. It was pretty funny.
See,
but like,
yeah,
it's just good like it's not.
Who cares? It's not an argument.
Yeah, it's like
funny.
I'm so sick of this argument where it's like who cares about keeping a consistent canon and shit? It's like just let writers do what they want. And even then, oh my god, it's even worse when they be all like, oh my god, it's like there's so much material they can't possibly keep track of it all. They can't possibly like figure out a way to have it all be canon. I'm so sick of this argument where it's like, let's just give up. Oh,
you know what? I'm so happy that like
universe, but okay.
I'm so happy that like Purist covers this a lot, where you know a lot of the Marvel writers after Stan Lee, they were very respectful of the continuity. They studied the past, even if they were to, you know, quote unquote retcon something, they usually explained it. And then the same thing with, and as far as like the amount of continuity and shit, I mean, come on, dude, we've had One Piece, which I know Ant is supposedly a fan of, even though I think he just wiki warriors the thing after talking with him about it, and just says the liberal interpretation of blah 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 whenever he wants to bring up any subject on it, because that has had since 1997. Now, given it's had one author who's been very dedicated to it, but he's kept his continuity straight with a shit ton of factions, islands, 800 years of history, like well documented at this point. And he's managed to be keep everything pretty straight. And whenever the Star Wars EU authors, they would the purist has brought this up, that they studied like everything in Star Wars up to the point that they were supposed to write, and then they wrote. This is just an excuse for modern writers to be fucking lazy. Is all it is. He's trying to lower the standard to be like, oh, you don't have to do anything. Just do whatever the fuck you want. It's the IP name that matters. It's not the actual story.
Yeah, you said it perfectly.
Anyway, we can go back to the video now.
Okay. It's such a lazy thing. I hate those arguments because I can see what they're doing. It's like fucking social engineering of like, you have to lower your standards. You cannot expect this, or this work.
Also decrepit. It was tossed out and he's validated in that statement, so it means nothing. What a clown. Yes. Anyway.
Yeah.
Moving on.
The full thing is still live on my channel for the VOD. However, the intention of this is I'm going to insert clips from that VOD into this to substantiate some.
You don't have to explain your editing purpose.
Yes,
we'll catch on.
And my initial reaction.
Thanks, I'm going to steal all your secrets now.
Excited at the prospect of new movies and TV shows.
So I think a while ago I made that video about bad faith criticism, and they always want to talk about the past. Remember how good look, there's fire in space right there. Look, it's right there.
That
We're
means
still talking about that, huh?
Star Wars was when fire was in space.
That's an explosion, dumbass.
Yeah, there you go. There.
Yeah, really.
That's your fire.
It's not even the same. Not even the same.
And he doesn't even listen. I remember whenever this show was coming out, and Gary, who made the video that he keeps referencing, even like talked about the differences in these on like an open, or he doesn't, the Friday Night Tights or some shit. It was one of his extended streams where he could, he's not trying to make a catchy 20-minute video. He's just like, yeah, I know that there's been fire in space before. And he brought up all these examples, and I'm sure he's going to point out and like explain the difference. And then also said, but that was also just a silly joke. Like,
yeah,
it's right there, buddy. I guess a few things we should say before we really get started. And one of them is simply, what are my feelings on Star Wars as a whole?
Oh, this will be good.
Well, the truth is, I've always liked Star Wars.
No, you
but
haven't.
I've never been that kind of obsessive fan who regards as one of the greatest works of science fiction.
So in other
fact,
words, he's a filthy casual. That's basically
it's
what
the
he
stupid
is.
space wizards, bro. I don't regard it as some great work of fiction. Whoa.
God.
Yeah, you know what? I would like to note that he says so much stuff is in bad faith when a lot of his when you take everything so seriously, it's easy to believe it's in bad faith. When you ignore people expanding on their point, it's easy to see when it's in bad faith. I legitimately think that he may see a lot of stuff as bad faith, like unintentionally, because he is simply not understanding when the person is acknowledging that it's a partially joking claim or not a big deal. When you think everything is such a huge, serious, big deal, it's easy to see a lot of stuff is in bad faith.
Right.
Well, I always say flip it on its head. Would he have this same level of scrutiny, and would he call these people like hateful grifters or whatever if it was like a great show and they pointed out tiny details that were keeping with continuity and shit? And they were going through it and being like, oh, this was so great because of this little thing. It's like, no, he would never do that. It's only because it's a bad show and they don't like it, and they're bringing up things that they don't like because they are big fans. He would never criticize a big fan giving positive reviews based on their minutia details or minute details.
We got Melissa saying that's the oxygen burning as it's being released into space. The hole on the Acolyte ship didn't have a hole in it. That is correct, Melissa.
Yeah, it was like a little campfire.
Yeah. Anyways, we got New York, Florida man saying, good point, John. Ant's points of arguments really are nothing more than interpretive liberal dance in speech form. Yeah, pretty much.
Ant always says things to pander to like weirdos and stuff, man.
It's the whole argument, and you see this a lot where they're like, imagine being a blah 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 fan and then voting for Trump. And it's like every property that they like, they just interpret as like, as if Kamala Harris was writing it or some shit. And they just are like, this is the only way to interpret it. It has to be the most leftist ever.
Yes, Melissa. Acolyte looked like someone built a damn campfire on the hull. Yes. Anyway, moving on.
Any Star Wars property in the top 20 science fiction works that I've consumed over the years. I just don't, or fantasy for that matter. I just don't think Star Wars is elevated in the same way that Dune or something like that would be elevated.
Fuck
it's not
you,
the Lord
then.
of the Rings of science.
It's not as pretentious, I think,
Yeah.
is what he's saying.
Yeah,
he has to have
basically.
deep symbolism and everything.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Which I like Dune too, and it's a very different type of sci-fi. I don't view it as greater, and I don't view it as I don't like that term elevated. It's a different genre. It's more action heavy, I would say Star Wars is, but I don't think that makes it lesser in any way.
Yeah, the thing about being a sci-fi story is that you're gonna get pigeonholed into like well your critics will pigeonhole you into either one of two categories, and that'll basically be the death knell for you. We call it the sci-fi ghetto. Let me look it up here real quick. So the sci-fi ghetto will have your series be drawn from two extremes. In the first place, science fiction is often dismissed as lightweight, corporate, formulaic, and poorly written rubbish churned out by talentless hacks who never met a cliche they didn't enthusiastically regurgitate for the lowest common denominator of nerds who only indulge in childish wish fulfillment because they can't function as adults. That's Star Wars. On the other end of the spectrum, science fiction is often seen as boring, emotionally distant, dreary, and worst of all, pretentious door stoppers with impenetrable jargon and use of a number of tropes that cater only to those who are familiar with the genre, rarely attracting casual readers and instead attracting equally pretentious idiots, all the while ignoring characterization and writing characters that feel like robots instead of actual humans. That's Dune. In either case, the result is considered the same. Material which is poorly written with lame plots and characterization, almost entirely lacking in literary merit. So there you go.
Jesus, who wrote that and how miserable are they?
TV tropes. Anyway,
It's fiction. It just
yeah, hang on, New York Florida man. Imagine if everything you said was as intentionally confusing as Cirque du Soleil. That has to be tiring as fuck, yeah. Or as I call it, Cirque du Soleil. Anyway, Jorge, yeah, Star Wars is too simple for my superior midwit intellect. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, why do these so-called intellectuals have so much problem dissecting Star Wars? It's legit baffling. It's frankly paradoxical.
Well, and the thing is, you'll notice the fake intellectuals because they'll make the same parroted talking points because they've clearly just copy pasted it from everybody else who has talked about it in their little Hollywood circle. I saw this all the time with Collider. They would bring up like one point with each property, and they'd be like, what was it? Oh yeah, like Star Wars copied Dune, and they would always bring up, oh, it also takes place on a sand planet, and then you'd hear like 10 different
like
of
one
these fucking
planet.
But
yeah.
They would never bring up a second point. It would be like 10 different people, and you would notice the pattern because it would just be so consistent. They'd be like, as we know, it took a lot of inspiration, such as the desert planet. And then the next Roxy Stride would come up,
it has a desert planet.
Yeah.
Like, but I know you're not having original thoughts. You are clearly just parroting everybody else that you have talked to about this, and none of you have actually gone into depth. Yeah, none of you actually understand anything. You're just fucking idiots.
Right.
These people are also, a lot of times, they have this weird belief that if they make one good point, obviously it's not good, but they think it's good, that instantly is enough to destroy something. They think about it like they're trying to destroy their target, and they just need one good enough hit. It's very strange.
Happens with the EU a lot, where they're like, the only things I heard about the EU before Purist, and like I actually got into it and actually read the fucking material, was just, oh, just dismiss it because there's Luke and there's a moon killed Chewie and Palpatine comes.
Force sensitive droid. Yeah, they always bring up those things specifically to discredit the entire EU.
And I swear to God, probably only maybe one of them had ever actually read those fucking stories, because it was always one-line dismissals where they never had to go in depth into anything. None of them actually ever gave a review or went through point by point on any of the books. It was always just a dismissive, quick statement. So you could tell they didn't actually engage with the source.
Nope.
But it is entertaining, it is good, and it has a legacy that's impossible to understate. I also don't think I think there's better science fiction out there right now.
In other words, it's
like,
popular,
for
and that's the
example,
only reason
The
I'm
Expanse,
commenting on it.
Ghost in the Shell, Neuromancer,
Of
Dune
course,
again,
all
Star
his
Trek.
favorite
Also,
shit.
controversial opinion. I think
I am never going to watch Neuromancer, and it's only because of Ant. I'm so sick of him bitching about Neuromancer.
Oh my god, fuck.
Star Trek is more consistent than Star Wars. There you go.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh,
because in the
fuck
case of
you.
Star Trek, they actually got people who love the source material to work on it. And what the fuck is his name? Akiva something.
Akiva Goldsman.
Or
Goldsman. And apparently Goldsman really doesn't like bringing in actual fans of Star Trek to work on Star Trek because it outshines them.
Spicy take. If they didn't both have star in the name, they wouldn't have all these useless equivalencies put on them.
Yeah, because like aside from like the just the fact that they're in space, they have ships, energy weapons, like Star Wars and Star Trek are two very different flavors.
Star Wars
I
is
mean-
very good. I mean, there's like a lot of good stuff, so yeah.
Well, and I enjoy them both, but they are very different, and it's like kind of mood dependent. If I'm in the mood for more of a slow burn, like serialized kind of thing, or episodic rather kind of thing, then I'm like, oh, I'll throw on an episode of Star Trek. Star Wars is more grand opera fantasy. It's like neither one of them is lesser or better than the other just because of the genre that they're in. There's shit I generally like Star Wars more because I like more stuff in it, but like. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not a point to be made that one is better than the other because of the general subject they want to go to. And also, I'm going to go on Rotten Tomatoes and leave a 1 out of 10 review for Neuromancer just because of Ant, and I'm going to say so in my review.
No, John.
Good
Goodreads. Actually, I don't think it's ever been adapted, but yeah. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Moving on.
Out there.
I love to say in chat, but I'm at work and my phone's running out of battery, so I'm gonna put my phone on the charge and I may come back.
All right, Evan. We'll see. We'll probably see you later. See you, Evan.
All right, take it easy.
I'm just gonna make a general Twitter post.
Oh man,
Neuromancer sucks. By the way,
Man,
hashtag Ant.
Yeah. We got New York, Florida. Hang on. We got Jorge. Entire encyclopedia has been compiled for the Star Wars viewers. Yes, and you don't get that shit unless you have a consistent universe. Yeah. New York, Florida man. No lie. In the show Picard, he admitted to Data's decapitated head that he used to rape him when he was in sleep mode. I swear. Oh, Star Trek is so fucked. Anyway, moving on.
Apparently, though, a lot of people who talk about Star Wars online don't seem to enjoy talking about Star Wars.
Alright, guys, I'm heading off now. Goodbye. I'll be back for Filoni Fridays.
Alright, see you, Knights of Undercover.
Friday.
See ya.
Alright, man.
Bye.
Or wait, before he says anything, I'd like to note that people enjoy talking about stuff they dislike. People enjoy expressing. Oh, these people, they don't seem to get that. A lot of people that they get a lot of enjoyment about it. That's why for some people that's the whole reason they do it. But some people they can't comprehend this. It's so strange.
Right. It's like yeah. It's like. I like talking about Star Wars. I honestly do. The problem is that this with the state of it nowadays, there's not much reason to talk about it positively. It's just. It's just.
I do love that thumbnail at the top there.
Ooh, yeah.
The cone heads.
Yeah.
It's what's his face, Leslie Headland made into a cone head.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I mean, like a lot of the franchises that I like and I will rewatch on like Halloween or some shit are mostly bad, and I acknowledge that. I'm like, yeah, like Friday the 13th, it's mostly some horror schlock. It's basically thrown together to have a bunch of murder scenes and stuff, but I still enjoy watching it, and I'll give it shit and everything and drink a few beers while I do it. Like, geez, man, I live a little. Not everything has to be a serious contemplative, judge of your character.
Right.
It makes them angry. How much they love George Lucas's original vision, but the modern Star Wars doesn't live up to that. And
first of all, theory really doesn't hold up anything. We know that now, so yeah.
Yeah.
How much they love.
This is why Legends worked. It always remained consistent with the first 6 movies.
See, if Theory were a real fan, he wouldn't call it Wedgens, yeah.
Also, we know that he hasn't really read fucking Legends because he wiki-word and read an abridged version and couldn't even remember the title of Vector Prime, the first book that he was gonna read.
George Lucas's original vision, but
he legit thinks Fate of the Jedi comes before Legacy of the Force. It's like,
oh, it's so hard to remember, bro.
Yeah. Like, if he was like, hey, it's hard to remember, like, the order of books they go in within those series, and yeah, I could get that. I mean, New Jedi Order, that's a 19-book series. Like, there is no way, unless I go into, like, super autism mode, am I gonna remember the order. But as long as, like, I know, like, the general order, it's like, okay, Vector Prime, Dark Tide 1, Dark Tide 2, etc. It's like, I'm fine, but whatever.
And then Agents of Chaos 1 and 2. I know those ones because I haven't gotten to the next ones yet.
Yeah. Shill's defending the Acolyte. I need to stop and think, is this what George would have done? Well, no, he's right there. Anyway, moving on.
Am you defending this? He can't even proofread his own shit. He makes a 5-paragraph essay.
Modern Star Wars doesn't live up to that.
Oh yeah, I was trying to see his last highlighted thing because he clicked off of it as Antis wont to do. Mine is to uphold George's story, not let it be defiled by people who insult George. I want to take a Star Wars for a joyride, slap their spit on it, and change it without adding to it. Yeah, I mean, that part's actually pretty based theory there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
what is the problem?
You know,
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't like Star Wars, just do anything else.
No, he likes Star Wars. He likes real Star Wars, you fucking idiot.
I don't. Why do these people they think that you can't say something negative? They act like you can't say something negative. It's not even like you're just hating on a random person. No, you're hating, quote unquote, on a show. What is the problem? Like I said before, a lot of these people can't comprehend that some people they enjoy it. They derive enjoyment from not only speaking positively but speaking negatively. What is the problem?
It's not points he wants them saying, pretty much.
Well, and also, like, he just can't acknowledge that something can be legitimately bad and hated by most of the fandom. Like, thank God that not everybody is zombies and, like, doesn't just go, oh, it has Star Wars in the title, therefore I love it. It's like, it's written by different people, it's made by different people, it's acted by different people. Yes, it's called Star Wars, but it is just as different as anything else, and
like,
you can judge it just as much.
And just because the Crystal Star has the name Star Wars on it, and it's in the old expanded universe, doesn't mean it's good. It's like in the 10% of bad Star Wars stuff, or 5% if I'm like, anyway, but yeah. Like, it's in that, it's like, and hey, if Crystal Star is as bad as it gets, then the old EU was pretty damn good, if I may say. But anyway, I digress.
Watch Star
Hair wipe.
Watch Dune. Read a book.
So as soon as you don't like anything in a franchise, you have to immediately just try a different thing and never come back to that.
Right.
Like, what sort of smooth brain take is that? Like, you must have 100% purity, or else we will excommunicate you from the franchise.
Yeah, New York, Florida man is right. Ant is a Trekkie with an anti-Star Wars agenda. Yeah, I know Brandon is going to disagree with me hard on this, but in my personal experience, Star Trek fans are really bad when it comes to understanding Star Wars. That's just my take, anyway.
Because they think, like, to say that Star Trek is better, you have to just, like, say that Star Wars is lesser. It's like, no, you could just enjoy it more, like that genre of sci-fi or whatever.
Right.
There's tons of science fiction novels out there.
A rich and detailed world we all wanted to know more about. Remember when it was still considered an icon of pop culture and not a sad, embarrassing train wreck being mercilessly milked to death by a gigantic, money-hungry corporation that never understood what made it special in the first place? Remember when it was still being worked on by creatives with genuine passion for the world they were adding to, instead of ridiculous, incompetent tourists and activists masquerading as filmmakers? Well, that brings me neatly along to The Acolyte, the latest excretion from Disney Lucasfilm, preparing to join the long line of failed project.
Jeez, Ant, commentate a little bit.
Star Wars. This time coming from the creative mind of Harvey.
Ant, say fucking something. You're just stealing drinkers' content at this point. I feel like I have to pause it.
He's like Louise Julie. He just sits there until something happens. That like
he's gonna pull Hassan Piker and get up and leave his chair to watch it
and
in
make
a little
some
bit.
food. I mean, fuck it. At least, fuck it, Hassan. At least do what I do. I take the camera with me when I go make food. I just did it earlier and made myself a pulled pork sandwich. Ugh. Anyway.
Weinstein's former personal assistant, Leslie Headland.
For a lot of fans, they cite Disney purchasing Lucasfilm as the big breaking point for Star Wars. And
yeah,
again,
pretty big
a
one.
lot of things did change. The old Legends canon was tossed out.
It's not Legends.
Films,
it's the expanded universe. You fuck.
Backseat, it's Legends. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care.
Kathleen Kennedy is incredibly successful, Backseater. You should listen to whatever she says because she got coffee.
Hang on, we got the Briscoe. Was Ant shaken as a baby? If not, he should have been.
Just a lot of fetal alcohol syndrome, buddy.
Yeah. New York, Florida man. Ant is like toilet paper. He would circle Uranus for Klingons if he could. I don't get it.
Dude, his nose, the one nostril is so much bigger than the other. It's so weird looking in this shot. I don't know why
Hold
I noticed
up. Let me get that shit off. Let me get that shit.
That's his cocaine side of his nose. He's like, I need maximum intake, Backseater, so I can have the energy for these boring ass videos.
Okay, so not only does Ant do weed, he also does cocaine. Good to know. Oh my god, anyway, moving on.
TV shows regularly released on Disney Plus, a lot of things have changed, and honestly, some of them have not been for the better.
All
and
of them haven't been for the better.
I don't think everything Disney has made has been good.
Also, Jesus, Ant, use some fucking hair gel. You don't have to constantly wipe your hair over.
Yeah.
A lot of it is messy. But you also
it's easy to say that when everything that you would try to say otherwise proves differently.
Yeah.
But by this logic, you can say Disney is messy. Why can't people criticize Star Wars at all? Makes no sense, but
yeah, I don't know. But like I keep telling Ant this, but like we don't want to see Disney succeed at all. We legit want them to fail. And Ant, who has self-proclaimed and said that, hey, I criticize Disney too, he somehow doesn't want that. He just wants them to improve. It's like, oh my god, Ant, they're never going to improve. You can only I was in that mentality too. You can only give someone so many chances before you just have to step back and realize they're never going to change. They're always going to fall back into old habits. And it's just like you're better off leaving them behind. You should just stop going back to them like a battered housewife.
Well, because they won't even admit that what they did was wrong. Like they can't even say like at least like
they still haven't. No,
they're like, oh, all that shit's non-canon. You know, those got really trashy, didn't they? Oh my gosh, let's try again. And then they make more shit. But whatever. They like imagine if Disney came out tomorrow and was like, you know what, we really fucked up with the Star Wars IP. We fired Kathleen Kennedy because she's obviously incompetent at running any sort of larger IP like this. We apologize to the fans for all the horrible things we've said about them. And we've gotten an entirely new creative team with a good track record as far as not shitting on fans and everything. Like that's pretty much the only way I could even give them another chance at this point is if they just like admitted all the wrongdoing, apologized, and then like fired everybody that was a piece of shit to the fans. Which would involve like the CEO himself, so that's never going to happen.
No.
Trend among the discussion of any new Disney property. How does the new Disney thing compare to the old Star Wars thing?
Horribly.
Is the old Legends canon better, or is it better?
Infinitely better, and
it's controversial to say that you like something from the Disney era more than something that occurred that was similar in the old.
That was similar? What the fuck?
Okay, so Chewbacca lives instead of dies. Like, so what?
And that was such a cheap, like, last-minute thing. He wasn't, like, saving Han Solo's kid or some shit. He was just randomly, like, force lightninged by Rey Palpatine.
Yeah. Well, no, Chewbacca didn't die. No, Chewbacca didn't die, though.
No, but I mean, like, that was the fake-out death. Like, they had Rey, like, shoot her lightning and blow up the ship, and they were like, Chewie's dead, oh!
Yeah. New York Briscoe.
Obviously, yeah, he lived, yeah.
Yeah, Briscoe. Star Trek fans are fucking weirdos. I see them in my local comic and collectible store, and whenever the Star Trek intro plays in the store, they're always talking along with it, and they're always alone.
You can play that shit on YouTube at your own house. You don't need to come here to hear it.
Oh my god, anyway.
But over the last few years, there's been an increasing phenomenon of people trying to kind of weaponize Legends. Basically, there's a bunch of people who express being a Legends fan just as a way to say that the new canon sucks. And the thing is, they almost always get Legends completely wrong.
Really?
No, you're thinking of the shills that insult Legends. They are the only ones in my experience, because I listened to those fucking people whenever this was going well, and I believed what they said about Legend. I'm sorry, the EU, and they were just like, it all turned out to be so inaccurate. After the first book I read, which happened to be the one that they talked about the most, which was Vector Prime.
Right.
Yeah, I immediately was like, really? This is what they were insulting and dismissing the entire universe off of?
Dude, like, hang on, like, Luck Pup, have you ever read any Star Wars books?
Yeah, I have. I read some of them.
Yeah, like Vector Prime, like it's legit. Like, it's like go watch Purist and OGs and all the others videos. The NJO books are having a renaissance on YouTube. Go watch them. But basically, it's like you read Vector Prime, and I haven't read all of NJO, but I have read that one. It's like it is legit devastating. It's like they're on Cernpedal. Basically, they're getting into the freaking cockpit, but then, oh no, Anakin Jr., he falls out. Chewie goes in to rush him. Chewie's gonna get there, but oh no, debris hits Chewie, and they have no choice but to get out of there. Chewie legit sacrificed his life to save Anakin, and it was
throws him into the Falcon loading ramp, like from the ground.
Literally, it's literally one of the simultaneously epic and saddest moments in Star Wars, I dare say. It's like I don't think you can top it unless you give Luke or Han a death in a book. But
and
anyway.
In Purist recent stream, I was talking about they don't just arbitrarily axe a character or something. Like, they make you care more about some random Twi'lek that dies in the 3rd NJO book that was just introduced in that book, I believe, more than Han. I felt more reading that scene, or listening to that scene more accurately. Shout out to the oh, now I'm forgetting the YouTube name, but anyways, search the book's title on YouTube, you'll find them. But yeah, they listening to that, I felt more emotion than I did whenever fucking Han Solo died in episode 7, because that was just random arbitrary force. They bring it up twice in the trilogy after that, whereas Chewie's death, they have dealt with it for now 4 NJO books, where they've had characters go through grief. Everybody reacts differently. They honor him, they remember him, they talk about him, and it's like Disney just arbitrarily axes people for the cheap little I equate it to a jump scare in a horror movie, where they're like, "Whoa, we made a shocking moment, bros!" And that's why they love their fake out deaths, because they want to get the shocking moment and then still be able to get the nostalgia berries later.
Right.
Yeah, the books are in general better than this content, of course, but really, quite frankly, the books have to be better. Less people are going to care in general, and absolutely nobody will care if they're not actually giving some sort of quality content. But somebody who likes books in general, especially in what's always been a thing, especially in modern times, book writing is just always better.
Luck Pup, you're roboting.
Hey,
Luck Pup,
yeah,
you're
your mic's
roboting.
cutting out.
You're roboting.
Oh, can you hear now?
Nope, you sounded like
still
a
roboting.
droid.
You're speaking binary now, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Well, we'll see if he gets reconnected here. But yeah, I mean, even if it's a movie, just have a death actually serve a purpose, rather than be a cheap, emotional payoff based on just, hey, they love this character, let's kill them off.
And to sort of highlight around back to Luck Pup's point, it's like the Disney books, they get no quality control, and they hardly get advertised at all. So there's some legit bad ones, the ones I've read at least. Like the Aftermath
Dude.
trilogy is awful. What, John?
I've read a lot of those because after Last Jedi pretty much dissuaded me from any future movies. I was like, well, I'll at least try some books because I need something to listen to during work. Like maybe the books will be higher quality because they're longer format. And I, just kind of absentmindedly listened to a lot of them. And it's like they were always filler. That's the thing. Disney, by connecting everything so much, they made the authors, I think, fearful to do anything consequential or like reveal anything. So it was just like, oh, let's throw in some random gay characters. And we'll throw in a bunch of random engineer chicks. And then we'll throw in all of our random politics, and then we'll have the other characters show up. We'll never do anything consequential. There were like 9 fucking Thrawn books, and he never actually fought the enemy that they kept teasing. I don't know if they ever did because I stopped reading those years ago.
Yeah,
But
and even if they were to do anything consequential, there's a very good chance it's not going to stick by the sheer fact that it's in a book and not a movie or a TV show.
yeah, then they'll override it like what's his face? Gilroy. Like whenever he's like, well, that's stupid. I'm not gonna do that. It's like, fucker, you're part of a continuity.
Yeah, if Gilroy really alright, this will be the last thing and then we'll move on. But if Gilroy really wanted to like show how Andor and K2SO met, he should have spoken with the story group and say like, hey guys, I want to do this later for my show. Just keep that off limits, basically. If he really wanted to do that, he should have done that, but he didn't. TS. But then, of course, like, he ultimately got away with it. So, anyway, Luck Pup, is your mic better?
Does it sound better?
Yeah, it's better.
It does.
Yeah. What point were you gonna make?
Yeah, I was trying to make a point that in general, I like to read a lot of books in general. I'm into that. A lot of book writing tends to be better than just writing for shows in general. I swear, like a lot of these, I can guarantee you, these TV show, even like movie writers, they couldn't hack it as an actual book writer.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
If you like Legends and dislike canon, more power to you, and the same about the reverse. You do you. What I don't like is people trying to weaponize something I enjoy as a way to attack others for enjoying something else, especially when they seem to often have no idea what they're talking about. Just this week I've seen a few things circulating like these, and these are just a few, mostly identity protecting images because I don't want to encourage some other kind of backlash against.
Corey, have you ever heard of the concept of fandom heresy? That's basically what this is. We are basically saying, if you like Disney shit more than the EU, then we are branding you a heretic to the fandom. That's basically what it is.
Them either. Among these claims about Legends are things like it being apolitical, despite, for example, the New Jedi Order being almost 24 books about not being shit to refugees.
That's a lie.
And about reaching...
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so that actually has... I mean, yes, there is refugees in the Galactic War, but also, like, what we're talking about whenever we say something's not political is, like, don't be topic of the week and don't have like the most thinly veiled allegory ever and be clearly just like propagandizing people.
The problem is that it's too political. There you go.
And just like it can't stand on its own. Like if you're making such a clear reference and you have like the Emperor in some new property be like, make the Empire great again. It'll be like in the story that would make no sense. But a fucking shill would applaud it because they'd be like, oh, it's a real world allegory, just like the stormtroopers.
And if they were to do that, then it would have like a fucking shelf life of like 5 years. Like John, here's a good example. So in that shit show Batwoman for the CW, they basically for like the season 2 finale, Black Mask basically stages like an insurrection, and it's clearly based off the January 4th insurrection, basically. Except it doesn't work anymore because, like, by the time it aired, like, that insurrection was, like, 7 months, like, old news. So it's like, You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and even further away from that now that like that show's canceled and we've progressed further in time, basically. My point is that like modern day writers, it's like when they do shit like that, it's always very dated and it's not gonna age well.
Yep.
Like
And it's just lazy and clumsy. It's just
Yes.
like, oh, I can't do anything clever, so I'm just gonna so directly reference this that I don't have to actually create anything.
It's like
I'm just gonna copy paste.
It's like Hawk, who sadly couldn't make it because his kid broke his microphone. But Hawk is all like it's like they can't make anything timeless, so that's why they're topical as fuck.
These people are so short-sighted. They don't think about how this is going to look on the later terms. They think just now, but these morons will actually think that this is actually important. They'll think it's so important for such a large franchise to cover these topics. It's moronic.
Right.
There's so many stuff that is covering current topics, and yet that's not enough for them. They need stuff as big as Star Wars to be adding all these allegories in when, oh wait, allegories especially are generally supposed to be subtle, but they kind of forget that. They want it in your face.
When you gotta have the skill to make it work in story. Like stormtroopers as like the villains of the Empire, sure it works. It's not like I could know nothing. I didn't know whenever I first watched Star Wars that that's what Nazis called their troopers or whatnot. It's because it really doesn't matter whether you know that or not. You know that they're the bad soldiers. Like you can make it work organically versus like you have to get the reference in order to get anything out of it, and all that you're going to get out of it is I applaud if I agree with those politics. It's like, okay, that's pretty lazy.
Anyway, moving on.
Cultural understanding, albeit in ways that very much reflect the time they were written in.
But The Acolyte has a benefit. It's taking place in a timeline that hasn't really been explored all that much in Legends canon. It's taking place in the High Republic era.
Yeah, no shit. The High Republic doesn't exist in the EU, dumbass. Also,
well, and in Disney Legends, they have explored it quite extensively, and it takes place 100 years before this because that's where Vernestra comes from.
Yeah.
With their fucking lightsaber whip that all 6 High Republic fans got hyped as fuck for.
Yeah, it's not even the right kind of light whip, because, like, John, like, the character they always cite, like, for light whips, Lumaya, her saber, basically, like, it's basically, like, a bunch of, like, metal tendrils.
Segments?
Yes, metal segmented tendrils, basically, and they basically light up like a lightsaber, basically, and then she just whips it around all over the place. It's not like a single blade like a normal lightsaber, but it's just bendy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think in Castlevania, like Lords of Shadows, they obviously not the laser part of it, but they had something similar where it was like a bunch of metal segments, but then it was sort of a whip where it could have some articulation.
Yeah, like, let me find a good picture of it. Okay, this is fan art, but it basically gets my point across here. Hang on.
It doesn't look like a flaccid penis, is what you're saying?
No, I'm posting it in general here, right here. So there you guys go. That's basically, like, kind of what I'm getting at.
Let's see here.
It's a bit stylized to look more like lightning, but that's basically what it is.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I see what you're going with here.
Yeah. Anyway, back at it.
Pre-Phantom Menace, but
oh, and by the way,
yeah, we gotta speed this shit up.
Let's go 1.15 at least.
Yeah.
Post the Old Republic.
So the time of the Old Republic goes from 20,000 years before the Battle of Yavin up until 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. The High Republic era occurred after all of that, when the Galactic Republic and the Jedi Order were.
It's really funny that he's mentioning Sexplained, because when I first did this video, I had no idea who the hell Sexplained was or what fucking shenanigans I'd learn about him. So this is like an odd, like, whoa, it's like bit of retroactive recognition, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
oh boy.
Yeah. Look, Pup, are you familiar with if you're familiar with the many shit Sexplained has gotten into?
Thankfully not, but just his name alone is weird.
Well, Luck Pup, you might be in danger around him, is all we'll say, because Pup is in your name, and he really likes his dog.
I'm sure.
No, Luck Pup. It's actually explained, but we just call him Sexplained.
Star Wars Explained. Yeah, him and
Looks
his wife Molly.
Reminds me of Lily Orchard that Ant wanted to collab with and was going to give like hundreds of dollars to.
Yeah,
Isn't he like suing her now or something?
Yeah, Ant has
Of
the
course.
Ant has the audacity to consider Jerry his archenemy, but not me. It's like, bitch, I regularly go after you. It's like, what's Jerry done?
Because you can't even use like, oh, a lower sub count because he takes every little criticism personal. Why do you want to talk to Lily Orchard, bro? Get over it. Everybody's clowned on
I
him.
have literally said, hey, Ant, it's like, here, like, I want to debate you. I'm actually wanting to debate you. Here's all the things we could debate about. But he's like, nah, you have a low sub count. You're not my time. You're not worth my time, scrub.
You're not my type.
Leave him alone, bro. Don't even go to his social media.
Briscoe. Hang on, Briscoe. The modern audience only thinks 10 seconds ahead, if that. Yeah, pretty much. John, what were you gonna say?
Oh, just I love these time periods where it's like Dawn of the Jedi. The Old Republic covers these 19,000 years, which we're hardly even going to talk about, and then the High Republic is another 500 years, and then it's to the Phantom Menace. It's like nothing matters. And also, yeah, Star Wars Explained. He had some beef with Star Wars Theory, where he was trying to mooch off of him when he saw he was getting some views and stuff.
Ant did a live stream on that. I haven't seen it. I just know he did. He's like, let's look at some Star Wars fandom drama.
Yeah. Which I am so above. I won't participate, even though I'm making this whole video on it.
Yeah, anyway.
So you still see people argue that this new canon contradicts the Legends canon. Nowhere is that more clear than when people start getting angry about Ki-Adi-Mundi. You know who Ki-Adi-Mundi is, right? He's that guy from the Phantom Menace with the big long head, the big towering head who's wrong about everything.
My only conclusion can be that it was a Sith Lord.
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
Which is the exact reason he shouldn't have been in this show, is because of that line.
Yes.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer. They to all systems in the Republic, but have found no sign of General Grievous. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Wait, what was wrong with the droid attack on the Wookiees? That the droids did attack the Wookiees.
He's just playing clips of him in the movies. That's it.
I know, but he said he was wrong about everything, so I thought he was playing things that were wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know then.
That guy. Apparently, in Legends canon, he was cited as being born in 93 BBY, before the Battle of Yavin, for those who aren't plugged into Wikipedia.
We know what it is!
Ki-Adi-Mundi's age was established in the Star Wars Episode 1 Insider's Guide, as well as some trading cards, which was considered G-canon for a time, which means George Lucas level canon. Of course, George Lucas contradicted these things himself by changing Ki-Adi-Mundi's lightsaber in Attack of the Clones, but, you know, people don't talk about that too much, that George Lucas broke his own canon.
First of all, so what? He could just say, like, oh, he was using a different saber, or oh, he changed his color. I don't fucking know, man. It's like, that's honestly not that big a deal. Like, unless you're, like, super affiliated with a particular color, like, you know, like, Luke is with blue and green, or Mace Windu is with purple, not many people are gonna care all that much. It's like,
purple,
oh my god. Yeah, it's like, that's not a big continuity break. I'm sure there's an answer for that somewhere.
Certainly not as big as having the guy who encounters a dark side red lightsaber user saying 100 years later, oh, the Sith have been extinct for a millennia, giving a very specific timetable.
Right.
That in a second. However, the Acolyte takes place in 132 BBY.
Not only is Ki-Adi-Mundi knowing about the dying of the Jedi being a major problem, but it's also the fact that he wasn't even born yet. That is, until Wikipedia went in real time during the live stream to quickly change the birth date of Ki-Adi-Mundi in the hopes that no one would notice. When even their own system said that this was an error, I found it to be quite interesting how they quickly added in his birth date. Site error, goddamn, they were quick to get on that one, eh? Look at that, boys.
Someone get in there! We have to update it to Leslie Headland's shit lore that she just created and manipulated.
But then you scrolled down.
That is pretty cringe of Wikipedia to do.
Was born prior to 132 BBY. Huh? I don't understand. How was he born before 132 BBY? But here they say 93 BBY. Because they just manipulated the system because of a shitty show where the showrunner has no idea what Star Wars is. But
Well,
Flee, they left the Legends date. That just doesn't matter. Because whatever.
Yeah, because Legends is the canon where you establish his birth date. It's not in the current canon, so it was changed.
Why couldn't Leslie have looked that up?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure like Leslie, yeah, like Leslie, like I'm pretty sure as part of like the press tour, she's like, oh yeah, I did a shit ton of research and all this shit, but it's like she didn't get to that. Like, come on, it's like no, that's cap. That's cap.
Here's what I remember about Leslie Headland's little press tour is whenever some fan asked her, like, I forget what the question even was, if it was just like, how into Star Wars are you, or you're like, how much Star Wars do you know, or something, and she just responded with the most generic thing. She's just like, Star Wars like literally saved my life. It's just like it was a way to not answer the question with anything specific, but just have a platitude. And it's just like, okay, you never went into detail after that either. She was never like, and it was at this specific moment that it did so. It was just the little, oh, I'm gonna pretend to cry, and then everybody will applaud, and then I won't actually have to answer this because fuck, I don't know anything.
She also said R2D2's a lesbian. It's like, look, pup, how do you feel about that? You and R2D2 share the same sexuality, according to this bitch.
It's stupid. It obviously just a faker or a poser or somebody who is even claiming to be able to speak on that. So that's all I have to say. But that's about what everybody thought. I don't know. Maybe she can go make out with a girl at a party in front of some dudes to try to repent for that.
Oh yeah, she also like committed like big time nepotism by getting her wife to play Vernestra. Yeah, apparently. Oh, and that reminds me, even High Republic fans hate the Acolyte because apparently they massively changed Vernestra's personality in this. Because like
you mean her personality wasn't just nothing?
Yeah, it wasn't
she
just
was the flattest worst actress.
Yeah, apparently she was also like some like perky young kid character, and now she's like boring ass, slightly angry, like willing to throw her colleagues under the bus bitch now. Yeah.
The actress was terrible, and yeah, Melissa, exactly. Headland said, I love all the Star Wars.
Yeah.
Why did
Well, go ahead, Luckpup, what?
Yeah, why does modern writing force so many female characters into the same few personalities when, I mean, what used to not have to do that? What changed now? Why does this seem like a good idea?
Feminism.
Well, because they have to promote, they have to promote a certain type. So they have to all be into STEM. They have to all be, or be strong and independent and the best Force users ever. Or I don't know, something else that just puts them on a pedestal above everybody else.
Yeah.
Because girls get it done, bro.
And before I get called to pick me again just for disagreeing.
Yeah, Briscoe, he changed his lightsaber color, so why should his birth year matter? That's fuckhead logic right there. Yes, it is. Briscoe, what about other people whose lives might have been saved by stars before she even knew about it? Just fuck to hell all those people, right, head lump? Yeah.
Head lump.
Yeah, head lump. Anyway, moving on.
In fact, let's just add an extra 40 years. Anyway.
So, Ki-Adi-Mundi is now at least 40 years older than he previously was. Probably close to 50, 60, or 70. Which, some people said the aliens have a lifespan of 50 years, but I'm guessing that's tossed out too.
Yeah.
It's
less. Oh my god. Oh my god. Again, it's this appeal to like, I don't care, so you shouldn't either.
So this is another, but like they chose Ki-Adi, like they knew all of this stuff was established with them. Yes, I know that they said it was wiped out, but like you could have so easily picked a character that was either less explored in that council, like in the same way that he's trying to be dismissive because he's like, oh, he's just a background inconsequential character. It's like, then why did they need him to cameo? Like, like who was that going to draw in viewership wise if you say that he's so inconsequential? They literally seem like they just did this to troll EU fans.
Yeah, plus as Ryan said when EFAP reviewed this, there were plenty of other Jedi on that council who they could have chosen to be in this, like Plo Koon, for example. The Keldor live an awful long time, so they could have gone with him, but no, they explicitly went for him just because he's the guy who, as John said, he's the guy who says the Sith have been extinct for millennia.
Yep.
This
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and who cares, once again, is not an argument. Why do these people, and I think we all know what I mean when I say these people, always say
What do you
this? They
mean,
like
these
try.
people? Go ahead, Luck Club.
I don't know. I guess I am being racist today, but they try to like talk people out of caring. Yet it's really difficult to do, and quite frankly, not always possible. But it's at the same time they seem to fail to comprehend that people can care not really very much about a topic, just care very little in passing, but still want to discuss it. It's because I think it's because a lot of these people like him, they take literally everything very seriously and very much to heart. Why are they trying to always talk people out of caring? It's so strange.
Yeah, and look,
why do you care? Yeah.
Yeah, look, Pup, the way I'd say it is that they take everything so seriously, except the shit they actually should take seriously. Because I keep telling Ant this, it's like canon and continuity are very important to Star Wars, and you shouldn't just liberally change things just because you feel like it would make a better story. And of course, Ant is all in like, but the themes, man. Oh my god.
Well, put it this way, like, does he say if somebody praises like, "Oh, Vernestra's light whip is so accurate to the," like, I'm a big High Republic fan. I'm one of the 6, and I think it, and I'm gonna fucking coom all over myself whenever her light whip comes out for 2 seconds, to kill that random moth. It's like, is he gonna go into their street, be like, "Oh, this is so inconsequential. Who cares if you're gonna reference something that happened 100 years earlier in the story, in the
No.
even in the current continuity? Like, you really shouldn't give it points for that. It's only ever in the negative. It's only ever in criticisms that he will be this nitpicky." And then I would also turn it on Ant and say, why do you care that people care so much? Aren't you being just as petty by going through with a fine-tooth comb into all their criticisms?
Yeah, it's like I call this style of argumentation the appeal to apathy. Just don't care, just plain old. Like that is
Even
that
though
is
I'm gonna make an hour 20-minute video on how much I care about your criticisms,
it's like
I'm telling you not to care.
yeah, it's like, oh my god. Anyway, moving on.
Says Ki-Adi-Mundi is an experienced Jedi. What does it matter if he's born a few decades earlier? And frankly, who cares about Ki-Adi-Mundi? Like, really? This is the character you're going to bat for?
So why they
This
put him in
guy,
there?
The guy who cares about the attack on the Wookiees?
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Dude,
Yes, he's
hang
part
on.
of a meme.
Oh my god, bruh. Okay, it doesn't matter how minor a fucking character is. If people care, and I mean genuinely, I don't mean like ironically, like he's about to go on, because I'm pretty sure there are some who care, but it doesn't matter how minor a role they have. If it's a character they care about, then they're gonna be pissed, and you can't stop them.
I love how Akbar is cracked the fuck out in this action figure, though. He's like, whoa.
That was one hell of a trap, boys.
This is whenever the chick in the bar turns out to have a dick and he goes, "It's a trap."
Yeah.
How serious Ant looks while begging people just to not care.
Yes.
I know, it's so ironic. It's always this like these massive video essays where they're telling people not to care. It's like, do you realize how like hypocritical you're coming off right now?
This like eat the bugs, sleep in the pods, just don't care, bro.
Yeah.
It's like you care so much.
And all of a sudden, every single Admiral Akbar fan in the world came out of the woodwork to decry this decision made by a guy who was famous for the meme he represented.
So
People loved
what?
Akbar for years. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
What do you
Go ahead.
Akbar was a meme. Don't warn him. Like what?
So what?
If he's a meme, then why are you including him in the? Like they're trying to have all their cake and eat it too, where they're just like, you know, we got to have all these characters cameo all the time, but also you shouldn't care if we just like fuck them all over. Like, imagine if they took the random long neck dude in the Jedi Council.
Yarael Poof, yeah.
Yes, Yarael Poof. And so they just like have him and they bring him back. They say like, oh, he survived the Jedi Purge. And now he has become super evil and he's shoving his head up Palpatine's ass every day is our new continuity. It's like, is his response just going to be, well, you shouldn't care, he's a background kid? It's like, why the fuck would they bring him back for that specifically? Like, why? What are we doing? Like, if they bother to bring them back, then they open themselves to the criticism.
Yes.
Like, you can, at that point, you care enough to bring him back, so I can care enough to criticize it. Like, you can't be so selective, Ant.
Nope.
Like, just don't care, bro. If this character is obviously not meant to be taken seriously, don't care. But if a character is deliberately made to be taken seriously, like Rey, you absolutely must care. You'd better not care then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better not
Whereas personally, I don't care what the fuck they do with Rey because she's already ruined.
Yeah.
So I care more about Akbar than I ever cared about Rey. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Let me guess, if Akbar canonically made a racial comment, then it would be okay to care.
Yeah.
He's like, those. Wait, what are the other species that live on Moncall?
The Quarrens.
Yeah, if he's like, those Quarrens are just a bunch of squid-faced fuckers. He's like, whoa, bigotry, Akbar.
People are now mandated to care.
Yeah. Anyway.
4. It's not really something that matters all that
Squid
much.
faces just are always homeless.
He's supposed to be born yet for another 39, 40 years.
You
But
know
hey,
the
who
canon.
cares? Let's just throw him in and change his info so that when he dies in Revenge of the Sith, he's more like 110 instead of 70, like what was originally established. All to just retract his line on the Phantom Menace. Because if he's here, it all makes sense then. He's the key to making this show plausible. But let me tell you guys something.
Well, again, this whole criticism depends on how the Acolyte fits into the prequels, right? I don't really care about that. I don't care.
Oh my
You
god!
can take the canon directly, I wouldn't care.
Just don't care, bro.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I love it.
it's like that GIF I use all the time. Oh my god. Hard hat, no Hard hat. Luck Pup is not Darth Paws, no. Because for one, Darth Paws wasn't a woman, and wasn't a lesbian, so yeah. Briscoe, it's funny that real Star Wars fans or fans of different IPs can be critical and point out things they don't like, but these frauds never can. They just love everything, no matter how canon breaking. Exactly.
Well, it's okay to love everything and to care about it that way. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Peace on Earth, man. Anyway.
Good. Break canon if it's a good show. I don't care.
Oh
But
my god!
Imagine if, like, what's his face? Triumph of the Will, if it came out today, you would just come back with a video essay about, hey guys, you shouldn't care. If you don't like it, don't watch it, bro.
I swear to God, if Ant says, like, just don't care about canon one more fucking time, you're not gonna like it. I swear to fucking God, bro.
Yeah, so what is his video even supposed to be? Is it supposed to be about how the bad reviews are so fake? Is it supposed to be saying not to give bad reviews? Or is it supposed to be saying that the bad reviews are bad and make no sense? It could be, theoretically, you could make a video saying all three, but this is clearly very disjointed in these points.
Hard Hat replies,
what happened? All of the above.
Yeah, Hard Hat Reptiles, what happened to Darth Paws? He quit. He quit. That's basically. He just kind of quit. His parents found out, and they forced him to quit. So yeah.
He was being sucked into the grifter sphere.
Rest in spaghetti. Never forgetty.
Maybe he'll come back once he's 18.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway.
Controversial. So controversial that when Wikipedia updated the current canon page of Ki-Adi-Mundi, mind you, the Legends page is not edited at all. It's the Disney canon era. They updated the date to reflect the new information, and they got lambasted by tons of people online who were angry at this change being made.
Good.
Like, here's the thing. The Legends page is still there. You still have the old version of Ki-Adi-Mundi around. It's just now you have an alternate version that's currently being explored in current media.
It's the multiverse.
This reaction was so overblown. Tons and tons of angry messages were sent to Wikipedia staff.
Yeah.
And look, this isn't even the first time Disney has changed
justifiably so.
For example, Qui-Gon Jinn, his birth date was changed years ago.
And that was bad too.
But no one really seemed to care or notice at that time. And I would make the argument that Qui-Gon Jinn was a far more noteworthy character than Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah, no shit. He's a main character. So what?
Good point, Ant. They fucked up a main character too. Thank you for substantiating the argument. Maybe they should stop fucking up everything.
He just supported our argument. Yeah.
It seems so irrelevant too. Like people weren't mad enough back then, or they weren't mad back then, but they're mad now. Like, okay, what about that? There's not going to be anything about that.
Yeah, I think less people realize that one because it probably happened because of some book or something.
Yeah.
That nobody reads the fucking Disney Star Wars books, aside from me and like 6 others, and then I quit. So now it's like 5 others. So as you can see by the High Republic book sales were like the first one was okay, and then like they dropped off a cliff because everybody realized they was just as shit as all the other eras they were making. Which that is the one that did get me to quit when they started just being so fucking terrible. I couldn't even pretend like in passing that it was anything worth listening to. But yeah, it's just like, dude, they probably changed that because of something totally inconsequential that nobody was experiencing. So yeah, less people noticed it. We're not like constantly going onto Wikipedia and refreshing every single page. We noticed this one because he was reviewing the show, bringing up the Wikipedia page to prove a point in real time. He has a big audience, and he noticed them changing it in real time. Like, yes, they got a lot of messages after that because a YouTuber with a large audience noticed their fuckery. If he'd have noticed the Qui-Gon Jinn thing in real time, I'm sure he would have done that too. Thanks for congratulating them on sneaking one past everybody.
And the other thing too is that often people argue that Disney's going against George Lucas's vision. This is George's story, and Disney is going in with their Mickey Mouse gloved hands and ruining it. Of course, this would imply that everything in
Ant is the meme right now. The don't hurt the massive corporation. He's got his knife out.
He really is, yeah.
You need to Backseat, or you can paste his face on that, and
it's almost like Disney has a rightful bad reputation.
Yes.
I love whenever they always are caught in that trap where they're like, I'm so anti-corporate, but then also I'm going to defend one of the biggest corporations tooth and nail at every turn.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to obfuscate the creators from the corporation, even though they're paid by them.
Right.
Was George Lucas's vision. Except no, it wasn't.
Legends was very much not an execution of George Lucas's ideas.
So
things
what?
couldn't be
You're using a terrible source, Corey.
Yes.
Oh my God. And he did have the ability to just
Purist has disproven this 5 million
but he wasn't
times.
directing it. And over the years, a lot of authors who thought George was involved in certain ideas that they were working on, they learned that that wasn't actually the case.
He was involved.
Has never
he told them what they could and couldn't do a lot of times. I even know this as someone who's a very cursory EU person, but even I know from direct interviews and sources where he has cited, like, this is what the books were about, and he's talking about EU books.
Right.
And he gave them restrictions, like, you can't kill off this character, you can't do this and that. You got to make it about this theme or whatever. He talked with them a lot.
Yes.
Staple. If you ever go back and read the prequel stories about the Clone Wars, it's vastly different than what we got in the films ultimately. And this is uncommon. A lot of authors
hang on, Ant. Yeah, you want to know what the fucking difference is? Is that these contradictions were eventually patched over. Like okay, so John, go back like 10 seconds or something. Okay, play.
We just got a smoochy face.
Has never been stable. If you ever go
pause. So this right here. So this is from Dark Empire, like right here. So this is basically like the fucking you're welcome, Knights. You're welcome having on. Anyways, this is basically fucking so these are some 2 Imperial dudes talking to Boba Fett, and they're basically like, oh, we know all about your past. You're an ex-Imperial stormtrooper who murdered his superior officer. Yeah, this I'm not gonna go into super detail, but basically this is obviously wrong with what we know about Boba Fett from the films, but long story short, this continuity error got patched over, basically. What's Disney done to patch over their continuity errors? Oh, that's right, nothing! Oh my God.
go back and read the prequel stories about the Clone Wars, it's vastly different than what we got in the films, ultimately.
By the way, if we're going by that logic, then Lucas didn't think of Leia being the sister until later. So I guess we don't care about Empire now, or we don't care about New Hope, maybe.
Right.
So none of it matters. And also, this looks like a smiling dude with like the eyeball right here.
Right.
It's just like, what's
Yeah.
up?
Yeah. I don't quite
And this
remember
is
what
uncommon.
that
A
is.
lot of authors will.
Ant is going to make an entire video essay about why that's a dumb point. It's not actually a face of something, but it's actually a ship, and therefore I'm an evil grifter.
Right.
Do this. For example, Ursula K. Le Guin, the author of the Earthsea series.
Oh my God! Stop bringing this
20 years after
bitch
finishing the initial
up!
trilogy to create.
At least it's not Neuromancer.
He's like, no, man. And
He
Ötzi are the
always
only
brings
series
this
ever
whore
worth
up.
anything.
It's like no one gives a shit about this bitch. She's from Berkeley, California, and that's all you need to know about her. That explains her entire life story right then and there.
And the only reason you ever bring this person up is because you're trying to grift off of Studio Ghibli fans who had the Tales of Earthsea movie made by that studio. You're a fucking grifter, Ant. Just admit it.
Completely revised the lore and standing of her characters and universe because she approached it with a new lens, a new feminist lens that would have her reevaluate.
So she couldn't keep any continuity, and she just arbitrarily changed things as she went on.
Yes.
So she's a bad author. Yeah. and she went more and more feminist as she went on. And so as she got more and more brainwashed and
So she
had to grift off people like you, she decided to arbitrarily change it. Yep.
So she basically started off as like mid or above average, and then she became crap. Good to know.
If she wrote a new book, it would be like, from the river to the sea, Earthsea shall be free. And it would be like, oh my God, she revised her stances. This is amazing.
Yeah.
The old work. Because again, people's opinions about their own stories change over time.
It was very interesting to write, not an easy one. The way I handled it upset many of my older readers, particularly men, because they saw it as a feminist statement and were alarmed. They perceived it as kind of a betrayal because my hero Ged had lost his power, and a male hero who had lost his power was degraded in some people's eyes.
Yeah,
it was a radical revision from within of my whole.
It's because you changed it because of your feminist shit. Like, it wasn't organic to the story from what Ant just said. Like, he's literally substantiating the argument that this statement is going against.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Enterprise and writing, and for a while
I can't stand it when characters go through badass decay. Anyway,
it was a radical revision from within of my whole enterprise in writing, and for a while I wondered if it was going to silence me. So you're admitting that you radically just took a hard left turn in your entire series because some real world belief had changed.
Yes.
Oh my
And
God.
silence me, what would that be if people just rightfully stopped reading because they didn't like the changes? It's almost like maybe people aren't quite happy if you make a character decision that is obviously solely based on their gender.
Yeah, this is like this also say hi mom, it's the 100 stream spectacular. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, this is basically the acting equivalent of the literary equivalent. Like, cause anyone who knows Kirk Cameron knows that he was like this big like TV actor on a lot of TV shows. So basically, like, I don't remember like what show specifically he was a big Thanks, Mom. Growing Pains, and he was on that show. But then he became like a born-again Christian, and that completely fucked up the entire production of the show because he was all like, I can't, as a Christian, I can't do this, I can't do that, even though I'm an actor and I could reasonably get away with it. But he was all like, I don't want to do any of this because of my beliefs now, even though I was fine with it in the earlier seasons.
Yeah, and once you've like signed on for that, you should feel somewhat of an obligation, and just explain that to your wife or whoever. Be like, hey honey, I gotta make out with some people because I signed this contract before I was born again or married to you or some shit.
Yeah.
Funny, I'm a Christian, but I don't really think that is necessarily the same as committing the sin of adultery, but okay.
Yeah, you're not like a Melanie Mac.
who's like, Sydney Sweeney is a prostitute for doing these ads.
To silence me. But I think if I hadn't gone through with it and learned how to write from my own being as a woman, I probably would have stopped writing.
And George Lucas is no...
Well, sometimes it's good to stop. This is the classic Disney shill argument of like, well, there's more of it now. So, you know, would you rather there be no Star Wars at all? And I go, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I would much rather that.
Yeah, oh yeah, like Melissa said, he even turned down roles after finding Jesus. Yeah.
Well, and that's like, you know, respectable or whatever. I just think if you committed to an obligation, you should fulfill that. If you like choose to live in isolation or whatever after you can do whatever you want,
Yeah,
you know.
like commit to what you committed to before the big change. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, once you sign the contract, you gotta, if you're getting paid for it, you should do what they want and what you signed up for.
Right. Anyway.
Strange to this. Consider this. George Lucas made a joke at around 2010 that Obi-Wan Kenobi came from the planet Stu-John.
Oh, this was really
named after comedian Jon Stewart. That was
he made a joke.
Stu-John, whatever.
Yeah.
And that became canon because George Lucas said it. But prior to this, in the Clone Wars
oh my, okay, well, never mind. It's like he's referencing TCW. We can ignore this shit. Anyway,
Furloney.
character encyclopedia, it was stated that Obi-Wan Kenobi was born on Coruscant. But I mean, at least they didn't say Obi-Wan Kenobi was born.
So now you care about pre-Disney EU. That's interesting. Okay.
40 years earlier or something. Then Star Wars fans flipped.
Also, Obi-Wan was theorized to be born on the planet Tatooine. He was also theorized to be that in the book I, Jedi. So.
About
impossible.
Actually, that would be a lot. That would be a big contradiction. Actually, Obi-Wan Kenobi is meant to be young and Phantom Menace, but again, that's where age matters.
Well,
does age really matter? How with Ki-Adi-Mundi?
Well, hang on. So the thing about Obi-Wan is that we don't know much about his life before he joined the Jedi, but we do know that he was from a not super rich, but a moderately wealthy family. So that would make sense if he was born on Coruscant. So, because you know it's an ecumenopolis planet, obviously. But anyway.
Well, and in the EU, he was in that book series, The Jedi Apprentice. I believe it was called, because I started to read the first one whenever I was a kid.
The one that's all about Qui-Gon training Obi-Wan.
Yeah, so that's obviously only him from like 14 or whatever he was in that forward, but yeah.
Does it matter that he's 40 years older? What does that really change? He's still an old guy who's a Jedi Master. He's an aged, learned figure. Does making him 40 years older change any of that?
Maybe people are noting it because of how meaningless a thing it is to change.
Yes.
But people don't think of more than one option as to why people are noticing or caring about something.
Right.
Yeah, if it's arbitrary both ways. If you can fix the error that people are pointing out with a simple character change, and his character does not, like him being Ki-Adi-Mundi does not serve any purpose in the Acolyte. It's not like they go,
yeah,
oh,
you can honestly replace him with a different Syrian or create a whole new character and nothing would change. Yeah.
Yep. And you know, like I was referencing earlier, it's like it's not like he drove up viewership. He's not a significant enough character to, like, honestly, they should have just more heavily involved Yoda rather than have him be a back of the head tease at the end. Just have Yoda like fucking appear in that same role, and it would have made infinitely more sense. But instead, for some reason, they had to choose this inconsequent. Because, like, I admit, or I agree with Anthony's a pretty inconsequential character in the prequels. He's said a few lines and gets killed, but like, that makes it all the more perplexing why they chose to contradict continuity when they didn't need to.
Right.
George Lucas claimed that he doesn't even read the expanded universe material.
He read the comics.
He stated, I don't really read the stuff.
Just like he didn't watch the final cut of Clone Wars, but I'm sure you'll still consider that canon. Because Filoni admitted to that one. Your Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
I haven't read any of the novels. I don't know anything about that world. That's a different world than my world. But I do try to keep it consistent. So if I come up with a name or something...
what was that? But I do try to keep it consistent?
Look it up and see if it has already been used. Star Wars fans have always argued that any changes made to Legends canon is a contradiction of George's vision, but that's simply not true.
Yes,
Much of Legends canon
because Disney canon sucks and we don't accept it. Like you're not getting the connection here, Ant. It's not just based on what George said. It's just that the EU did not need to be wiped out and shouldn't have been wiped out.
Without even knowing about it. He maybe signed off on it, but that's about it. He always would contradict it when it became inconvenient for his vision. And if you have any doubts, just ask Karen Travis how her Mandalorian lore is doing after the Clone Wars animated series.
Oh, the Clone Wars animated series that he paid less attention to than Legends, yeah. So he didn't pay attention to either, but you're choosing which one based on what the corporation told you to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's like all this hard woman's work thrown out, all because Filoni wanted his maximum creative freedom.
Yep.
I need my creative freedom.
Yep, I really got to get on Filoni Fridays.
Yeah.
There you go.
Travis had written. The problem is this. A lot of Star Wars criticism falls back on just regurgitating trivia
this
about...
This just shows how much Ant really knows about Star Wars, because he just does not realize what he just showed there. He doesn't realize the true extent of George's involvement on TCW. He really was not super involved in it at all. He only checked in like once a year or something. And just like he just heard the pitches and then he left. That's basically it. He was not super involved. He doesn't have any writing credits on the show, no director credits either. And those are like the two things he's good at. So no, Ant doesn't know what he's talking about here. Anyway.
Star Wars, especially a continuity that no longer exists. It's been gone since 2012. Saying it was this way in Legends doesn't really matter. It's old news. It's gone already. Nothing except for the
Yes,
movies.
it's gone. That's why we're upset.
Animated series has carried over. Everything else is gone. So let's move on from that.
No.
I mean, yes, you can compare. Of course, compare. Please compare. That's what fans have to do. But
oh my god, just move on from it already,
this thing is different now.
Oh my god.
Isn't a criticism anymore. We know that already. This is
I
like
don't
watching
care.
Christopher Nolan
I love
Batman
it.
movies and saying,
I don't
why
care.
isn't Batman using shark repellent? Or I thought the Joker killed Batman's parents. What's this Joe Chill guy doing? If he's in the comic circle, you'd be laughed out. The best you can hope for is they think you're joking and they laugh with you, but really laughing at you.
This guy does not understand the fact.
Saying
except here's the oh my god, I fucking can't with this man. Oh my god, bruh.
The old continuity did this, and it's different from the current continuity.
Because Star Wars really isn't supposed to have multiple continuities going on at the same time, you dumbass. It is supposed to be one single timeline, not multiple, not two, just oh my, it's like oh my god.
He's broken Backseater, no.
Is considered a legitimate form of criticism.
He's turning into the Joker. Sounds like Backseater's having a transformation in an anime.
Oh my god, I can't.
I don't understand
too much Minute Maid.
Why that should matter. Because saying the story is bad because it didn't follow the old continuity to the letter, that's not really a good form of criticism. It's just a statement.
Leslie Headland says he's not alive.
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Oh
it doesn't matter. I don't care for the next 40 fucking minutes, apparently.
Yeah, just don't care, bro.
Oh my god.
It's like, dude, why does your video need to be fucking an hour and a half if you were just gonna say I don't care to everything?
Fuck it. I'm gonna show what I'm gonna do to Ant if I ever see him on the street. Hold up.
He always has to make irrelevant points. Literally every single video has to include stuff that is simply not truly relevant to what he's saying. This is actually one of his best videos about that, because at least all of his points could somehow possibly have some sort of faint relevance, even though it's extremely tiny. Most of his videos doesn't even have that, just irrelevant stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. It's ironic because he says how much he doesn't care, and yet he edits and puts out these massive videos filled with all this
get it
filler.
out of me, man. Stop. I had
Yeah,
to
like
get
why
it out
you
of me.
care
You
that people
understand?
care,
The
bro? Like
rage was
why?
coursing
All this
through
effort
me.
just to say don't care.
You better be done because I gotta go to sleep.
Whatever.
Ooh. No, backseater.
I'll make it happen. In fact, let's just add an extra 40 years. Anyways, the Jedi and
again, who cares? You know, it's not that big a deal. It really doesn't matter.
Okay,
how
so
old the alien
why are you even saying this? Like, this is just laughable at this point. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Don't care.
Yep, pretty much. And yet this video is somehow going to go on another hour.
Oh, we have Briscoe. It's funny how they all claim they don't care till it comes to all the lame canon breaking shit they care about. Yeah, pretty much.
head is. But I rambled about this topic enough. Let's get back to the Acolyte.
Someone has trained her.
But who?
She doesn't know her master's identity.
In the Acolyte, Ki-Adi-Mundi is part of a collective of Jedi.
Dude, I just got done like pulverizing my pillow, and I'm like legit at peace now.
To conceal information from the High Council and the Senate.
Look, it's the worst actress ever.
Force user.
We must alert the High Council.
The High Council would be obliged to inform the Senate. A scandal like this would inspire fear and mistrust. We should handle this ourselves.
This person turns out to be a Sith, but they don't know that at the time. Or maybe the precursors to the Knights of Ren, judging from that theme music that plays whenever he shows up.
Oh, as if
Or maybe
Leslie
it's both.
Headland
Maybe he's a witch, who knows? But what matters to the show and the continuity at large is that the small council of Jedi conclude it must be a dark Jedi, a fallen Jedi, or something like that. Now, what's interesting about this is an example of something we see in The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, that the Jedi are becoming complacent with their position of power and ignore threats to it.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
They see their authority as superior to government bodies, which does eventually lead to some dissent among the other
that's
senators
the problem
when
with
it
them,
comes time to restructure as the first galactic empire.
And the Jedi Rebellion has been foiled.
What's happened?
The Chancellor's been elaborating on a plot by the Jedi.
Ki-Adi-Mundi represents this across all of the prequel. He is always a voice of ignorance. He ignores that the Sith could ever exist in modern day. He dismisses.
No, this show makes that contradictory.
Yeah.
Because he should never not believe the Sith can exist. Because it's like, let's say that I think he's trying to just dismiss that as like, oh, it's just a dark Jedi. It's like, okay, but like him saying the Sith have been extinct for millennia, I feel like Yoda or him would more accurately be like, well, we haven't encountered specifically the Sith, but there was that dark side user who used a red lightsaber who killed several Jedi like 100 years ago or so.
Right.
And we never found their master. That was odd. It's like, it's so fucking similar to a Sith. If it walks like a Sith and talks like a Sith, it's a Sith.
Yeah.
This is the idea that Count Dooku is a threat. And when confronted with some meaningful issues, he talks about the droid attack on the Wookiees. He exists as a representative of...
The droids were attacked by the Wookiees, though. You keep seeming to act like he was incorrect in that. Like, they had to defend themselves from the droids. Like, I don't know what you want. Ki-Adi-Mundi was right. I don't know what to tell you, Ant. Like, I know you want to bash the dude, but, like, you got a weird hate boner for Ki-Adi-Mundi.
His hate boner is as long as Mundi's head, man.
The complacency of the Jedi.
Long and as wrinkly.
Prequels. He is not a hero. He is not really all that good of a character. He is simply a figurehead to say the Jedi are complacent.
God,
So
what a smooth
him
brain
doing
take.
what he does
Jedi bad, so everything they
Yeah.
say is wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, so why do you care? Why?
Well, yeah. Why do you care? Well, especially since Ant frequently, like, he's a big prequel hater, so I don't know why Ant is basically doing all this bullshit.
Well, this is the face that he makes when his wife's boyfriend doesn't have his wife around and he's got to satisfy him. He's like, fuck her up, buttercup.
Yeah.
Totally in character. He dismisses a threat because the Jedi are all powerful. He doesn't seem to actually register anything, and he learns from those above him. Those before him showed, hey, let's keep this a secret because we're going to handle it internally. Further, the prequels established something important. While in the original trilogy, the Jedi are seen as great force of good, in the prequels, we see the Jedi were kind of complacent, like I said.
Yeah.
But they also did a lot of bad things.
Thanks for explaining.
Take, for example, they take children.
Oh,
this isn't bad.
Oh my god, they do. Oh my god, they steal children argument. It's like, no, they fucking don't. It's always a consensual transaction, you fucktard.
So, Ant, if we honor, let's find a contradiction in your thinking here with, I think, your real world thinking. But what if one of these kids said that they wanted to be called they them by Yoda? Would that be bad, or would you be okay with that one? You want to honor that kid because kids, they shouldn't be influenced by ideologies and stuff.
Groom them into soldiers.
No, they don't. It's like look, do the Jedi fight the yeah, look, do the Jedi fight evildoers? Yes, of course, but that's not their primary thing. They're not soldiers for the sake of being soldiers. They're just peacekeepers. They're the same. It's just like, how do you get all this shit wrong? Just stop. Stop!
The Jedi do not take children.
Yeah, I know they say they don't take children, but they take children.
No, they don't!
Oh,
no, they don't!
Like, even if this is the case, why is this relevant? What is the relevancy?
I don't know, because he wants to establish that the Jedi are just fuckwits and evil at every turn because they made some mistakes in the prequels, so he has to grossly exaggerate and change the entire meaning of everything in the prequels.
Yeah, because this totally ties into bad reviews.
Yeah, it's not getting bloated at all. Maybe find an editor next time, Aunt Jesus.
How is it that when I first watched this video, I didn't go completely bonkers?
Well, you did do 3.5 hours. I mean,
I did it though. I remember that at least.
His relationship with Osha and May, but again, that's a different discussion. We'll get to that later. I mean, you take kids and recruit them to join a cult. That's kind of cult, isn't it?
The Jedi are not a cult. Fuck.
Including you.
They're way too organized to be a cult.
Also, like, they do good. Like, every Jedi that has ever saved some civilization in the galaxy was probably taken as a kid. So you're acknowledging that it at least works sometimes.
Yeah, he's also saying all this in relation, like, hey, in the OT, the Jedi were the heroes with the prequels. They showed that the Jedi weren't all that good. Dude, the prequels didn't show the Jedi as completely fucking evil. They were still good guys. It's just that they were misguided and manipulated. Oh my!
Like, is Ant gonna say, based on the prequels, that like Yoda is evil because he's in the OT too? Like, and Luke learned from him, so I guess Luke is evil. And yeah, everybody who like benefited from anything Yoda ever did, like Padme. What are you, an anti-woman person, Ant? She liked Yoda. She valued what he had to say. She liked Obi-Wan. He was a Jedi. Took kids and all that shit. So I guess Padme's evil too, you anti-feminist fuckwad. Like, do you realize what just like disregarding them all as child abducting evil people does to the entire main cast of every movie?
Yeah. Briscoe, the only thing they care about is ruining other people's enjoyment. Yeah, this is Ant. Yeah, he's legit. Yeah.
Pretty much.
She turns up all these years later, trained by one of our own. You think a Jedi told her? Even a hologram can tell me that.
The Jedi at this point seem convinced they're...
That line makes no sense, by the way. I never even thought about that when I first watched it. It's like, she just responds so dismissively to the other lady. She's just like, you think a Jedi trained her? She's like, even a hologram couldn't tell me that. It's like, oh, okay, sorry for asking a fucking relevant question. Jesus, bitch.
Enemy is a rogue Jedi, or from some dark faction of the Dathomir witches. It never comes up that the enemy is a Sith until episode 5, and quite frankly, the people who heard the word Sith, they're not going to live to the end of the show. Let's just be blunt. I mean, most of them already gone. Oh, by the way, spoiler
that's
alert.
right. He made this after like episode 5 or whatever, so he doesn't even know that, and he doesn't know that like several of the people who hear Sith actually do live, including both of the twins.
Yeah.
For everything in the Acolyte. We're going to get into spoilers up until episode 6 in this video. I will leave an update if he survives episode 6, because I'm filming this after episode 5, but I don't know if Soul's going to live to the end of the series to tell anyone that a Sith is back. Because everyone else who heard the word Sith, who met this guy, is now gone. So, there's not many other options left to reveal to the Jedi that the Sith is still around.
She exposed me. So now I have to kill every single last one of you.
So as far as the characters know, the enemy is not a Sith. So Ki-Adi-Mundi is in the clear right now.
Okay,
he's
first
okay.
of all, so fucking
Any bylines.
So, dude, so fucking what? Even if he's not a, like, okay, look, even if he's not a Sith, he's still a Darksider, and they still have to take him out anyway, okay? So, like for example, like the main antagonist of the Jedi Apprentice series, not for all the books, but he's certainly the overarching one because he shows up the most of them. But Xanatos, Qui-Gon's original Padawan, he wasn't a Sith per se because he wasn't trained by any Sith, but he still fell to the dark side anyway, and they still had to take him out anyway. Like, John, I don't know if you remember this guy, but yeah, pretty much. It's like it's like it's kind of irrelevant if he's a Sith or not. He's still a bad guy, and they have to take him out.
Yeah, and he's just kind of obfuscating like kind of the main problem with this, which is that like Ki-Adi-Mundi being around for all this shit and then saying that line. The more Jedi that die, the less likely he is to say that line.
Right.
Because it's like more significant that this dark side user showed up. He wouldn't just be like so dismissive at that point.
Right.
So yeah, like what is it, like 8, 9, whatever Jedi die at the hands of this dude? It doesn't really matter who hears him say Sith at that point.
Yeah.
He seems to be obsessed with who has to explicitly hear it.
Right.
That's good. Wait till he finds out that Count Dooku isn't exactly a friendly guy either in the later films, so we'll go from there.
I don't need the rules.
This isn't even
the Jedi
comparable.
do. And the Jedi say I can't exist.
Dooku,
Impossible.
dude, it's not like
After that line that
Yeah.
Dooku turns evil.
Yeah, and again, it's not even comparable because it's like Dooku, or rather like fucking chuckle fucks here, Desmilo Ren, he wasn't really interacting with the main cast, acting all goody-good, the same way Dooku was as, Count of Sereno. It's like the only guy the only two people, the only person he interacts with before he reveals himself to be the apprentice or whatever the fuck is May, and that's about it.
Yep.
Extinct for a millennium.
Basically, the rule of thumb is this. If Ki-Adi-Mundi tells you something, he's probably wrong.
Okay, but he's not intentionally wrong.
Yeah.
He's not like intentionally misinforming. Like Ant would believe the villagers in what's that Simon Pegg movie? The Greater Good, whenever they're just like, oh, no crimes ever take Hot Fuzz. Whenever he's just like, no crimes ever take place in our village. Like, if essentially he's saying that Ki-Adi-Mundi is that, he's like propaganda, saying that like, oh, there's been no Sith for a millennia, I swear. He's like trying to push an idea.
Yeah.
Whereas that's clearly not the intention in Phantom Menace. Like, he honestly believes that.
We've always been at war with East Asia, anyway.
Yeah.
One of his character at this point. Or to worry about the droid attack on the Wookiees, one of the two. The Sith are a specific order, with only a master and an apprentice.
Yes, we know.
And that line ends with Vader and Palpatine.
Yeah.
That means Kylo Ren and Knights of Ren, they're not Sith. The witches, not Sith.
Well,
so far,
according to
nothing in the
Disney,
lore is
they
contradicted
are.
if we count all canonical material that has informed the Jedi of their own conclusions. We know the Sith exist, regardless of what the Jedi think. But it's what the Jedi believe that matters more than anything else. For those of you wondering why the Jedi couldn't sense, like, the Sith right in front of them when they encountered him multiple times, well, consider all the times they were hanging out with Palpatine and couldn't tell he was a Sith. The crux of many criticisms of the Acolyte are how it impacts the greater Star Wars narrative. It treats this piece, which again is vastly removed from the main canon by several decades, as just a cog in the greater machine, rather than a work of media on its own. And that's what I really want to explore with this video. Because the
Jesus,
hate
you
for this
spent
show
25
isn't
minutes,
simply just
27
this show is bad. It's
introducing
that this
yourself
show
to the
makes
main
Star
topic
Wars
of this
as a
video.
whole worse.
Yeah, and
so for the rest of this video, let's talk about
All right, and so basically, like, so what Ant's about to do, like, he's basically saying, oh, you people aren't judging the show on its own merits. You're judging it too much in relation to other Star Wars projects. It's like, yes, Ant, this is part of the reason why I say continuity is super important to Star Wars, because Star Wars isn't the kind of property where everything is where it's all a bunch of self-contained stories. You can read them in whatever order, basically. It's like they all pretty much bleed into each other as one big grand narrative, rather than just like fucking like Western comics where you can just fucking like pick up, like, where you can just like read whatever volume you fucking want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Briscoe here saying, if Ant tells you something, he's probably wrong and retarded. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
That response, both pre-release and during release.
What can we expect from the creative powerhouse of Leslie Headland? Well, I'll be fucked if I know, because the trailer is less of a primer for the Acolyte and more like a series of disconnected scenes carefully chosen to tell us nothing at all. I mean, I definitely had fun playing a particularly challenging game of Spot the White Guy with this trailer, because damn man, this one shows enough to fulfill Disney's entire DEI quota for the next 2 fiscal years. For example, check out this collection of Jedi Padawans and see if you can identify the one demographic that's mysteriously left out.
Okay, this is what I wanted to really focus on. This one image got a lot of traction online, both from people who don't like the Acolyte and people who do like the Acolyte. So everyone got traction out of this. As he mentions in his first episode review.
I mean, given that he's an alien, I'd have to assume as well that his description of the suspect would probably have boiled down to a young black human female with her hair in braids. Now, in a galaxy composed of thousands of colonized planets, there'd have to be literally billions of people who fit that description.
There's going to be a lot of black people in Star Wars' universe. There's going to be a lot of aliens. There's going to be a lot of white guys.
Okay, out of all of these, only one of them is labeled as black. Anyways.
Yeah.
It's two, but we already know they exist. So, who cares? I'm not arguing that it's necessarily.
Who cares?
Who cares? So if they made them all white guys, would you care then?
Briscoe,
would you suddenly be like, there's a lack of diversity here?
Yeah, Briscoe, you're judging it like a fan. That's no fair. Yeah, exactly.
To say, hey, this is kind of tokenism. But this is very tokenizing, this one shot. And if your core argument is it's none of white people in one shot of Star Wars,
dude,
and that's going to be the core thing your argument like depends on,
that's not.
We have problems.
Dude, I've seen this video.
Your argument is already based on a very faulty line of logic.
I have seen this video. It's not based around that. It's just a joke. You fuck.
As mentioned very quickly at the start, again. Just like the fire thing in Nerdrotics, dude. Like, calm down.
Yeah.
Anyway, as best as I could piece together from various interviews and whatever tidbits of information the trailer gave us, the general gist is that the show takes place in a time of peace and prosperity for the High Republic, with the Jedi presiding over a galaxy of order and happiness, because Leslie Headland thought it would be interesting to make Star Wars with no war in it. Superb choice there.
I mean, that's what the Phantom Menace did. It's a time of peace, and then the Trade Federation messes things up. And they're peacekeepers. There's no war going on.
So there's war in it then, because the Trade Federation attacking Naboo is a war.
Yes.
There's like a whole massive battle between two big armies. That's literally what a fucking war is, you idiot.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's sort of like, just because it didn't start out from second one of there being a war, there was no war. Just jumping to defend something. It doesn't, like, why does he care though?
Right. And also the war part in the Star Wars title, it just refers to action. Simple as that. Is there it's so basically what Leslie Headland is saying right there is like, I want to make a Star Wars with no war in it, which really means I want to make a Star Wars show with no action in it. Now, of course,
no conflict. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, now of course, obviously she didn't do that, but that's basically what she's saying, whether she knows it or not. Briscoe, Ant grew up in the no humor era. He doesn't get jokes and sarcasm. Exactly.
Well, just every joke requires a deep dive analysis into your racial prejudices.
Yes. That's pretty much why Ant got me blocked. Got my original account blocked on Twitter. I made a new one, but basically, yeah. You can't hold me down, Twitter.
Funny, since he loves to argue with literally anybody who says something against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To be the front seater, let's watch and not comment.
Yeah.
His arch nemesis.
There's one battle at the end. It's not a war, it's a military conflict. The Acolyte had received hate for months leading up to its release, as many people very well know. Primarily,
that one quote is so
can
laughable.
be broken down into one of three categories: complaining about Disney Star Wars, complaining about diversity in the Star Wars universe, or complaining about showrunner Leslie Headland and how she worked previously with Harvey Weinstein. Now, I'm not going to
hang on. You added that second part. She's a shit writer, even if she never worked with Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if somebody did not like work with Harvey Weinstein, he would be the type to bring it up. Or wait, if somebody else mentioned that somebody that he didn't like work with Harvey Weinstein, he wouldn't bring it up. It wouldn't be a problem.
Right. And what if I told you that I once worked with Jerry Pete? What then?
Oh, he'd love it.
I mean, well, Lily Orchard. I obviously haven't, and I fucking wouldn't even if you paid me to. But like, yeah, it's like I guarantee you, Ant would get all up in his shit, in my shit.
Only though he'd offer you $700.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, obviously, as personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, she had access to information that none of us did. None of this should be taken as an endorsement of anything Headland might have done while with Weinstein. I just find it kind of funny how we're exclusively holding her accountable when all of Hollywood knew about Harvey Weinstein.
Wait, what? He thinks that they're He thinks that they're excusing the rest of Hollywood. They shit on Hollywood for this more than Hollywood ever will. You fucking nitwit.
He's basically saying we blame Leslie Headland for all those casting couch things instead of Harvey himself.
Yes,
to be honest, partially because a lot of them probably didn't need to be coerced to do some favors to get a role.
Yeah, well, wait, why is nobody talking about the other people? Because they're already talking about Leslie. That is why. Do you want them to bring up every single other person that's worked with him in response? No, because they're talking solely about Leslie.
Right.
Yeah, this is what's relevant to this video. Like, she made the Acolyte, so we don't need to talk about every other person that was involved with Weinstein.
Right.
She's also the one that doesn't seem to have suffered any consequences from endorsing and helping his actions and calling in all those casting couches and all that shit.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, she hasn't spoken out against him. So yeah.
No, I forget if it's him or somebody else I saw that brought this up, where they're like, well, she made a play that alluded to him in like a coded language that was about like an evil executive in like before any of his scandals came out. I'm like, well, that is literally nothing. That is literally just like the most cowardly option possible. She didn't want to burn any bridges, essentially, including with him. So she made it coded enough. Like, assuming that that's even true, maybe she just made a story. But like, inexcusable. Not good enough.
Yeah.
Weinstein. Headland was Harvey Weinstein's personal assistant for about 1 year at minimum. It's hard to really tell because they contradictory accounts online.
It's like, so what?
And you know what? I'm not going to endorse that. I just think we should criticize everyone who's had involvement with Harvey Weinstein.
Why even bring this Harvey Weinstein thing up?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was a common thing for them to say, Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant, Leslie Headland, whenever they were bringing up the show, and they would mention it before they started criticizing her actual writing in the show. It's not like the whole time they were going, oh, and this is relevant because she is problematic. It was always like about the show after that. Like, it was just a little burn on her because she clearly turned the other way whenever it was convenient for her.
Mm-hmm.
Here all day. Harvey Weinstein's sins were so well known, they were making jokes about it when he gave Shrek an Academy Award.
Gosh, up until now I thought Monsters Incorporated was a documentary on the Weinsteins. But,
Anyway, let's take a step back and focus on Disney, Star Wars, and diversity. Because there's a conversation
Here we go.
It's a paradox how fans seem to simultaneously hate the Disney canon, and yet feel determined to push back against any perceived contradiction it presents.
Yes.
Leslie Headland has stated outright that she wanted to incorporate different elements of the EU material into the Acolyte,
she was
and was
doing
able to
lip
do so.
service.
For a long period of time, if you're, I mean, I'm not going to age myself.
It's like,
She was clearly trying to pander to EU fans that were willing to still give this shit a chance.
Right.
And
Just give it a chance,
yeah.
man. It could be good. It could be another
This is
Andor.
not genuine. Sorry. I love how she has to have a Star Wars Jedi Survivor microphone on here.
Right.
Itself, the extended universe, and a lot of that publishing was really the only Star Wars that I had. And so what I love about the High Republic is that it's kind of in the grand tradition of what Star Wars was for the fans for a really long time, which is, both these kind of high concept, beautifully rendered stories, but at the same time pulpy action, and the kind of stuff that
She does that annoying shit where everything is ended in a high inflection.
Yeah.
It's the California girl shit.
Yeah. Also, it's like, again, someone's a fake fan if they think EU means extended universe. Like, how the fuck do you extend a universe? It's not extended, it's expanded, you dumb fucks. Also, New York, Florida man, that means she knew about all his crimes and didn't report him to the authorities. That's called abetting, indeed. She also kind of looks like a young Harvey Weinstein. Were they separated at birth, perhaps?
I should find a new body, younger and stronger.
And uglier and lesbian.
I shall be feminine.
Also, Luck Pup, since you're our authority on this, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hot is Leslie Headland on the
0. 0. I mean, who knows? Personal assistant, yeah, they've got a lot of dirt on whoever they're assisting, so that kind of drops it to a -100 too, and that voice drops it to a -1000. So there we go.
Guys,
hold on.
It looks like Disney is holding these people hostage. They have an AT-ST and a turret pointed at the audience to make them applaud.
Oh my god, yeah. Hang on. Let me pull up some real, hot gals here for you.
Oh god.
No, don't worry. It's gonna be clean. They're not naked or anything. No, sadly, no. Don't worry, folks. They're not ugly or anything. Well, they shouldn't be, but they're not, naked or in lingerie. They should be appropriate. There you go. These are some real beauties right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Raish and Rizzy from Brazil. So subscribe to them. Yeah, they're hot right there. What don't you see, John? I follow them on Instagram and TikTok and shit. They're legit awesome. So give them a follow if you will.
Okay.
What?
I just love how you had that on hand. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just like,
anyway, moving on. So yeah, give them a follow. Tell them the backseater sent. Yeah. Anyway, next.
I hear they have great genes. Oh no, I'm a fascist.
Andor about Star Wars in the live action.
I just love the idea of Disney holding their fans hostage, being like, applaud or we'll open fire.
One interesting component for the EU that they brought in.
They have a big sign above the AT-ST.
It's like in Shrek. They have a dude holding up a sign like applause.
Look at Ant's eyes here. It's like some serial killer eyes. Like, you must stop caring right now.
Puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the video essay again.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh God, kill me now."
Yeah. Fuck.
Tricata was a form of lightsaber combat developed for taking advantage of a lightsaber's ability to be turned on and off. There are 3 main moves or maneuvers which typically are labeled as Tricata, the first of which was known as Pass the Blade. The duelist would deactivate their blade as they attack, bypassing the opponent's block before igniting it into the helpless foe. Slash.
Some of this stuff is just worthy of being skipped past.
Yeah, so basically anytime you ignite or stab anybody, it was that thing clearly. Okay.
And what the hell does bringing up lightsaber styles do to bolster his point? Honestly.
I think he's trying to say that Leslie Headland has a deep knowledge because of these random things that she included that happen to relate to something in the EU.
Only a moment, allowing just enough time for the blade to reach full length while being swung, and then deactivated again. There are only 6 known uses of Tricata.
That was like a half a... Wow.
Now, within canon and legends, Jedi Master K.O. Sin Darch employed this or a similar technique to great effect during his fight with the Sith Lord Vindican and his apprentice.
See how he tries to relate
Members of
this.
the New Jedi Order were known to employ Tricata techniques, such as Jedi Master Mara Jade Skywalker.
Kind of a cool technique, right? Here until unused fighting style of lightsaber fights. incorporated into the series and one of the coolest fight scenes in the show. But we'll get to that later. We'll get to the Sith equivalent of Jason Voorhees in a bit.
For that. It's like you can throw in as much like ancillary bullshit, and I don't care.
It's not even like that is purely coincidental. Like, is he seriously trying to say that she read the EU, took those lightsaber techniques just because the guy ignited his saber and stabbed Jackie?
No,
like
this is complete fucking this is like I don't believe for a fucking second that like Leslie Headland had the time or patience even to look up like lightsaber styles and then incorporate that shit into the show. No, she did.
You know how they had like yellow robes in the Acolyte for their little council there?
Yeah.
Imagine if he just like fished something out of like Dawn of the Jedi and like some reference to yellow robes and was like, clearly this means that she read the whole Dawn of the Jedi era. Like, that's the equivalent of what he's doing. It's theories to shoot facts instead of facts to shoot theories. It's a confirmation bias, essentially. Where he's like, I saw this thing in the show, so I'm going to find this random thing in the EU that somewhat relates to it, so I can say that she studied the EU.
Right.
Like, even still, if it's bad, it's bad. If people don't like it, they don't like it.
Yeah.
Now he's saying it's like Friday the 13th because they both snapped a neck. Like, this is not related at all. Like, are you going to have somebody walking in one scene and then show somebody walking in another movie property next? Like, this is the general shit that you're doing. It's not the same thing at all. It's a lightsaber versus a flaming machete. Oh my god.
It's a reach.
Don't drag my boy Jason into this.
He just showed a random slash and then tried to compare it to stabbing through two people.
She seems also to have held the Old Republic in high regard, which is a great sign because the Old Republic is probably the best thing in Star Wars, right next to Andor.
Oh my god. What about Empire? What about the whole OT? What about the whole PT? Oh my god. You only are saying that because it's a video game. You didn't read any of the books.
No.
Old Republic and Andor, way above everything else. That's like my kind of sci-fi. I love that stuff.
It's because it's your specific subgenre, that means that it's the best thing. Like, can't you get out of your own head and realize that something is like, I'll recognize a good romance film even though it's not like my fucking subjective genre overall.
You know, this is a big recurring issue I see with like a lot of like a lot of fake ass Star Wars fans and people like Ant, is that they have an incredibly limited range when it comes to like what Star Wars material they've consumed, right? They've only seen the movies, the TV shows, maybe they've played a few video games here and there, but other than that, it's like they haven't read any books, haven't read any comics, and it's all that shit. Like, they've only stuck with like the super accessible shit.
Well, this goes back to like earlier what he said about like, this sci-fi is elevated, which is it's like an inherent arrogance in that statement, where he's saying that like, because these two things cater specifically to the kind of sci-fi that I like, they are therefore head and shoulders above everything else in Star Wars, objectively speaking, is what he just said.
Right. It's like honestly, like some of the best Star Wars material isn't in the movies or games. It's actually from the comics. Like the legacy stuff with Cade, it's legit, like it's like some god tier shit in there. Let me catch up on chat here. Yeah, New York Florida, they have great genes. I'm a fashionist. Yeah, Raish and Rizzy have good genes. Yeah. Melissa, Freddy versus Jason is much better than Acolyte. Yeah, it has a better soundtrack too. This is the beginning of the end, and I don't know where we lost control. New York Florida says facts. Briscoe says, Ant just eat head lumps ass at this point. Yeah.
Oh, God.
New York, Florida man, Acolyte is more comparable to the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot. Oh, yeah, with Jackie Earl Haley. Yeah.
It's just whatever. It's honestly kind of a forgettable show.
I yearn to be a savior against injustice without contemplating the cost, and by the time I look down...
Oh God, Simple Luthen.
Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great. The writing was good.
The dead lifted me.
Oh Jesus.
With their truth. And now I'm dead. And I yearn to lift you.
Gilroy can't do anything except these long-winded speeches to try and make a moment. Oh my gosh.
But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall. When we see certain architecture, it's just bricks. You know, it's not smooth stone or sandstone or whatever it might be that was in the prequels or the originals, which kind of gives you the feel of Star Wars. The whole thing about StarArs is to feel like it's from a galaxy far, far away. It didn't do that.
But again, I digress.
Okay,
Most
so
criticisms
what?
of Leslie
So
Headland,
it did-
when it isn't
okay,
talking about Charles Weinstein,
So Theory's biggest problems with Andor is that it's boring, it's slow paced, which it is, and it doesn't fit the aesthetics he feel like Star Wars should. Okay, so fucking what?
focus on her being self-centered, about her perspective.
And despite absolutely nothing happening in this episode, Leslie Headland wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to once again take George Lucas's lore to Harvey's couch.
If you want another fun little game for yourself, then look up pretty much any interview of Headland talking about this show, and I can pretty much guarantee you that 90% of it will be her talking about her favourite subject in the entire world, herself. How important this story was to her, how it made her feel to be represented, why her characters from a fanfic written decades ago somehow find themselves in a $100 million TV show because they mattered to her.
Is that when I pitched...
Oh, Drinker, it was far more than 100 million. Anyways.
Yeah.
Because I came in and I pitched my own idea, but I would have been able to understand as a queer person, and I think I would have had a completely different life. Like, I was like, what I'm really interested in is,
But it is always, always, always about the spiritual journey of what it is to become who you are.
This show has all the hallmarks.
That's not even talking about herself. That's just saying individual, focusing on.
No, it's very much her belief that it should always be about the spiritual journey of yourself.
Right.
It's
also,
not
also
paying
guys,
service to the story.
Melvin's asking for Shill Slayer promotions. Promote the Backseat. Anyway.
Promote it.
Your individual journey is important.
Do it.
None of those are particularly like offensive statements.
Like, they're covering ants again.
Something was this.
I'm sorry, Melvin. It just wouldn't be the Melvin. It just wouldn't be the 1 year spectacular without reviewing the video that got me started on YouTube. It just flat out wouldn't.
Anthony Goggleballs Lot is a Disney show.
Yeah, Melvin, I've heard ya. I know you want me to move on to like other people. You know, I know you've been edging me to like take a crack at Louise Julie, but I mean the truth of the matter is that Ant is just the antithesis to me. And I'd be stupid to not see him destroyed before moving on. It's just facts. Anyway.
Backseater ends careers. That's what he does.
Yes. Although not as good as
The
Melvin
thing, you watch
does. Anyway.
a lot of interviews with creatives, they'll use that same language because they want to emphasize it's my perspective and here's where my perspective came in. Which, like, most storytellers...
Selfish, lazy, boring.
Like, who tells their stories when they're not centered on themselves in some way? Yes, you can argue they remove themselves from the equation, but, you know, the phrase "write what you know" is it's a good advice for a reason.
That doesn't mean
it's
make
good
yourself
too
the
far.
main character.
Yep, if you're taking it to a lazy point, then yeah, you should stop. You're not a skilled writer if you can only write exactly your story. Write what you know means like, oh, you can throw in an element or a perspective from one character that is more like aligned with you.
Yeah, also like draw upon like what you already know instead of like writing about something you don't know. Like there's a lot of shit we don't know. Like for example, I don't know a whole fucking lot about like Thailand, for example. So I probably shouldn't write a story set in Thailand or a story starring a Thai character or a story where the characters go to Thailand or whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could if I did my research, but if I'm just starting out and I'm just like stream of consciousness, putting shit onto the page, I should just stick to what I know. That's basically what write what you know means.
Yeah, and this is not the first time that's been taken too far. Here, Ant, I'll use a straight white male as an example, just so you can't say that I'm being an istophobe. Stephen King, he makes way too many writer characters from Maine in his stories.
Yeah.
Like, he's really lazy in that perspective, where it's always a writer, they're always from Maine, and the stories usually take place there.
They're always having trouble figuring out what to write. Yeah.
Yeah, or they make some self-referential thing about the endings. Like, it can be done badly by even great authors like him, where it's like that's a criticism that I would have of his books, even the ones that I love. It's like, yeah, you should be fine with criticism of this.
In a story from someone who has no personal involvement in its narration, no investment, no sense of viewpoint. Again, Luke Skywalker is just Luke S.
That is complete
He just took the
hyperbole.
Luke S.
Yeah,
Wow.
like that is, oh my god, like there is no evidence like anywhere that says that, like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, George Lucas named Luke Skywalker after himself. Like, no. Like,
guys, Sydney Sweeney is SS.
yeah. Melissa
She's
Lord.
clearly.
Yeah, Melissa Lord. It always takes place in Castle Rock, Maine. Like all John Hughes movies take place in Chicago. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like that's something where you could separate yourself a little bit from it just to avoid the obvious, repetition.
Yeah, like a lot of my stories, it's like they're just set in like the general Midwest, and yeah.
Backseater writes a bunch of novels and they all take place in Backseatville.
Yeah.
And made a word with the S. It's all self-insertion.
These are the people in charge of Star Wars now, and I think it's about time that we...
for that. It's like, again, it's like there's no proof that legitimately points to that, other than like, Luke's first name is similar to George Lucas's last name. So you need stronger evidence than that. Like, I could easily name a character fucking like Seifer, but that doesn't mean like he's named after me.
Damn you, Cypher.
Damn, yeah. Cypher on the Sea from Final Fantasy VIII is based off
Cypher
of
Rage. Cypher Rage from After Earth is clearly a reference to Backseater. Sit down.
Yeah.
Be accepted, it's not going to change, ever. Disney are never going to give this franchise up, and they're never going to do any better because, quite simply, they can't. And George Lucas isn't coming back riding atop a white horse to save the day.
But of course, the big thing is that Leslie Headland is a queer woman and brought her queer experience to Star Wars. That's what
queer
upset about when we talk about Headland drawing from her own life experience
Hang on,
and perspective.
Pup. How much of the Acolyte reflects the queer experience
It really
of Star Wars?
doesn't, because I just realized my mic was muted when I said, did she really bring her queer experience to Star Wars? Well, not really. This is really just obviously doesn't fit in the first place, since any sort of people will say, why is there straight romance in Star Wars? Well, it's not about that at all. It's a very, very small part. A lot of people's criticism of the Acolyte is that it's boring. Yeah, it's boring if you can't relate to it, which could I know, but I mean, it's whatever. Obviously, contrary to what some people will say, not every queer woman could relate to it, but it's boring. It's honestly kind of trite. It's out of place. But that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what are the problems. The queer woman thing is just a shield that is being used here. And a lot of the so-called bad botted reviews he's talking about, this isn't even an element of it. This is just, it's nonsense. It's shielding. It's deflecting. That's it. And no, what was shown is that experience. Well, it's not worth anything, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, look, Pup, the reason you can't relate to it is because you don't have rituals with all your lesbian gal pals going, the power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Or nah, it's just because all these idiots are right, and I'm just a pick-me who wants attention from men for some reason.
Yeah, anyway, moving on.
Well, yeah. It's also like kind of demeaning always to me whenever it's like, this is my experience as this random group, so I'm going to speak to everybody else who fits in that group. It's like, are you saying that you're just like a fucking hive mind? Like, hey, I'm a black person, so I have to speak to the black experience. I'm like, oh, there's only one black experience apparently, so now this show will automatically apply to everybody from there.
Yep.
It's always like such a pigeonholing shit.
Yeah.
Really upset that you're getting gay people in Star Wars. So, and listen, diversity has become a big topic in media discussion. It's no secret that the
Star Wars.
Disagree, Ant. My ideal Star Wars movie is, it's the only one that I would watch from Disney at this point, is if Salma Hayek had to teach the ways of the slave Leia Bikini to Sydney Sweeney and Alexander Daddario.
Yeah.
It's a coming of age film where they all learn to make out with each other. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyway.
What? You know what's funny? How many there are like coming of age stories always about queer teenagers. It's always teenagers too. It's funny.
I mean,
Well, I did also pick 3 adults for that one, just because I didn't want to run into that sort of territory.
Yeah, well, and look, Pub, to be fair, it's like that is a big part of like the growing up teenage experience. Like that's part of like the self-discovery phase, but
True, puberty's always part of it. Yeah, so I guess that's sort of
yeah, anyway.
Melissa likes my idea, I think.
Yeah.
It'd be like a $3 billion movie, I'm pretty sure, so Disney should seriously consider it at this point.
Yeah.
Acolyte is a very diverse show. There's a lower number of white male characters in The Acolyte than in previous shows. I just don't think that matters whatsoever. It shouldn't matter. The galaxy is a huge place.
Oh, okay, so we'll make a re-edit where we take out all the queerness. Will you call that bigoted, or will you say it doesn't matter still? Because it always seems to not matter from one perspective. If somebody says like, oh, there's never been a queer character in Star Wars, and that doesn't matter, would you say, oh, how dare you say that? Or would you say, oh, it does matter at that point, of course.
Yeah, and for the record, Star Wars does have gay characters, but you can really only count them on like one hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter one way, it can't matter the other either, so, you know.
Of course, there's different people there. I think it's interesting that The Acolyte has about as many white people as the original Star Wars had black people. It's just the same concept. It's just as likely.
It's written by a white guy in America in the 70s, you idiots.
Yeah.
It would be really forced if it had like a shit ton of black. It would be like Lucas clearly sending a message, because that clearly would not be like anything reflecting his current reality. And he would have to like cast like super specifically at that time period too.
Yeah, and also like he'd also have to get like it's like super. He'd also have to like he'd also have to basically like scrape the bottom of the barrel bait at that point, because like there were I don't know the makeups of Hollywood actors, but I imagine there weren't. And oh yeah, he was also most of the filming was in fucking Britain, so he'd had even less black people to work with at that point.
You'd have to get Sidney Poitier, Carl Weathers,
Yaphet Kotto,
yeah.
Just that be it, yeah.
Like it would literally just be a message at that point. Like it would be very clearly forced and very clearly like, oh, this is his specific goal with this. So yeah, it would not be natural. Like there are demographics in countries. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we got New York, Florida man. Yeah, look, pup, I call it generational grooming. Ah, there we go. And we also got New York, Florida man saying Ant's show is nothing but a white guy. He's racist. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he does have like
diversity.
He does have like one black friend of his, so it's all good.
He paid them $700 to appear on his show.
Kyla T is Ant's token black friend, yeah.
Wait, why is Ant's nemesis a queer transgender woman? Did he ever think about that? I don't think he did. It should matter, though. It does.
Yeah, that's bad optics, Ant. You should get another white guy to be your arch nemesis. I don't know where you find him, but I'm sure there's one guy always on Twitter hounding you about it. So, yeah, you need to get better shit. Not good optics, bro.
Anyway. This show, Amanda Stenberg, is a non-binary person of color.
Non-binary
Lee Jung Jae, who plays Master Soul,
she's a chick.
learned English just to play this role. And yes, he was in Squid Games. Everyone seems to call him the guy from.
He sort of learned English. You can very clearly tell. Yeah, you can tell his lines were very limited, and he had a heavy accent to the point where it was borderline incomprehensible what he was saying if he went into more than 2 sentences.
Yeah. I remember. I don't know if it's Ant or Organized Chaos who made this, but they're like, "Hey, you can't criticize him for having a heavy Korean accent. That's racist." And I'm like, dude, I used to watch like Power Rangers back as a kid, and that was when they moved production to New Zealand. So obviously they had to hire a lot of New Zealand actors. A lot of the New Zealand actors they hired, they couldn't really keep an American accent, and it was fair game to call them out on that.
And you know what? If I were starring in a Korean show, I don't know Korean, and if if somebody was like, if all the, Korean fans were like, this dude sounds like he can barely speak our language, and like his lines are very stilted as a result, which is the main criticism, that like he's very much concentrating on saying the thing and he can't concentrate on the actual acting component, then I would deserve that criticism. Like, yeah, I put myself in that position. I chose to take the role, and I chose to do it in a language that I don't understand fully and I'm not fluent in. So yeah, it's perfectly normal, and it does affect the acting of the show in the end. Like, I'm sorry, but it does. It's the same way if you cut off your leg and then you're asked to do a lot of running scenes. Well, yeah, if somebody says that doesn't look natural because he's got a prosthetic leg, it's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have taken that role. Like
New York Foreman, he learned about as much English as Arnold in Terminator. Yeah.
At least Arnold was supposed to be a robot.
Yeah, we got Briscoe. Call me a crazy racist, but I want to watch or read about people going on adventures in Star Wars. Yeah.
Whoa, Briscoe, homophobic. Okay.
New York
It's
Foreman.
2025, not allowed.
Yeah, New York Foreman. Cocainium.
And no one seems to say his actual name.
Then Jedi Master Nepo spends the rest of the scene trying to figure out what the hell Jedi Master Soul is saying.
His objective is not solely her own.
Wait a second, hang on. He's making fun of his accent.
Oh, it was
the
this
problem
video,
is he starts off saying that people aren't being racist, and then makes fun of a man's natural accent. So
what?
And
natural
apparently,
accent.
The Critical Drinker and yours truly through our reviews of a poorly written streaming show.
To my knowledge, there's no, because Star Wars has in-universe accents, right? Like Coruscanti, Iriaduan, Corellian, etc., Concordian, etc. Last time I checked, there wasn't an Asian accented one, unless you count the Nemoidians, but I'm staying, like, among the humans, but anyway, yeah.
Apparently, as soon as you're, as soon as you're an actor that it's not your native language, you are now absolved of all criticism forever, according to Ant.
Briscoe, so if I can't understand someone's accent, usually like my food delivery driver, I'm a racist.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
here's a good example of this interfering with a real life job. I have to talk with a lot of utility workers and diggers and tell them like not to cut lines or something. And whenever they can't speak English, that is actually like really inconvenient because I'm trying to communicate instructions to them. And even the people whose yards they're digging in are like, yeah, I can't communicate with anybody on the crew because none of them speak English. So it actually does become a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Because then shit gets cut that shouldn't be, and it wouldn't be if we could simply communicate and I could say, hey, don't dig there.
Right. Me no habla inglés, yeah, Mr. Gates Gaming. Anyway.
Yeah, that's how I introduce myself.
Yeah, Briscoe.
Fostering hatred.
Briscoe, do these people understand every accent they come across? Apparently Ant does. Anyway.
Yes.
Bigotry.
But that's not to say there aren't any white people in the cast. Obviously, Daphne Keane, who played X-23 in Logan, plays a Padawan. Carrie-Anne Moss, Trinity herself, is a Jedi Master.
Trinity herself
gets knifed to the chest.
And then she eventually dies to the assassin because the assassin throws a knife at the bartender, and the Jedi Master force-stops.
I hate this dude so much. Nobody should ever include him in a video, but I won't go on because it would take 30 minutes if I explain why.
Plus you already did, but yeah, like, dude, this dude dissed my G, Joe Bastianich on MasterChef. That is a colossal L, and I can't forgive that shit.
Yeah, and dude, like.
Yes,
Part while she was distracted for
I know, minor tangent here. I don't know why the hell Joe Bastianich gets so much hate. I think he's the best judge on MasterChef.
I love this
Yeah.
boss face. He's
Yeah.
like, "Yar, I be moist critical." Arr.
Yeah.
The thing I
Anyway,
wanted to note is that why is he even including Penguin Zero when Penguin Zero is like the poster child of somebody who does these short reviews for entertainment, not to actually make a statement.
I don't know.
He also has to obnoxiously say how much he doesn't care before actually giving his review. Every
Yeah.
fucking time that I've seen him.
He's too cool to care.
Yeah, dude, I'm so
too
above it
cool for
all.
school. Anyway.
Yep. So she acted to protect the bartender far more than she acted to protect any of the friends she was with, and it led to her death.
Yeah,
she died to basically a small fucking kitchen knife blade. Of course, it's very sharp. It's a real weapon, but I mean, it's a Jedi.
Oh, Ant's
master.
okay with
you don't
this.
typically expect them to die to something like that. That was pretty underwhelming. But the fight itself was.
I hate how much he
when
moves
you really start to
around.
break apart like why it was happening and the way in which the Jedi died here, kind of silly.
Shortly before the show came out, controversy arose because of the appearance of some queer characters. The series features witches, the sisters of Dathomir.
I thought the last week took the cake for the most lore-breaking cringe that I've ever seen in Star Wars.
They're not even from Dathomir.
Oh, look at them having their orgasm.
Dathomir's a fucking planet, you dumbass. And if we go by Disney rules, then they're not Dathomiri either, like the species, so no.
The witches conceived of the protagonists of the show, twins Mai and Osha and Isaiah. So women would conceive of life using the Force. Now, we know this is possible because Anakin was clearly also conceived using...
And he was supposed to be the only one, the chosen one. It was supposed to be a new thing, not something previously established.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's like Anakin was only born because the Force itself willed him. It's like, because in the show they say like, oh, it's like fucking what's her face conceived them, like created them.
I carried them.
Yeah,
I created them.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like, bruh, not even fucking Plagueis figured out how to do that, right? Like, because Plagueis's experiments to create life failed, so it's like what? So it's insulting to him because like, oh, he's a dumbass, he couldn't figure it out, and it's just like, it's just bullshit basically. So
Basically like throwing in some random chick in 100-year-old prequel that's able to learn the Force just as fast as Luke, blow up something bigger than the Death Star without a Jedi Master, and then he's just like, oh, well, it's been established that somebody can learn the Force quick and then hit a target that big from their spaceship, and this person just does everything better, so what's the problem?
we got a new guy. I haven't seen this guy around. We got Rick R. It's saying, who are they to retcon Darth Plagueis? Because of Plagueis, and
Oh, Backseater, I think you're supposed to pronounce his name Rick-er.
Ricker. Oh,
No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Don't say that too
I know.
fast.
We got we also got Briscoe saying Penguin Zero collects giant dicks. He should just stick to what he knows. Wait, what?
The zero
sure
stands for his vagina.
What?
He's obsessed with Dick for sure.
Oh.
Dick Grayson.
I mean, Dick Grayson is a cool character, but anyway.
using the Force. However, rather than see it as an interesting precursor to Anakin's birth, fans went nuts over this.
Yeah.
But, Chancellor, that reminds me of this one story the Jedi told me about. There were these witches, you see, and they were able to create life. But not just once, twice. They were so powerful, much like this Darth Plagueis, but they were actually successful. They created Force-sensitive beings. You could say they were the first before me. They were the real chose. They were the... What? They were my sisters.
This is actually
Force
pretty good.
created
I haven't
them,
seen this before.
Force created me. I mean, I don't remember Master ever telling me these. I mean...
Now, the reason why they went nuts is apparently this diminishes
Holy
the value
shit.
of Anakin.
That's like the best work I've ever seen Star Wars Theory done. Normally, he just doesn't seem to give a shit about anything.
Yeah.
He actually made that funny.
Yeah.
The expressions is the Palpatine. He's like fucking raising his brow.
Yeah.
That bullshit face.
if someone else was
I know Ant is going to
born
make a
this
very
way
serious critique of
previously,
it now.
which
Yes,
begs the
God
question,
forbid.
do you think Anakin was the first person ever conceived the Force? There's a prophecy for a reason.
Yes!
They knew it was possible. In episode 3,
What?
Yeah.
Prophecy has always happened before? Is that what he's saying?
So
Yeah, it's funny because that's literally the opposite of what that means.
Dude, that's like saying it's like, oh, the prophecy of the Bible says that a child will be born to a woman, but with like no father, basically, and that guy will be the son of God. That doesn't mean that we have all these other people running around who were just born without the mom and dad having sex, you fucktard.
Thing about this, yeah, like if this was a straight couple that had this happen, of course people would still not like it. But Ant would either not talk about it or talk about it for only a few seconds. Not this
I can't
whole long
believe that he
thing. Like,
thinks a prophecy means that everything in the prophecy has happened before. Like they're all basing it on scientific data or some shit.
yeah. I think this is like the third time in the video he said something where what it actually means is the opposite, but he's confused and getting it wrong.
Yeah.
He's so serious after that silly like Star Wars theory sketch. He's just like, it doesn't mean this. It's just like, oh my god, bro. For somebody who says you don't care, you seem to care an awful lot whenever somebody makes a joke about your precious show.
Yeah, you better not care though.
Yeah, Briscoe, you've never seen the video of Penguin Zero's giant dildo collection? No, I don't watch Penguin Zero, no.
I always Google dildo collection on YouTube.
That video is stupid. Like, what, you bought these just to make a video? Hmm? Or what? Or maybe not. Who knows?
Very sus.
You gotta have something to lock you into that seat when you're in your serious gaming sessions. You gotta have something to lock you. You gotta be locked in, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, this is more entertainment than I thought I would get out of Ant tonight.
Yeah.
we hear Palpatine tell the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, and he outright says that Plagueis could manipulate the midichlorians to create life.
And he failed.
Why would we assume he was the first one to do that? And why would we assume he didn't learn it from somewhere?
Dude,
Again, the Legends canon says one thing, but we know that's
you have the book on your shelf. I know you do because you've had it in other videos. You should have read the damn thing. Did he not read the damn thing?
Of course not.
Of course he fucking hasn't. Of course not.
He wikied it though.
Yeah.
And they didn't mention anything about that. I love how he shows the Legends banner version too.
Oh my god. That's like, dude, that gold banner is like your daughter coming home and she has like an incredibly tacky tramp stamp. That's basically what it is. It's like,
she's got a nose ring on.
Yeah, dyed hair, half buzzed head.
Oh god.
She's like 10 pounds heavier, and she came back from a liberal college with like a degree in lesbian dance
Gender studies.
and gender studies. Yeah.
That's the easy one. And basket weaving as a minor.
Yeah.
Since the dawn of time.
It's not a dildo C, it's the Ass Blaster 3000.
Yeah.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia exercise chair.
Yeah.
Or exercise bike.
That's out of the picture. Don't worry about that too much now. Also, at one point, OSHA hints that the gerbil alien might use they pronouns.
And this brings us to the most poignant scene in all of the Acolyte
So forced and
live-action
awkward.
Disney Star Wars.
Look at her face change whenever she says "or they."
Yeah, it's like fucking hell. If Amandla just said like he or she or they, yeah, it'd still be forcing the stupid ass like non-binary bullshit. But you can't deny that just like works better. No one goes from he to they.
And honestly, if you don't know what someone is, you normally just naturally say they.
Right.
Like if I see an animal, I work with dogs a lot, and I'll normally start with they, them, because I honestly don't know from looking at a fucking dog, like from the top, what something is. And it's like, okay, that's perfectly reasonable. Like if she'd have just led with they, that wouldn't even have been an awkward scene. They made a very specific point to write and film it that way.
Right.
this. I would say it's pandering, but I wouldn't even be shocked if this scene was made to have people like it.
Yo, look,
Uh-oh,
Pup,
your
you're
robot
roboting
voicing a
again.
bit.
You're roboting again.
Okay, hold up.
Yeah, but I think I kind of know what you're saying, where it's like, this is probably how Leslie maybe talks, where she's kind of like, she would have a conversation like this, where she'd make it a very big point to say, look at all these different pronouns I'm using. I'm very accepting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a good, like John, here's a good example, because like in Mass Effect 1, the first time you're talking with Anderson, it's after the council is like, we're not going to hold Saren accountable to like your claims, like you don't have enough evidence, and he's basically, and he brings up like, oh, you should talk with Bar Levon, he's an agent of the Shadow Broker. Who's the Shadow Broker? Nobody really knows who he is, or she is, or they are. Nobody really knows. That's a better...
Exactly.
Exactly,
If it's
yeah.
genuinely an unknown, it's perfectly normal to use they.
Right.
You don't guess one and then switch to they. That's weird.
Yes.
And the rest of the 27...
You're talking about the gerbil. You talk about an alien gerbil. Who cares? Here's the thing. Also about the gerbil, right? Whose name I am not going to look up because I don't care. It's an alien gerbil. It's a little guy, a little silly guy.
Makes it worse. Who would say he or they for a gerbil? No one ever. Even a non-binary person would not say that.
Yeah, are there no female gerbils? That's weird.
Yeah.
To exclude one. Although I know from Star Wars Expanded Universe books from the High Republic, this was, I think, the last one that I ever read because of this bullshit. And it was whenever they started using the XI, like Jim.
Zimzer, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I had like this one dumbass on Ant's, like one of Ant's dumbass followers be all like, you use neo pronouns, you're one to talk. It's like, and I said like, my pronouns are badass.
People, they take everything seriously because they think that stuff is valid. People think Bun's self is valid, so of course they think that's valid.
Weird. This is like whenever you saw people making fun of like, no liberal actually has a problem with those Sydney Sweeney ads, and then you see someone write a 3-paragraph response where they are serious and they're like, you're dismissing my experience. It's like, see, parody has become reality. This is why we can't tell what's a joke anymore, because you guys are so ridiculous that it's like, I'll try to make fun of you and you'll take it seriously.
Yeah.
Knows what it is, you know, not knowing what gender the gerbil is. That's a big sticking point apparently, because pronouns. And this, of course, ignores how in real life
really a big
several
sticking
animal
point.
species
He kind of just made a
have more
quick
than two
pass
sexes.
at it.
Researchers often claim fungi, for example, possesses
Oh my
dozens, if not thousands,
God!
of different separate
Bruh!
sexes.
Oh my, he's on his
So we have
trans
an alien
spiel.
species that's not like people, not strictly falling under male or
boy,
female
there
sexual
he
identities.
goes.
That's
Oh
not
my God.
too unusual.
So because he's an alien,
it's nothing.
we can use whatever stupid pronoun shit because he doesn't, because he's an alien and therefore he doesn't like subscribe to the same biological laws humans do.
Well, this is basically like he wanted to go on this rant, and so he took a quick passing joke to pause at and be like, allow me to explain every situation where they could have possibly been used in the entire animal or plant kingdom. Because I gotta delve into fucking fungi in order to justify this line of dialogue.
Yeah. I mean, fucking hell, at least he could have done was say, like, oh, well, in Mass Effect, the Asari are all female. There's no males, so there's a possible reason, or some shit. I don't fucking know, man.
And
He hasn't played those.
No.
nice assumption, as if a species had that many different genders or sexes as fungi, that all of those other than male or female would necessarily use they. Isn't that a very like human and even modern human centric viewpoint? I don't really see the correlation there.
Very imperialist of ants, yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Worth
even
getting
a
upset over.
not even satirical. I'm dead serious, but yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
That the alien may not be a boy or a girl. But yeah, videos were coming out long before the Acolyte
Yes, because
release,
there's press releases.
demonizing the
There's
show for featuring
trailers.
queer characters.
They completely redefine what the Force is.
Well, hang on. He's saying that videos came. Chris Gore had seen a lot of these episodes, so it wasn't before the show came out for him. He's an insider, and he gets early copies of things, and he was informing them of that.
Right.
So this isn't like a pre-release guesswork shit. Like he's actually seen the shit.
See,
Ryan's ready to explode. Like,
you're gonna
Ryan's-
see two mothers conceive twins. Bunch of witches that are. It is, and basically the Jedi.
I'm like, why did he go? Why did he leave this point alone and go to something else, then go back to it?
I don't know, man.
I'm about to comment on his video about that misinformation. If it wasn't such an old one and somebody might actually see it, then I would. But like, I'd be like, well, Ant, you're doing misinformation here, because at 43 minutes, Chris Gore had actually seen the episodes.
Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Episode 1 and 2, whatever. You know, talk. It's fine. 3 and 4, and get ready for pronouns in Star Wars.
No. And when the show came out, well, look, okay, I guess it's time for me to actually talk about what I think about The Acolyte. If you've gotten to this point, you probably think, oh, I must love the show. Enthusiastic supporter.
No, he's going to pull
Not
a
really.
Campia.
I think the show has gotten better with each episode. The first 2 episodes, I was like, okay, I'm interested, but I'm not really.
Just broke shit more and more and got more repetitive and boring.
I'm not really sold yet. Episode 3 introduced the backstory, in which case you can see the seeds of the.
All right, hey, Backseater. I have to, I'm really going to have to piss here. So, you want me to play the video as I leave, or leave it paused?
I'll leave it paused to give us a bit of a break.
Okay, I'll be as quick as I can.
Hey, it's Double AA! We got Darth Disabilitus. Backseat, are you using the camera that came with the PS2? Or no, it's built into my laptop. We got, yeah, just Double A saying, hail everyone, Double A, Crapolite sucks. Yeah, but Double A, it's all fiction, so it doesn't really matter if it breaks canon or not. Briscoe, one of my new favorite pastimes is watching female gamers play Mass Effect. Shit, they make the worst decisions, and they call everyone that doesn't support every race in the game species. Briscoe, that is Emelind to a fucking T! Like, okay, Luck Pup, you're familiar with Mass Effect, right? Get a load of this, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Like when you're playing the game for the first time and you're with Caden, you save Ashley on Eden Prime, right? Emelind is basically asking, like, Ashley questions, like what you should do, investigate on the left. So he asks, like, who are the Geth? And Ashley's all like, oh yeah, they were built by the Quarians subjugated them, blah 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 blah. And Emelind was like, well, that's what you get when you subjugate a bunch of people. It's like, bitch, you don't know the whole fucking lore yet. She makes these big sweeping judgments on everything before she learns the complete picture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people who do that are very insufferable, and yeah, it sounds about right. Like, honestly, also just sounds like a person who wants to talk just to hear themselves to talk.
Yeah, that is her to a T, man. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, she's, I'm surprised she didn't hate Ashley. I don't remember her hating Ashley all that much, but then again, I didn't make it very far into the series. I definitely know she didn't approve of Ashley's, like, dog speech. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just people like that. So people who are very clearly not enjoying what they're doing, but continue anyway, but very obviously not to see if they actually like it, but for obviously other reasons, just to play it, just to get attention, to make a video. It's insufferable.
I do remember she hated Garrus a fuck ton. She was like, Garrus, how could you make that comment? I forget what it was, but it was like,
who hates Garrus? What's this?
Yeah, Emelind hates Garrus a fuck ton. Like, she had him around for, like, a lot. Like after she became a Spectre, she was basically going all around the Citadel, doing all the side quests she could around there. She hated Garrus from what I saw. It's like, what the hell?
You should have played it right, where you can actually go through the whole first game without picking up Garrus.
Yeah. Well, again, she didn't know that, and she didn't want to miss all the content, but anyway, it's like, and not only that, she sucked at the game too. She was playing on casual, and she nearly died like twice, She kept banking on the teammates, like carrying her ass because she couldn't play shit. She was playing Sentinel, right? And you know, Sentinel is usually like, it's not the worst class in one, but it's one of the weaker ones from what I remember.
Yeah.
And she legit thought that she's used the sniper rifle as the Sentinel. Like, no, you don't. You use pistols. Oh my
It's
god.
funny because like in those games, like whenever Morden died in the third one,
Yeah.
and I legit just like immediately paused my game. I googled like is there a way to keep Morden alive, and I fucking rewound my Mass Effect 2 save because that was back whenever they had you play the graphic novel on the PS3 version.
Oh yeah,
they didn't have
Genesis,
they didn't have the first game on there, so they just had to make you make the major decisions with that. And I was like, I just replayed my whole fucking save, just making those specific decisions. You had to like kill Rex early, and then you had to like sabotage the genophage cure and all this shit. And so if she really cared that much, she was on the first game, and the first part of it, she could have rewound a little, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're that clueless, why not look it up?
Or hell, just read the fucking codex. It's in the game. You don't have to exit it. But anyway, yeah.
Mystery coming through.
Hang on, Darth Disabilitas. Is your laptop an Acer brand from 2012? No. It's I think it's Intel from 2019 or so. Or no, it's from later than that. Briscoe, that's exactly what they do. They prejudge all the characters before they know the whole lore. It's hilarious. Exactly.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Episode 4, more interested. Episode 5 is though where I'm like fully on board. Episode 5 really
episode
kicks it
5.
into high gear.
Oh,
Is that the big lightsaber
The
fight?
show has
That
tons
is
of
it,
problems.
yes.
The sets, very artificial looking. The script, sometimes a little stiff. The characters, not all that dynamic. Some are very simple on the surface. I want to get back to that later because I'm sure a lot of hidden details are below the surface, especially with Soul. But it's not like
It doesn't really matter if they're not really shown.
Yeah.
Those details mean nothing if they're not actually shown.
And also, Hidden Layers is like basically turned out to be that Soul made one minor lie, and I'm sure he'll consider that like super deep.
It's like, wow, he like did a white lie for the sake of like OSHA.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Endor. It's not the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. I think Ahsoka might even be a little higher, but
Really?
so the show is okay. It's nothing. I don't think it's anything egregious.
That's a
I just
good
think
question, actually. What the fuck is worse between Ahsoka or the Acolyte? Oof. Wow.
Yeah,
both.
they're like right next to each other in terms of quality. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both really kind of similar problems too, where like it's filler, there's nothing happening, and then they try and have deep moments that turn out to be wet farts. Yeah, honestly, I'd probably say Ahsoka just because it's playing with more like the actual timeline that we're more interested in, as far as like post OT and everything. But yeah, it's all pretty fucked.
Yeah,
it's a show. It's all right. Whatever.
Episode 5 was peak fire for old clown. Yeah. Regards like a little a little stiff. He says, yeah. Double AA is like, yeah. Yeah, anyway.
At the same time, though, you can see where the show is setting up mystery, and that's what really will determine the show's final placement and rankings, in my opinion, when the show ends. Because a mystery
I
like
still
this,
treating this like it's prime
lives
Star
or
Wars.
dies by its ending. If the ending is good, everything
It's already
before that
dead,
is
Ant.
retroactively better. If the ending is bad, it sucks the soul out of everything that came before it. So,
I guess Ant
but
must
so
really
far,
hate
it's
Mass
all right.
Effect 3 then. Anyway.
He's like, backseat, I don't know about that.
It's okay. Episode 5 was great, though.
She was a child. You brought her here.
And yeah, it's explored the Force in ways that are interesting. It's explored the lives of the quote-unquote villains of Star Wars in a way that's interesting. It is an era without war, and thus we're seeing the undercurrents of what peace can do. We're seeing the precursors to what leads.
No, we're not. All of that is
We're
a
doing it in a way
magic.
that-
None of this leads into the Phantom Menace, you fucking idiot. Like,
Double
literally
A-
nothing.
Double A, Backseater. I think there's other YouTubers you can grill and roast on. Bigger fish to fry. This is their Double A. You are right. And I am honestly trying to make an effort to roast on other people. but it's just, this channel without Ant is like Batman without the Joker. You know what I'm saying?
Backseater, maybe make it more like holiday anniversary type content. Yeah, that way you can keep him around, but more diversified looks or whatnot. Just an idea.
I'd have to, but like, okay. I mean, again, I'm trying, but like, yeah, anyway, yeah. Rickard, there was no mystery. They showed what it was. Yeah, in the first episode, Rickard,
yeah, they tried the double flashback, and it just turned out to be mostly the same story.
The same stuff, but with like some extra details. It was just their side of the whole thing. It's like some Rashomon shit. Rickard, nice argument, but why don't you back it up with a source? Yeah.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Yeah.
I had sympathy to those who
Nanomachine, son.
To the dark side. But when the first episode came out, the only thing the fandom
he wants there to be gray.
Was
the dark
fire
Jedi is just
many fans cite this as a scientific impossibility.
The gray Jedi shit is bullshit. It is not what people think it is. It really, really isn't. And like,
so apparently Mayor Osha, whoever this is in this one, has a flashback and she has an existential crisis every time she sees even a tiny fire.
Yeah. It's like, she sees someone light up a death stick, like a match, like, this reminds me of my childhood.
Starts playing the fucking lesbian chants in the background. She gives him a wide-eyed look.
Someone creates a campfire. This is like my childhood. Someone shows up with a flamethrower weapon. It's just like my childhood. Briscoe, I don't think Emmelind will come after my channel anymore now that I've gotten a bit more creative with how I make shit. Maybe we could roast Emmelind next week. Yeah, I'll have to remember it though. Y'all will have to remind me. Anyway.
I will, because I'd love to.
Nice. Nice.
Baby, we're here. Yeah, baby,
we're here. Woo! Yeah.
Purist fan.
Yeah.
It is, but it's Star Wars. You can't hear sounds in space either.
Oh, this is not the same thing.
And there's been fire repeatedly throughout.
Hang on. This shit is what I like to call the coconut effect, right? It's like, because like you guys know how when horses are like walking on roads, they always make that like that noise, yeah. Well, the thing is that like regardless of like what surface they're walking on, if they're walking on grass, they really shouldn't make that noise. The reason why that sound is there is that it would just sound really odd for the people at home watching it, basically, because they expect it to just be there. Or like when someone like unsheaths a sword in a movie, realistically the sword doesn't make that shing noise, but they added it anyway. In fact, they were going to exclude it from the Lord of the Rings movies because that shing wasn't in there. But the test audience were like, what the hell, why is there no shing in there? So they put it in there. So yeah, it's like, and as Melissa just says, if you have the Death Star's laser acting, there's no sound, it would suck ass and it would be boring as shit. And yes, Melissa, he is a moron.
Anyway. Oh god, I had an example and then it slipped my mind. I'll pause again to think of it.
Oh, the series thus far. Like, sustained flames. Yes, there's explosions too, but even some of the explosions you can see sustained flames.
Yeah, so basically there's a ridiculous level of that, and then there's the reasonable level. The reasonable level is the sound effect of lasers and stuff, but then people still make fun of Power Rangers, how they have whooshing sounds every time they move their arms. Like, even people who like the show, I think, admit that that's a little silly, the level that they take it to, where it's
excessive, yeah. Dude, if Ant thinks the explosions and stars are excessive, wait till he watches the Kalish years of Power Rangers. There are explosions everywhere in those seasons, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Power Rangers in Space, I'm pretty sure it had the sparking explosions and shit too.
Yeah.
in sprouting up. Look, there's fire in space right there. So yeah, it's silly, but
Why do you care so much, bro?
Everything in Star Wars is silly. This is not a movie you come to for realistic science fiction. Science breaks down in this world. Now, I admit again.
Yes, it's soft sci-fi. Thanks, asshole.
Yeah.
Really? You don't trust the science?
It's the vaccine of science fiction, and you have to trust it. Vaccine.
Really hooked yet. I was watching because I knew it was going to build to something, but I wasn't there yet. The third and fourth episode do a good job, I think, of investing you in this part of the world more, especially with the Dathomir witches. I also understand that people are upset by this. They say that it's breaking the lore in some.
Yes.
Clearly, it didn't immerse you that much because you keep misnaming them.
Yeah.
And respect their fucking pronouns or whatever
Yeah.
you believe in.
Yeah, AA. I'm looking for virgins in the Force. Oh, Shaw. Yeah.
Need a connection to these virgins. Yeah, me too, soul.
Yeah.
Let's not try and be subtle.
Yeah.
Way.
That's right. Witches, Chancellor.
What?
2? They died in a fire. Bricks.
Was that
Rick
I thought the
R is
mystery
having
was
an
who's killing the
aneurysm.
Jedi. But that's not what's happening. The mystery isn't who's killing the Jedi. The mystery is why the Jedi are being killed. And further, after that, the mystery becomes, what are the Jedi hiding from our protagonists? The question isn't who the mysterious Sith is. It's not who's committing these murders. The mystery really is, what is Soul hiding? What are the Jedi doing to maintain order in the galaxy that puts those on the outskirts into a position that's dangerous? And that's, I think, where Headland's lived experience really is effective.
It's all Soul's
It shows sympathy
fault.
for those who are
Okay.
marginalized in order to illustrate how mainstream society, even when it is trying to do good, can sometimes hurt and ostracize those outside of the accepted standards.
We were hunted.
It's our inherent misogyny or some shit. Whatever I was trying to get at here.
You know what? I realized some of what he was saying before, obviously it's not really relevant, but was very, very, very faintly tying into trying to discredit the reviews. But that's basically pretty much went out the window. He's showing people's commentary, but it's still like just explaining what is happening. Very little point being made to actually try to say that the reviews are wrong, really.
Mm-hmm.
It feels very disconnected.
It's kind of like the earlier thing where he went on a rant about like all the different genders of fungus or whatever, where it feels like he's only showing the clips so that he can, it's not even really anything that's related to what he wants to talk about, but he tries to use it as a springboard.
He's just flexing his nerd cred, basically. It's like, I know all this, so you should know it too, and if you don't know it, you're a dum-dum. Rick R saying, yes it is! That was the whole mystery, you fucking idiot! And we also got AA saying, I'm having a brain stroke just from watching this guy. Briscoe, I don't give a fuck about the head lumps lived experience, and no one does, Briscoe.
But everybody is just writing about the experience. Oh, yeah, I'm being fucked by one of Penguin Zero's dildos. Oh no.
Yeah.
This space lesbian looks like she's borrowed one of Penguin Zero's toys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Bow, bow.
Oh my god, I forgot how orgasmic their little chant was. It's like they're all cooning at the same time.
Rick R,
Oh, because some
Queen,
would consider
Queen,
our
your
talent.
voice is lovely. What?
I don't know.
I don't
He's
know,
talking
man.
about the band Queen, clearly.
Oh. Yeah, Freddie Mercury
What
does
do you
have a
want?
good voice, yeah.
Freedom. The freedom to wield my power the way I
He
like.
never explained this, by the way.
A Jedi like you.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty clear from the prequels that the Jedi are
Freedom to murder whoever I want without having to answer to anybody. Yep, I can see why you'd like this, Ant. It's fucking liberal mindset. I'm gonna do whatever I want with no consequences.
AA, what's funny that there's more viewerships from shitty Acolyte series than Andor, so people need to understand that Andor don't care about a second-rate character that dies eventually. People care about... He's pointing up at something. I don't know.
not really doing the best of jobs. Their arrogance allows Palpatine to overtake everything. They're
God.
standing in the room with Palpatine and can't tell he's a Sith. They're either
He's obsessed with just saying that the
or
Jedi are
arrogant,
shit in
and
everything.
both of those are flaws.
The Jedi are romanticized,
Also, hang on.
Oh God, he's trying to justify Last Jedi now.
Also, bringing up that, also, when you look, also going at this from like a meta perspective, it really makes no sense for Disney to have scenes like this and shows like the Acolyte, which basically like condemn the Jedi big time, when Disney themselves are super reliant on the Jedi to be main characters in a lot of their stories.
It's just, I feel like it's just hopping on a trend of, oh, what was the good guys for this organization? Was that, or actually the bad guys? Just another modern writing thing that everybody wants to put in their work without actually thinking it through.
Yeah. Rick R.
Status quo is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still don't know why the hell Ant has such a hard-on against the status quo. Anyway, Rick R. Palpatine and Plagueis were in positions of power and disguise. That is correct.
I wonder if Ant has a problem with the status quo when all these organizations like post their, redo their logos during June.
Mm-hmm. And after June, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The deeds. Legacy of the Jedi is failure. Hypocrisy.
The legacy of the Jedi is failure just because it ended in failure.
Impossible. The Sith have...
So now we have to make every Jedi ever a failure at everything that they ever say because they failed to stop Palpatine at the end of their order.
Yeah, they're tying their shoes, but they get their fingers caught in the shoelace. Yeah. Rick R. Don't all liberals hate the status quo? Yeah, they do. Again, I don't know why.
Even though they benefit from it, it's kind of like whenever the communist is a millionaire.
Uh-huh.
They're like, we need to tear down the monetary systems, bro. Anyway, let me go drive my Lamborghini to my next rally.
Yeah.
For millennium.
The Jedi like you might call me Sith.
The Jedi are doing some underhanded
What's up,
stuff in the show, which is interesting.
We want to take our children!
The Jedi do not take children.
Despite
Well,
the
in this case, they're
they are
well
not...
within their right to do it, basically, if you really look at the entire situation.
So he's spent, like, 50 minutes or so criticizing the Jedi and everything. Is he ever going to criticize, is he going to admit at all that the Space Witches do anything wrong? Because they're pretty fucking psychotic in this instance.
Yeah.
They cause 90% of the conflict by, like, leaping out and attacking constantly.
Right.
So just like one bit of criticism for them, Ant, and I'd actually give you some credit, but I haven't seen it so far. We're over halfway through.
Yeah.
Necessarily always on the right side of the law.
I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over.
You do realize
Point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Well, you do realize Anakin is wrong when he says that, right?
No, he's totally justified, bro. Obi-Wan should have just listened to Anakin and turned to the Palpatine's side or something. Whatever Ant is suggesting here.
It's like, real interesting you didn't play Obi-Wan's quote from after that where he says, "Then you are lost."
He's like, no, I know I'm on Mustafar, dummy. He's like, oh, okay, you know exactly where you are. My mistake, Anakin.
Anyway.
Then they laugh and the situation just rapidly escalates. It's like, whoa, we really got out of hand there for a minute, bro. I was about to burn you.
Yeah.
The legacy of the Jedi is failure.
And while that's controversial, it's informed by the events of the prequels. Now, a big criticism are the Space Witches.
Just because they fail one time, he thinks that their entire legacy is failure. They ruled for 1,000 generations, you dumb.
Yep. Basically, you need to have a super uber perfect track record or else you suck.
You know what? The French lost in World War II. They surrendered.
Mm-hmm.
So, their entire legacy is failure. The entire nation of France is just an eternal failure, Ant. Would you say that? Like, I'd say that because fuck the French, but I'm pretty sure you would disagree with that.
Yeah, fucking cheese-eating surrender monkeys, Rickar, Anakin was manipulated by Palpatine, god damn it! Briscoe, the Jedi do not take children. Yeah, we already took that. Rickar, clearly he hasn't seen Old Republic. Yeah, despite the fact that he hyped it up as the best. But yeah, Luck Pup, you basically have to go. Any closing thoughts on this video so far?
The only thing is, once again, this is actually one of the best videos of his that does this the least, but of course, very much does make a bunch of points, make all this stuff. Most of the time, he doesn't even try to faintly relate it to his point. At least he is this time, but all of this is basically just not actually relevant. It's really not the takedown he thinks it is, nor is it truly any sort of takedown, especially with how much he's gotten wrong, from Star Wars facts to just definitions of words.
Right.
But Luck Papa, prophecy has always happened before, don't you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, always.
See ya, Luck
I'll see you
Pup.
guys.
Alright.
And then there were two.
Always two there are.
Yes.
Sisters, the Witches of Dathomir, or at least their precursors. They're an ancient clan of force-wielding women, one of which has existed for a while, all the way back to Kevin J. Anderson's Young Jedi Knights novels.
Yes.
So they're established, even before the Clone Wars. They've been
And then
established.
Filoni fucked them up, but we'll get to that on Filoni Fridays.
Which again, this is not Dathomir.
Yes.
Which I think is what he's referencing there.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
But
the
at this
Knights
point in the show, they're
and even then, it's like what he's trying to reference is a super specific sect of Dathomiri witches, because the Dathomiri witches that Filoni always brings up in his stories is the Night Sisters. He never brings up any other ones. He doesn't bring up like the river ones. He doesn't bring up the Singing Mountain clan ones. He doesn't bring up any of them. Just the Night Sisters, as if the other ones just don't exist.
Yeah.
Rickar, gents, how did you all deal with this shit with his shit takes all over the years? We just have simple as
Backseat
that.
has dealt with it longer than any of us, clearly.
Yes.
Just to give you guys some perspective, the only time I ever watch any of these fucking people is luckily during a few hours on Saturdays and Wednesdays. So,
Yeah.
you know, luckily I already had to put in my YouTube recommendations, ignore Birdman's channel and ignore Hans' channel.
Yeah.
So that they would stop recommending them. But,
Right.
yeah, it is controlled doses for sure.
Yeah.
You can see the Dathomir witches return in Ahsoka, so they're still relevant throughout the Disney era of Star Wars.
Not this show.
Bruh, it's like he says that they're literally wearing different colored robes, you fucktard.
And they made up that they came from a different galaxy and had like some empire or some shit in the Ahsoka show. Oh yeah, and they can make zombies now.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that's interesting is
Not
that
even the
Star Wars has
same
always been
thing.
Jedi-centric. We've never seen really the first-person perspective.
Is he saying that OSHA is a zombie from that point on?
I guess. I don't know.
I mean, with her acting, I could believe it.
Yeah.
Of the witches, when either they're not in conflict with the Jedi or what? Like, why would anyone become a witch? What would this
Rickar.
society? How would it function?
Rickar, yes, he is colorblind, yes. Anyway, apparently, even though his glasses apparently don't help him in that regard, but anyway, moving on. His glasses...
Deflension, not actually failures. They actually wait war.
Yeah. Yeah.
We see them at war with the Jedi, but we don't really see enough of them, just kind of existing on their own. This show is exploring that in a way that's interesting, showing them
not
as
interesting.
outcasts. And that's
They're
kind of
so narrow.
A lot of fans don't like that though, because it forces them to reevaluate how.
No, dude, it's like 30 of them, and the only thing we learn about them is that they do some weird kooky ritual where they try and put the dark side in some shit. Like that's literally it. It's so narrow. There's no culture. There's no deepness to their characters.
No.
It's just this one specific thing that the Jedi stopped them from doing.
Yeah, and to sort of like circle back around to like my failed ass debate with organized chaos. Like I legit said like we don't get any dinner scene with them in that. And it's like, yeah, maybe then we would have been able to explore it, but we don't. So all we have to work with is what we have in the show, and what we know is that, like, they're basically isolationist bitches who don't tolerate anyone, really. They break their laws, and they're basically, and they really shouldn't raise children. That's basically it. So yeah.
They're basically never seen doing anything except their dark side training or their force training shit. Like, we never see them doing anything casual, like just reading, eating.
Oh, but they made spice creams, John. That's good enough.
Oh, that's right. They reference, like, I'll let you have another cinnamon bun or whatever. Yeah.
Even though and because it's a spice cream, John, you know what spice is.
Fucking drugs. They're gonna give their kids
crack,
drugs.
Crack cocaine, baby.
I'll let you have another crack bun, kids, if you just do what I want.
Yeah.
Crack babies.
Oh my god, yeah. Fucking Christ.
They perceive the Force.
I said, may the thread be with you. They completely redefine what the Force is.
Critical
Jedi
drinker.
and Sith wield the Ashtar and Bogan, the light and the dark.
This guy's full of shit, by the way.
Oh no, not the Bendu. That's
Yeah,
such a
Bendu.
retarded. He's the gray Jedi of giant space cows.
Yeah. Oh my god, I hate the Bendu so much. I swear to God.
Oh, it's when fucking idiot shills. It's what they think is deep. Like, it's that sort of shallow shit where it's like, oh, she's not in the, he's in the middle, guys.
It's basically like, light doesn't equal good and dark doesn't equal evil. It's like, thanks, bruh. It's like, that's never been done in fiction before, ever. Fucking Final Fantasy III did that. Ugh.
Spoilers, I haven't played that yet.
Oh, sorry, John.
I'm joking because it's from like 1990 or some shit.
Yeah, yeah.
That's on me at that point.
Into hiding, or because some would consider our power dark.
An object cannot make you good or evil.
That Force does not belong to the Jedi.
God, I like how he's demonstrating like how shallow and repetitive they are. Like, they never delve into it deeper than this. They just continually tease and do the same narrow-minded shit.
Yeah,
like, it's like, always the same.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you can harp on this until the fucking cows, like Bendu, come home, but it's like, you need to do a lot more than just say, like, hey, the Jedi aren't all that good and the Sith aren't all that bad, and then just fucking, like, you know, and yeah, like Rick R says, it's not like Darth Treya exists, exactly.
This is like if for my first appearance on Backseater, I was just like, well, Ant does make one good point, Backseater. And then the next time we cover him, just like, well, he does make one good point. And then today I go, well, he does make one good point in one of his videos. It's like I just keep teasing it and never actually like extrapolating on that at all.
Yeah.
It's just like a fucking cock tease.
Right.
To say that if the Jedi die, the light dies is vanity. Can you feel that?
Because they're not good enough to go in
Like
depth.
world religions, not everyone can see the same events from the same perspective. What a Catholic may interpret as their faith, a Protestant may disagree.
Oh my god.
It's the same mentality here. The witches, the Sith, and the Jedi are all seeing the same basic idea, but their particular lens allows them to see it through a different way.
Well,
and that's
except,
interesting.
hang on, well, no it isn't, because the Force objectively tells them what is the right way, though. Because, remember, the Force isn't just this magical energy field that, like, that just allows all these people to, like, use it for, like, or tap into it for the sake of their powers. It's like, the Force legit has a mind of its own. It has its own will, and the will of the Force says that you must obey me, and if you go against me, you're evil. It's like Islam, basically. It's like, if you don't follow the tenets of Allah, you're evil. You're an infidel, basically. That's basically like what it is.
Also, they don't differentiate themselves at all. They say it, they do lip service to doing that, but then they just do a force push. The same as the fucking Jedi teach.
Right. Aside that and like possession is the extent of their powers.
Like, I would love if they actually did a different perspective on things, but all they do is say, we think of it as a thread. It's like, that's literally the only difference is the terminology. Other than that, they just utilize the Force in ways we already know.
Yeah.
Have to agree with how they see it. Like, the thread may not be the way you interpret the Force, but given over the years how they've shown the Force is far more complex than the
They call it
way
something
that they
else.
see
That's
it.
not complex.
It's not impossible to imagine that another order may reinterpret the Force.
Hey, Ant, I just made up a new order in my head of the Force. It's the Schlurpos. They call the Force the Schlurpo, and they, instead of a Force push, they call it a Schlurpo push.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at how deep and nuanced I am. I just made an entirely new perspective on the Force, dude.
Yeah.
It's so cool. Wow.
Yes, especially, and it's especially bad that they did this to like the, you know, I know that they're not like the same ones, but Ant thinks they are, so I'm just gonna say it that way. It's like, it's Samby's bringing up like the Dathomiri witches in regards to this because they legit interpreted the Force a different way. They saw the Force in a more animistic sense as opposed to the Jedi and the Sith where they see it in like a more dualism sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
And John, if you don't know what animism is, let me Google it here real quick. Animism basically is the attribution of a soul to plants, inanimate object, and natural phenomena. It's also the belief in a supernatural power that organizes and animates the material universe.
Ah, okay.
Anyway.
1 second here. At 43 minutes. Chris Gore had seen those episodes. So that's misinformation to say he's prejudging. I'll just keep it very simple, just so he can have a nice little fact check there.
No way. That's distinct. In the Clone Wars show especially, we really explore how the Force is a little bigger than even the Jedi.
I remember this.
I am not.
And that was
looking
well
forward to that
received
shit.
back then.
No, it wasn't.
Phony
Shut the
Baloney
fuck
Fridays.
up. Shut the fuck up, Vance. No, it wasn't.
You see, it copied Christian imagery with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Don't you understand, Backseat? It's very deep.
It's also, it sucks. I don't care.
Copy pasted from this other thing that's popular.
Yeah.
This is doing the same basic thing, but in a much smaller, more personal scale.
That's the least of this scene's problems because apparently there's a deleted scene out there where after saying that the Sith have been extinct for a millennium, he follows that up with, except for that time we ran across a coven of lesbian space witches where 2 of them managed to conceive twin daughters without a father, who incidentally didn't look anything like their mother. I mean, where are the horns? But they were created by this thing called the Thread. So that really Dark Lord looking dude.
That's not Sith though. The witches are not Sith. They established that. In fact, the word Sith has not been stated once.
Dark side users.
So when anyone says like, "Oh, Sith have been seen for 1,000 years," what about the time a few decades before? It's like, well, it's because they're not Sith.
Dude, if everything is the same as the Sith, then there's no reason to even say we haven't seen Sith in a millennia. If there's been a million other dark side users, then the Sith kind of become just inconsequential, where it's like the Jedi would not dismiss it. Qui-Gon wouldn't even say, I think it's Sith. He would just say, oh, I think they're a dark side user like we saw 100 years ago.
Yeah.
At least the Jedi don't think they're the Sith, so that matters right there. The Acolyte has taken time to focus on this untapped component of Star Wars lore in a way that's really interesting. But the reaction from fans shows they're not really interested in reevaluating the Force. They want it to be part of this established lore. Because they see it as,
they want the established lore to matter.
It's lore breaking, when in actuality, it's just another point of view.
So what I
From a certain point.
Obi-Wan was bullshitting, by the way, and like Lucas mad at him.
Yeah, it's like Obi-Wan in that scene is basically running damage control to lying to Luke, basically. So, hang on, we got Rick R saying, can the thread be cut so they can thread themselves out of existence? What? Rick R says, no, it wasn't by many. Yeah, I'd rather see the 2003 Clone Wars. Yeah, and have a couple of ants have a couple of these. Yeah. Oh, motherfucker. Anyway.
View the Force functions like the threads. But another point of view, it functions like the Jedi does.
Don't
and
have
they're
any
both
Force
because
function.
they're different groups using the Force in different ways.
They're the same.
Really not.
We are looking at even the events in the show at this point from a very limited perspective, because it's clear there are many secrets that we have not been told yet as an audience.
Nope.
At least as of episode 5.
Didn't turn out to be
This
true.
is also why I don't seem to mind the whole Force creating life thing, because we're never told definitively it's only been done this way. Because, quite frankly, the scope of
So they have to throw in an awkward line of dialogue, like, you know, I think he may have been made by the midichlorians, which, of course, is the first time that we have ever encountered such a thing. Like, he's asking the dialogue of all the other movies to be worse. This is like what the Obi-Wan show did, whenever they're like, a presence I've not felt since... And clearly with the prequels, we see that it's since Mustafar.
Yeah.
But then they decide to take that ambiguous line and say, oh, see, he didn't say since Mustafar, so now we can do whatever we want for rematch of the century.
Right.
And so it's like Ant just wants clunky dialogue everywhere to make everything so explicit that you can't have any wiggle room.
Right. Rickard, the witches are a bunch of crazy bitches, indeed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Characters is very limited. Palpatine didn't see this, as far as we know. We didn't see the Jedi. Yoda didn't see this. Mace Windu didn't see this. So why wouldn't the witches be this
funny? Because Yoda is informed at the end.
Probably learning from someone else deeper in the lore than they did. There's no reason to believe Anakin is the first person to have ever been.
There's another secret behind the secret.
He's only the first person to have been conceived by the Force that the Jedi in the Phantom Menace are aware of, and that's a very specific time frame. After all, how did Palpatine and Plagueis figure it out?
Dude.
They read a book, probably went to an old library, talked to someone. Who knows? But they figured it out.
The Jedi library
exists before them. And the deeper in Star Wars lore you go, the more likely you're going to see unusual, strange things that inform the actions of the current modern day of Star Wars.
Oh, so basically what he's saying is, because there's been a lot of history before what these characters say, nothing of what these characters say has any meaning whatsoever.
Pretty much.
So these characters don't know everything, so basically none of their dialogue matters, and it's all bullshit.
Right.
So it's like, at that point, just nothing matters. It's the red letter media approach of it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Just don't care about it, bro. Just don't care about it. Yeah.
I think Ant is fucking black-pilled and he doesn't realize it. He's just like, nothing matters. Nothing is important. Who cares about anything? Fuck my life. I'm just gonna shove this ring down my throat and choke on it.
Yeah. Rickard. Ant, one more shit take on your BS. Please keep digging that shit. Keep talking.
Oh my god, he just has to dismiss he's gotten to the point where he's just dismissing all dialogue because it takes place at a certain point in time.
John,
he's like, well, these characters aren't immortal, so they can't have their dialogue.
This is a perfect thumbnail for that. I'm gonna make the thumbnail based off his black pilling, John. Hang on. Let me do this shit. Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck my life. Anyway.
So we have gotten to the conclusion that none of the Force matters because the Jedi made some mistakes in the prequels, and none of the dialogue in the prequels matters because it doesn't take into account all of time and space.
It doesn't take into account future stories, yeah.
The miracle of Anakin's birth is that it's seemingly immaculate.
Seemingly.
With Osha and
It is immaculate, you
the Force.
fucktard! That's the definition of an immaculate birth! Fuck!
Oh god, that's a serial killer face, man.
Hold on, let me get that shit for a future video. It's like, hee.
That looks like he looks like the brother of Butts, the reactor, Eric Butts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mole dude.
Yeah.
He looks like his brother in that shot. He's like, hey, let's do a brother reaction, Eric.
I can help you out on your new hit single song, Eric. Yeah. Get a clue too. Yeah. Anyway.
He'll wear he'll do the tambourine because he has no real musical skill. And then
yeah.
Eric will play the bongos.
No, I'm pretty sure Eric plays all his instruments. Damn. What a waste of talent.
So there's much less mystery behind Osha and May's birth, as opposed to with Anakin's birth, where it's just seen as the midichlorians themselves bringing life forth. To recap this tangent, there's no reason to believe the Force hasn't conceived life before, just that the Jedi haven't heard of it. And the Jedi, as we can tell, are not omniscient, nor do they understand every facet of the Force.
Oh, so if you're not God, none of your dialogue matters. Okay.
Since episode 1, where they were in the room with a Sith Lord and didn't know he was a Sith Lord. These guys aren't brilliant, or, Kiadi-Mundi who gets everything wrong.
May gets tired and takes a break.
Oh, Jesus, he really has a hate boner for Kiadi-Mundi.
Fair enough, you know, he trained about 17 years to kill the Jedi and seek revenge on them and avenge her sister. But yeah, you know what? She's just kind of tired now, so she's going to take a stop and, switch plans.
Why are people so... Okay, here's what I don't understand with all these responses with this. She only trained that way to avenge her sister. If she's not avenging anyone, why would she bother doing it? I don't get... I feel like they don't understand it. I mean, it's weird, right? Like, it's weird that this...
No, the weird thing is that she decides to then sneak into the Jedi.
Yeah.
If it were really like, oh, I'm avenging my sister, and now my sister's alive, she would naturally be happy and just, like, be like, oh
give
my
up
God,
her
man.
quest, yeah.
Yeah, and, like, fucking hug her and be like, let's go back together, we'll explain everything,
What we do here is go back, yeah.
Instead, she randomly decides to, like, knock her out, cut her hair off, and fucking infiltrate Saul to get some random tidbit that doesn't even change anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're a weirdo, Ant. I don't know.
Saying, hey, why would you give up all that training after you spent years training? Well, because there's no point anymore. She's not avenging anyone anymore. Her sister's alive. She fought to defend her sister. Sister's okay. So, who cares? There's nothing to fight for anymore. Of course, her entire worldview will change. That's the only reason that it matters to her.
Catchphrase
now,
for
again,
this video.
the
Who
characters
cares? Nothing matters.
He doesn't even care about what happened in the Acolyte at this point. He's like, what happened in the previous episode? Who cares?
Yeah.
Jesus, your standards just keep lowering as you try to defend it more and more. Like, less things matter. Nothing matters.
Our stock. There's a lot of cliches. Not everything is perfect. And that deserves to be criticized. For the first 4 episodes,
That's
it's
such
meandering.
an obfuscation where it's just, you say like, oh, this is like, here's a very specific example, Backseater, when, you know, Hassan Piker was once getting pressed on, like, you need to recognize the 300 plus, like, grapes that happened in the October 7th events, and he's just like, I've admitted to that before. I admitted to this one time that it happened. It's
Right.
like, no. You don't get to go, oh, I'm very clearly giving ground. I admitted to this one time, when there's like 300 and something instances and you're trying to discredit all of that. You don't get to pose as the neutral ground by
Yeah.
admitting one fucking thing.
Yeah. Let's see here.
He's just like, oh, they made mistakes, so now I'm neutral, see?
Yeah. We got we got Briscoe saying Eric Butzman. Rick R. This take and vid would be classified as an OSHA violation. Rick R.
Saul wants to violate OSHA.
Yeah, Rick R. The first time he used brain cells. Rick R. The sister she wanted to kill. Yeah.
Building a premise. It's building an establishment. You get comfortable. You get relaxed. And then episode 5 happens. The one good thing about Star Wars TV under Disney is that they have one thing they're consistently good-ish at.
What?
And that's making bad guys.
No.
Not every single one's a banger.
Oh my god.
No.
You're gonna talk about Reva?
Reva! Yeah.
I'm trying to think of let's think of the bad guys. We've had Moff Gideon. He's been an incompetent clown who just gets defeated at the end of every season.
We got, let's see here. We also have,
Boba Fett.
yeah,
had,
I don't even remember the bad guy in that show.
Well, they threw in that bounty hunter from the Clone Wars.
Cad Bane.
Yeah, they threw him in at the end. Oh, the Pikes. That's right. The Pikes were the bad guys.
Right.
Yeah, because the Hutts pieced out.
Right. You had bullshit Thrawn, who sucks.
Oh, fat idiot Thrawn.
Fat
who couldn't
idiot
think of a
Thrawn.
single plan other than shoot our guns at
What
them.
a waste of Mads Mikkelsen he was. What's Morgan Elsbeth from that show? She sucked too. She was a nothing burger. What's his face? The guy played by the actor who died.
Oh yeah, Ray Stevenson.
Ray Stevenson's
played,
character, yeah, I don't remember his name, but
Balin Skrull.
Balin. He's
Shin Hati.
Yeah, Shin Betty. She's been like they're nothing burgers too, and for some reason all the shills are hyping Balin up to be like a replacement for Darth Krayt for some reason. I don't know why.
He just says vagaries. He's just like, oh, more power than you could imagine.
Yeah.
But also peace. Oh.
Yeah. And
I didn't watch Skeleton Crew, so I don't know the villains from that.
Well, it's set up that Brutus is the main villain, but surprise, it was Jod the whole time. So, you know, Jod was the main villain all along.
Oh, spoilers. I just said I didn't watch it.
Oh, who cares, John? It's not worth it. I legit stopped after episode 3, and I learned all of it from Cammy. But, what else is there? Yeah, it's just they all suck. And if we were to include the animated shows, then they'd still all suck.
Holy shit. So Ant thinks all of those have been great, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been some pretty good bad guys on these Star Wars TV shows.
God.
The petty bureaucratic.
Oh, I forgot Andor. We literally forgot Andor existed. Going through all the shows. This just had a season 2 like several months ago. And we were just like, oh fuck. The first one he brings up, we forgot about. I watched all of season 2 on, you know, not Disney Plus, but, you know, other ways.
Yeah.
You know, I legit forgot about these fucking characters.
Or to the megalomania of Moff Gideon in The Mandalorian, to the
megalomania. Okay.
Yeah.
He wanted to make clones. He said, my clones.
Yeah.
understated pathos of Balin's skull.
The understated pathos, in other words.
He wants power, but he also wants peace. It's like, okay, thanks.
Yeah, he doesn't say shit. Okay, he's just vague.
Oh, but he has an orange saber, so it's all good in the hood.
Oh god.
Are consistently some of the best.
He didn't bring up Reva, I noticed.
The only exception is Book of Boba Fett, which I think is by far the worst.
What about Obi-Wan?
The entire Disney catalog of work so far. I think Boba Fett.
So we forgot about Acolyte, or we forgot about Andor, but he forgot about Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
This show is a waste of time, and the only time it gets decent is when it becomes someone else's show for 2 episodes. It's just awful. And again, there's no real central bad guy, just a rotating list of bad guys who show up for an episode or 2 and then leave or get killed off.
Yes,
but the Acolyte kicks it into high gear halfway through by introducing the guy who's going to wreck shop with every single person. Now, the Sith has been teased over the course of the show. You know, everyone remarking that it has to be some rogue Jedi or something like that. And no one ever expected it. Let me rephrase that. No one in the show ever suspected it was wimpy Ezra Miller.
3 to the 5s and 10s of people who are actually interested in the show is, who is Smilo Ren? Is it Asian Ezra Miller? It could be, but I'm leaning towards something like this.
You really didn't know it was me.
This, of course, fits with the theme of the series, that what you at first perceive to be truth is actually just a veneer, a mask. This goes a long way to excuse.
Yeah, how is this fed into the series? Because the witches are pretty much who we thought they were. They're doing some dark side shit.
Hang on, let me look at this shit up. I want to see what the theme of the Acolyte is. Hold up.
Ooh.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I just looked it up, and the Acolyte has no theme.
Grok, what is the theme of the Acolyte?
Sucks to be you, Ant. Hang on, let me catch up on chat here. Rickar's like, no! Rickar, Book of Boba ruined Cad Bane so hard. I mean, Cad Bane was already bad, but yeah, it ruined him even worse. Briscoe, Ant just lost all credibility, not that he had any, right there with that short bus rider statement. Rick R, you notice how in every Disney marketing, when they talk about bad guys, they never bring up Dooku? Yeah, I don't know why. Dooku always gets the short end of the stick in that regard. Rick R, the guy who will show his ass to the protagonist. Yeah, his lightsaber, yeah.
So I won't read descriptions of all these Backseater, but I did just go ahead and throw into Grok, what are the themes of the Acolyte?
Yeah.
And it said 6 themes. It had mystery and investigation, which is not a theme. That's just a thing that
That's
happens.
just yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then the dark side and Sith origins. So that's AI misinterpreting shit because obviously it's not the origins. It's 100 years before the Phantom Menace. And
Yeah.
Power and corruption.
Yeah.
Okay, I can kind of see that one.
Yeah.
Even though it's executed poorly, obviously. And then
Right.
duality and perspective. Yeah, that's what Ant's trying to get at, even though it
Okay.
barely touches on that.
Alright, whatever.
Legacy and mentorship. May and Saul highlights the themes of well, basically it's the fact that there are mentors and apprentices. I think it's all it has there.
Yeah,
And then
just about.
Force mythology. The show expands on Star Wars lore, exploring the Force's balance, including lesser-known aspects of like the power of two. So basically, it took their chant and said, "This is a theme, I guess." Poor Grok is stretching here. I just broke it.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck happened to Grok at
Grok is
12:24 a.m.?
Grok is all like, I can't be bothered to answer shit about this show. Fucking.
It has to try and find a theme, and it just breaks the entire processing center. It's like, oh fuck, not the Acolyte. No, nobody asked a question about this.
Using some of the stock characters, because clearly they're established as what you expect the Jedi to be, and it goes throughout the whole show. There's the one guy with the
yellow,
with the hair. He presents
with
himself
the
as this
hair. Ant. That is a rather racist thing to say. I have to say.
Yeah.
This is his oof face, by the way. He's like, oof.
Like, oh no, I'm sorry. They came out wrong. I'm so sorry. Here, let me lick your boots.
Right as he's kicked in the nuts. That's
Yeah.
his face that he
Let me get that face real quick.
This is when he sees a new backseater upload. He's like,
Oh, wait till he sees I'm back on Twitter. Yeah, he's gonna be like, no, I thought we banned that guy.
I reported him. I had all my followers. We poured him.
Yeah, hang on. Let me
Awful
see
Jedi
this,
who's strong and aware.
Rick R. Did Chat GPT write that? Probably. It's Grok.
They probably are just pulling from each other. All the AI just gonna start copying each other and never come up with anything again.
Yeah.
He's always wrong, and he gets flattened without even being hit with a lightsaber. That's meant to show to us, the audience, that what we're told is not always what is. The guy holds his lightsaber around like a flashlight. He's clearly inexperienced with it.
Dude, it's mindless fiction. Like, they're not trying to trash on the character as much as I trash on the character. Like, he's using his lightsaber as a flashlight is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Like, they even do that in, like, games and shit.
People think Osha is the killer at first, but then it turns out she's a secret twin, who everyone thought was dead, except she's not. Soul at first seems to be this mature, wise leader until, and I think a lot of people figured this out from the very first second he showed up, he's hiding something. He has a facade of nobility that can
Oh, wow, so smart.
And maybe he feels guilty about it, but not guilty enough to confess to it, or take accountability for it, or face the consequences for it. And then he faced...
It's because he's constantly making guilty faces to the camera. It's not fucking subtle, dude. He's always like, oh man, I'm contemplating myself.
Is off against this wimpy, sniveling little guy who turns out to be the Sith equivalent of Jason Voorhees. He comes in like he's the Undertaker and just bodies these guys. And again, with this show, it's
dare make after I referenced Friday the 13th Ant earlier, you're just trying to piss me off now.
Yeah. Don't do our boy in the hockey mask dirty like that. It's bad enough he can't be put into Dead by Daylight. Don't compare him to Don't compare him to Smilo Ren.
Yeah, Jason is in a lot of shit movies, but they always say, and actually the Friday the 13th directors even had this with Part 6. They said, can we make it a little bit more comedic? And the producers said, as long as you don't make Jason a joke. And that is a great guideline because it's like, yeah, you still want people to feel his presence, even in a more jokey movie. You're gonna make sure that whenever he shows up, shit's going down. And you're not making him into a clown.
Fucking hell, even like the dumber ones after Part 6 still kept him a menace. Like in Jason Takes Manhattan, even though he like when he kicks the garbage cans, he's still a menace.
Well, that guy like punches him 36 times whenever he's boxing him on the roof, and then Jason just fucking claps his head off into the dumpster. Like, They never like beat the shit out of Jason in a comedic sense. He's
Right.
always just like the fucking intimidating Terminator,
The
and
the
this dude
closest-
is the fucking joke who shows his ass.
Yeah, the closest they get to that is like in Freddy versus Jason, and that's because like it's all like, hey, like, but you know, makes sense because Freddy's a more comedic guy who likes toying with his
Yeah.
foes. But yeah, anyway.
He's making jokes about his victims.
Right.
Like he is the comedian in a dark sense, like a Joker or something.
Right.
Melissa just nailed it. Yeah, Frank Mancuso Jr. said, "Do whatever you want, but Jason cannot be the butt of any joke."
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, Ricard. Also, the soundtrack is awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
We are shown, okay, here's the mystery, up going to a new location, gonna find out this thing, and then it takes you completely off guard with one of the best fight scenes in Disney Star Wars. It goes from calm and
in
collected
Disney Star Wars.
to
Okay,
the
way to
grounds up
qualify
edited.
it.
What are we even doing now? 80% of this cast is dead. They're all dead. They
Dude,
killed
they're
them all off.
red
the-
shirts. No
Dude.
shit, they were gonna die.
Yeah, the only consequential characters of any sort that died were Jackie, which was just like a lesbian tease that amounted to nothing.
Yeah.
And then who only had like 2 scenes with OSHA to do that, and then like Yord, who was just like the butt of a joke of like, oh, look how stupid Yord is, but also shirtless scene, but also Yord's stupid, by the way. Okay, he's dead now. Like, that's not really changing the story in any significant way. Neither one of them was feeding into the story in any significant way.
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, it's just, it's like, honest to God, you could probably cut, like, Yord and Jackie out of the story, and nothing would be lost.
Well, Backseater, they have their own novels. How could you say that?
So what?
Surely you have to read those first, even though they came out after the series, in order to get the full weight of their deaths.
Whatever.
They won. And we're left with an uncertain future. You know, in a lot of ways, it reminds me of the opening of Ahsoka. The first half of Ahsoka is kind of meandering.
I can see that.
A lot of people couldn't engage with it. They're interested in these characters. They're kind of going, okay, where are we going with this?
And then that
If you didn't watch
continued,
Rebels
and
recently,
nobody
you
was
kinda lost.
interested in anything.
This is the fight between Ahsoka and Balin. And when that happens, the show goes from just this kind of meandering, I don't know about this, to a show with pathos and stuff going on.
Your legacy, like your master's, is one of death and destruction.
You're invested. Now, granted,
That's just telling us stuff we already know. That's not interesting at all. Like, we get it. Anakin killed lots of people. Like, that's just like a fucking jangling keys only in dialogue.
the show itself has flaws. I think the lightsaber fights in Ahsoka are lame, and I don't get how this was filmed right alongside this fight scene stuff, and they didn't take notes.
He plays that in
ideas.
fast
It's
motion,
in
I'm pretty
choreography.
sure.
It's staggering to me that Ahsoka's fights are so stiff. When this fight,
Because Rosario Dawson is old.
Yeah.
And she didn't bother to do any of the training, as evidenced by the Anakin episode, where he was very clearly very well trained.
And yeah, he freshened up. Yeah.
Well, and he had a passion for it. Yeah, and this sword was an extension of his arm, and he was just very much natural with it. He clearly had to slow down for Rosario Dawson, who is a mid-40s woman who didn't bother to do shit because she just wanted to make up and figured that was hard enough for her work.
Right.
minute battle is so fluid and consistently exciting.
So fluid.
Where was that from? Ahsoka? Like, Dave Filoni, get on this. But it's
oh
ironic.
God,
Listen,
he's trying to
if you look at what
he's
fans
trying to
want do,
fluff up Filoni. while he's at it.
They want a cool fight scene. They want the Jedi being awesome. They want a bad guy who feels like a beast. And you get that.
Sith.
You get all that right
No,
here.
you don't.
It's
No,
all
you
here.
don't. No, you
and
don't.
it's amazing how lukewarm the response has been from.
No, the Acolyte fight scene was a lot more flash and like trying to do. It's the equivalent of if like an anime suddenly had like all their high-powered characters face off against some villain and had him win the fight, and it's like, wow, wasn't that well choreographed? It's like, no, not really.
It's like, be
It's-
happy. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
give me what you want. Why aren't you happy? Here we go. Rickard, they didn't engage. Nobody gave a fuck because at this point, Ahsoka is just Dave's baby. Yeah, pretty much. Rickard says, "And your taste in what you think is lame and boring would be better than hearing what you think is good and should watch." Rick R. Ant is a fan of The Matrix Resurrections. Melissa Lord. Rosario Dawson can act great. Yeah, she can, but she's not a sword fighter. No, she ain't. She took 0 lessons. Hayden trained for 6 years to get that good. Fucking hell. Could you imagine?
Yeah, like,
could you imagine
Rosario in Daredevil season 2 is awesome. Yeah.
Who was she in that again? I don't remember.
She was the nurse.
Oh, she was night nurse? Yeah.
Yeah, she's attacked by the ninjas in the hospital, and Daredevil has to save her, and she gets her tits out, which is all she's good for. No, I'm joking, but no, she's good in the Quentin Tarantino movie too, with oh god, Kurt Russell is the driver, the stunt driver in it. Death Proof, I think it's called. Anyway, it's the Grindhouse like double feature. She's in the Quentin Tarantino half of that, not the Robert Rodriguez. But anyways, yeah, she's a good actress from what I've seen her in. Yeah.
Also, apparently we got Mom Pup and Girlfriend Pup subbed to the channel now. Apparently. Anyway, Melissa Lord says, I loved Rosario in The Rundown. And Briscoe says, Death Proof. Yep, there it is.
Death Proof. There it is. Yeah. She's in that, and she faced off as Kurt Russell as an evil stunt driver in it. But, yeah, point is, even Daredevil Season 2, like, she's really, she's a good actress. And, you know, they could have partially saved this series by just giving Ahsoka the same outfit that she has in the Clone Wars series, but
the tube
apparently
top
for
and
Filoni,
miniskirt, yeah.
Apparently for Filoni, she was too old for
there,
that.
it would actually be appropriate for her to wear that now instead of as a fucking minor.
Yeah. Filoni's like, too old. She's past 18. Why would I ever wear that?
I don't want to look at Rosario Dawson's saggy tits. Like, no.
Dude, just prop them up a little bit. It's a little bit of Hollywood. Come on.
Yeah.
The people who hated this show up until now. Yes, there are some people who are saying, you know, that was a good episode. I'll give them credit. And you know what? If you're saying that, more power to you. I'm glad you're able to admit.
That you
like that.
What about if you like a show overall and you don't like an episode, and will you still be willing to give it shit? Because again, you seem to have a double standard when it comes to criticism versus praise.
Yeah, like Batman the Animated Series, that's a good show, but no one is saying I have Batman in my basement is a good episode of it. Yeah.
That thing. But we're getting the best fighting since Darth Maul and the Phantom Menace.
Only one's praise. And I'm completely want to burn his bridges. Fuck off.
Says here the Acolyte strives to top that iconic Phantom Menace duel. I'm going to tell you something before I start to read this. This is like
Ant is a racist.
Majority of us know that this show's going to tank. Okay, it most likely is. Okay,
already has.
You ever had an experience where you saw a really, really bad movie, but they had one cool scene in it? That's what this will be like. If you expect to top the duels in the previous movies, but you're still serving up woke garbage, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. Flash versus Substance, yeah.
The show was trash, but that one lightsaber, that was off the chain.
Yep.
They
you know what? This actually applies like Force Awakens.
Yeah.
It's a completely garbage movie. There's a good tracking shot where Poe Dameron shoots down a bunch of TIE fighters. And it ends with, what's-his-face, Finn, going like, that's one hell of a pilot. I'm like, that's a cool score, and it's like a cool, like, one-shot kind of thing. But, like, it's completely Flash versus Substance. There's nothing before that or after that that makes me care about Poe Dameron as a character. Nothing that makes me care about Finn as a character. And nothing that makes me give a shit that a bunch of TIE fighters just got shot by an X-Wing. Like, you could have taken that exact same shot, thrown it into A New Hope, and I would have been just as praising of it.
Yeah, or like Last Jedi, the Holdo maneuver, and like it has like all them fucking cracks on the goddamn Star Destroyers. Like, okay, that's cool, but the rest of the film is still shit.
Yeah. But that one, hey, if the rest of the show was as good as that lightsaber duel,
This is
enough
correct.
to save the show, but credit where it is due. is not perfect compared to other lightsaber duels in their other. So it's only comparing to Disney Star Wars. That's correct. Yeah. This one is decent. I have to rank this slightly higher than the Anakin versus adult. Well, yeah, that one was shit because Rosario couldn't do the acting.
Yeah.
Everyone's carrying their own weight, whereas Hayden has to bear the. Yeah, exactly. So this is slighting. Yeah, exactly. It's saying that Rosario didn't put in the work, like we said before.
Right.
But it had a hit.
And I want to be fair. There are critics of the show who have given the show props when they feel it deserves props. Very noteworthy, Star Wars Theory, a major critic of the show, seemed almost satisfied with the first couple of episodes, with minor criticism throughout, of course, but he overall seemed more warm on it. The Dathomir Witches came along and he kind of changed his tune, but it's important
Oh,
to
so
note
then it
that
became bad because he didn't like it.
not every critic is in unanimous agreement of what the flaws of the Acolyte are.
I feel like they
unified
are,
on
though.
where the show's going.
I wonder, Ant, do you say this with Superman, where, like, you know, a lot of your little critic pals liked it, but there's a lot who didn't? Are you going to be like, not everybody's in unanimous agreement, guys? We need to talk about the criticisms.
Yeah,
Again, slanted towards the positive.
Yeah, we got Melissa saying that lightsaber duel wasn't that good. None of the choreography in Acolyte was good. Yeah, that duel had a lot of goofy ass moments, like him bonking his head on that one dude's saber, or him.
Well, especially near the beginning, whenever there's like a shit ton of people around him, and they all just kind of wait around, or they wave their lightsabers like kind of off to the side of him in order to make it look like there's a lot of activity, but they're not actually going for him. Like, it was a lot of forced choreography, especially in those beginning bits where he kills all the red shirts.
Right. Or red robes, rather, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
The fights. I actually like the fights. It's flashy hand-to-hand combat and martial arts, and that's nice. There's not a lot of it there. It's at least refreshing. It's this welcome palate cleanser from the very terrible writing that the show has. Like, I don't even think the characters are even bad per se. Like, they could have been pretty interesting, but the writing is so cringe. And I know I use that word.
What does that even mean? The characters are bad, but the writing is horrible. Like, the writing is the characters. Like, at that point, you're just saying, like, oh, if these characters were completely different, they could have been good. Like, sure. That's like saying if I didn't build this building to fall down, then it could have stood up. It's like, yeah, if you completely change something at its base level, which is the writing, then yeah, it could have worked. Like, that makes no sense.
We got Melissa saying Acolyte choreography needs some help from Paula Abdul or something. What the hell? What the? What?
Honey, I don't think this show is for you.
Straight up downtown, someone needs, like, my... I don't fucking know, man. What the... Melissa, what the hell? What?
Backseater, I think it could have used Randy Jackson treatment. You would have been like, yo, this is straight up fire, dog.
And then Simon Cowell is like, this isn't the worst fight choreography in America. This is the worst fight choreography in the world.
I'm just waiting for Randy to show up after the Mustafar fight when Anakin's on fire, and he's like, yo, dog, you'll straight up fire.
And then Ryan Seacrest comes on. It's like, oh, yeah, sorry you didn't make the cut. Yeah, Melissa, I know she's a dance choreographer, but she's not a fight choreographer. That's different stuff right there.
Yeah, well, we're just making fun of American Idol at this point. Like, we weren't even making fun of your comment. Like, I get that, like, it's somewhat like dancey in the prequels where, but you know, they also very much are more fight choreography than straight up dance.
Yes. Anyway.
Real loosey-goosey. I mainly use it ironically, but here I really do mean it. It sounds like they're trying to be deep, but don't know how. For example, one of the bad guys, he's like, steel and laser no good against Jedi. Had to kill the dream. And then fucking fires up his lightsaber for no reason. It should be like really cinematic and dramatic. It's just really lame. Like, all of the writing falls super flat. Even when you have characters I think could work pretty well, they just can't write them well, unfortunately.
I was kind of getting into this one a little bit.
He was right along with us with the joke there. Yeah, it was basically like, they were doing dance choreography in the show. Yeah.
Briscoe, only us 80s kids look at that reference. Dude, I'm not an 80s kid, and I know who Paula Abdul is.
She was kind of old whenever she was on American Idol, though. She was that
Yeah.
Hollywood aging where she was like staying in a very specific position with a lot of makeup, trying to stay young.
Yeah. Ricard, I'm having an aneurysm out of sheer stupidity. Briscoe, the joke went over your heads. Dudes, I know what the hell. I know who Paula Abdul is. Fuck.
Okay,
Anyway.
so yeah, she was making fun of the choreography of the show with the dance shit.
Yeah, anyway.
This is actually like a well-articulated review. I want to emphasize that right
Penguin
now.
Zero is
This is the kind of negative review I'd want to see more of.
Well, wow, thank God Luck Pup wasn't here, otherwise she might have a conniption.
Dude, Ant just thinks that the most basic. He does this with Campia too, who does the most brain-dead, basic-ass takes, and just like boils everything down to the most basic, like 2-minute segment kind of opinions, where it's just like, oh, the less you care about, the less that you get into anything, the more good your take is, apparently.
Right.
And it's like, that's what he praises, because he needs people to be that stupid to not trash on things. It's like, God forbid you have a strong opinion on anything in the negative. Like,
right.
You're talking about the writing. You're talking about, hey, this seems out of character. The characters have potential, but they're not well written. I don't agree with what he's saying necessarily, but at least he's saying it in a way that's compelling and like reasonable. Like, it's not like rage baity. It's more like, okay. So when I talk about these criticisms, they're in general statements. They're not really every single person. This doesn't apply to every single person. But the problem is people are so quick to judge a show based on pieces, episode by episode, that we want to come to a conclusive statement immediately. People are looking at it episode by episode, and they're not taking the complete package as a whole. It's because the need...
Because it's being released episode by episode, asshole.
Yeah.
So, again, I'll just keep reiterating it. Are you going to praise it episode by episode? Are you going to say this episode set up an interesting mystery? Because then just as much I can say this episode was uninteresting without its mystery. Look, I'm just going to straight up ask him to explain it, because apparently we're still not getting it. It's not just about Paula Abdul.
Oh my God.
So what, did she direct like some music video with a sword or something involved? Or what's the joke there, Briscoe?
Rick R, did anyone else's bullshit detector went off? And then Rick R's like, God forbid indeed. Melissa, yes, my BS detector goes off every time this idiot speaks. Yeah.
Jerk reaction.
I still say, look at his fucking nut. Holy shit, it's so much bigger on this side than this side. I don't know why.
It's doing cocaine. Hang on, let me put up a poll in the chat. Hang on. Chat, is Ant doing cocaine? Alright, there we go. Start poll.
Like, literally, Melissa, Melissa and Briscoe, like, literally just explain the joke like we're retards. Like, I actually am perfectly willing to be called one, but, like, I actually want to understand it at this point.
Yeah. Why see the full picture when you see the bits and it's crap? Yeah.
Yes, we have to react to every new...
Ant just wants everybody to be dumb as possible when reviewing things, so that they just accept whatever slop they're given. He's just like, consume the sludge.
Ant wants everyone to be stupid, so he's the only smart one left, pretty much.
I will be comparatively smart if everybody gets retarded enough.
Yes.
Piece of information immediately, rather
because I have books behind me twice.
Yeah. Only smart people wear
but
glasses
more odd than
and
that
have books
is how people are taking
behind
the Acolyte.
And also, I take dramatic pauses. And
I can't get over how big his one nostril is. Look at that. That's straight on, and it's obviously bigger than the other. What the hell?
It's such a strange thing.
Like, not as an individual show, but as a piece of Star Wars lore. Few people are reacting to the show on its own. Most of the criticisms involve how it affects the greater lore of Star Wars.
Yeah.
How it affects the legacy of Star Wars.
Yeah.
The Dathomir Witches episode wasn't taken as kind of a red herring and a mystery. It was
Oh, okay. So, Briscoe, I think we did sort of take it in that way, yeah. So, the joke was that the fight choreography so bad that even though Paul Abdul isn't a fight choreographer, could do better fight choreography. Okay. Yeah. No, I thought it had something to do with like something specifically that she had directed or something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think we mostly got that aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah. His accent is
It's taken
just,
as lore breaking to Star.
Yeah,
Star Wars, because that's more.
I think he got lip injections too at some point. He looks like he has a woman's lip.
Yeah, those are women's lips. Like, Melissa, are these women's lips? But yeah, anyway, to loop this back around, it's like, again, I keep telling all of Ant's cronies on Twitter, it's like, you shouldn't just like this shit just because you think it's good or it has good themes or it touches on the themes or whatever the hell. It has these serious continuity errors in it. It's like, why do you just accept like these continuity errors for fuck's sake?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like this shit like this is why I honest to God believe themes are optional in storytelling now, because of people like this just excusing so much crap just because it touches on like higher concepts and other bullshit. Oh my god, I hate it. Shit like this is what like allows sloppier storytelling to continue. Like, hey, as long as you touch on like some higher concepts on like what is the measure of a clone compared to a human and etc., then oh my god. Anyway, moving on.
Well, they never go in depth on that.
Yeah.
And they always just use it as an excuse to just any of the other writing, any of the continuity, any of the character, anything else can all just be thrown out the fucking window.
Yeah.
As long as we slightly touch on a theme, which we aren't even gonna go in depth on. We're just gonna like do a little touch on it because we don't actually say anything because we might offend somebody.
Yeah, especially since Filoni doesn't go deep into themes at all.
Oh, he always just cock teases.
Yeah, he's shallow as shit, yeah.
So true in Ahsoka with Balin, where he's just like, tease, Gennady. Anyways, let's go on with the plot. It's like he just does it long enough to like get to the next plot point, and then we can get to the next action sequence.
Important and the individual show itself to its critics. And there's things you can criticize: the acting, the sets, the lighting, all of that.
Yes.
Those are things that are individual to the Acolyte that are worth criticizing.
Which
and
Drinker and everybody else criticizes.
That's that's your opinion.
No. It's not all subjective. There's bad writing too.
Right.
Is most of the criticisms exist solely to reference how the Acolyte pieced together Star Wars lore. And of course, yeah, it's part of Star Wars lore. That's part of the criticism. But it's
most of them, to me, the show doesn't work on its own.
An all-encompassing element of criticism. We're not really talking about the critical elements of the show beyond that. It becomes purely about how it affects the rest of Star Wars.
Yes.
Because, quite frankly, a lot of these critics don't really care about the Acolyte.
Yes,
but they do care about
it's
Star
set
Wars.
in the fucking continuity, so obviously, like, if it breaks continuity, it's like we're gonna call it out on it.
This is where he's trying to be dismissive and just be like, oh, if you don't like the acting, that's your opinion. And so then it's just like, oh, well, any criticism is just subjective. And so, like, oh, it's just down to, like, oh, you liked it and I didn't, and therefore we don't need to talk about it any further.
Like, we honestly, like, we wouldn't be bringing up these continuity issues if the Acolyte was, like, again, like, Infinities, or it was, like, its own fucking set in its own universe. But no, the fact that it's a part of an established brand with a continuity, we're obviously gonna criticize it, dumbass. Like, we'd be stupid not to, frankly.
It's just like a way to kind of obfuscate and like avoid any serious criticism by just saying, well, any criticism that you do have, well, that's just like an arbitrary thing that I'm just going to say, oh, well, that's your opinion, this is mine, and so I'm happy that we can still talk. And it's just like, and then the conversation ends.
Right.
And it's just like, oh, well, let's just make it all down to the acting or something. It's like, no, the acting is shit, and I can point out specific scenes and be more objective about it, and I'll make you defend the fucking acting, sure. But also the writing is a core foundation, and even if you take out all the lore, all the continuity, all the canon, it still doesn't work on its own.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make a compelling narrative, even if it were just a standalone thing. Like, and doubly so when it's factored into the fucking Star Wars canon, which is completely throws it under the bus.
Right.
Jesus.
And that's how they frame the review.
Tell you something fast.
I don't want to hear him rap. I can tell. Oh wow, the most replayed is after he stops rapping. I love that.
You've heard this one before. The same company that thanked a concentration camp in China for Mulan covered up Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China. Shrunk Finn on the Force Awakens poster.
What does any of this have to do with the Acolyte?
Oh, what does the gender of fungi have to do with what you're talking about? You're really gonna get on people about staying on subject, you fuckwit.
Yeah.
Anything about this have to do with the Acolyte? Yeah, no one's gonna say Disney's a great company. Disney's
No
a
one?
terrible company. They do a lot of
Oh,
horrible
you
things.
seem to have been defending Disney for the last hour plus, bro.
What does this have to do with the show specifically? You're talking about decisions made by marketing people who are paid a salary by Disney's CEO, and you're saying
the creatives are so different.
Two different divisions in the company, specifically overall brand marketing for their films and the TV division. So,
yeah, jackass,
by
the
your own logic,
creators
this
are
makes no sense.
employed by the corporations.
The same corporations that signs the marketing team's checks signs their checks. You don't get to separate them. No.
Yeah. Hang on, Rickar. Aunt, I hope those glasses crush your nose like a grape. Never heard that one before, but okay.
Make it into a raisin nose.
Yeah.
Corporation isn't just one monolith; it's several smaller teams.
Oh, I can separate them, and I can praise Leslie while insulting Disney.
Comparing what the marketing team did for a Chinese release, so
I'm trying to
marketing team, versus
I'm trying to separate myself from everything.
Specifically the actors. You think Amanda Steinberg was involved with the marketing team for a movie that was made 5 years before her? No. It was like 10 years before she joined Disney? No, forget about it.
For China, a company well known for providing the discourse and gaslighting what's left of the divided fan.
Still owned, still funded by Disney. Leslie Headland still signed on by Disney, bro. You can't separate it.
Right.
So wait a second. He's saying China is responsible for Ewan McGregor, Ryan Johnson, and Pablo Hidalgo. Who's Pablo Hidalgo?
How the fuck did you see? Again, this just shows he's a casual. He doesn't know
what's the
Pablo
connection?
Hidalgo is.
Well, he's saying that he's saying that they're responsible for Ewan McGregor. Like, obviously not for his existence, not for his existence in Star Wars. They're responsible for him filming his fucking hostage video about how what's-her-face Ingram was rightfully criticized for her shitty acting in the Obi-Wan show.
Right.
But again, the problem is, of this video, 5 minutes we're talking about the Acolyte. The other 7 were making jokes or talking about Disney as a corporation. So it's not really...
Who made the Acolyte?
And even then, your points were never about the show. It was about, oh, Disney 10 years ago did this. What does that have to do with the
they have a track record.
Which I think is a pretty weird way of looking at a review. Typically speaking, when you watch a show, you talk about the show. You don't talk about how it affects other shows that haven't been made yet or past movies. Even in franchises like the MCU, a lot of critics focus their criticisms on just the movie itself, and then they'll talk about the teasers for the other movies. You know, yeah, that's a thing, that's an element. But the movie itself, the show itself, how does that work? Star Wars seems unique in that each individual component is decentralized to become a jigsaw piece in a larger puzzle.
Yes.
And as far as many of these critics are concerned,
continuity.
Acolyte has broken that puzzle.
Yes.
Now, as of this writing, a bunch of people are planning a funeral for a franchise for Star Wars on July 17th. This funeral is being funded by Chris Gore.
Yeah,
Get ready for...
Didn't last any longer because they all showed back up for Andor. Fuck the Phantom Menace. Fuck the Phantom Menace. Anyways, Rickar, they're hypocrites. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, next.
Sounds in Star Wars.
Now, him saying that Star Wars is dead now is quite interesting because a few years before Disney purchase, back in 2010, he was involved with The People vs. George Lucas, a documentary centered on how Star Wars had died, and it was George Lucas's fault.
If he was making it for kids, do kids really care about trade federation and tariffs and taxes and Senate meetings and blah, 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 blah?
So I look forward to Chris Gore arranging another funeral for Star Wars in 15 years from now when something else happens, because apparently it's a 15-year thing. So what's the takeaway?
Yeah, it can die more and more. The MCU has died several times.
The Acolyte. Well, a few things. One, Star Wars criticism doesn't appear to be centered on the quality of the individual piece. Rather,
it does.
It's the general discourse.
Which the before and the after fits into that. So, yeah, it does, actually.
Around the saga as a whole. There's a problem with a lot of long-running franchises, but with Star Wars, it's at a different extreme. Now, something I want to point out
We
to you
should care
right now,
even less.
these reviews aren't necessarily a reflection of the whole of the Star Wars audience. In fact, it's impossible to really get that answer because the Star Wars audience is so massive.
Yeah, this was before the show was canceled, clearly.
For everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone.
Star Wars is
Hey,
for
it was
everyone.
Melvin!
Regardless of race?
Regardless of religion, regardless of gender,
or mental illness.
Unfortunately, Disney Star Wars?
Grizzy?
Oh, so this is the response video to the Star Wars is for everyone by all the shills.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Ant is going to mention that this is a response and not just a random thing that they made. I bet he's going to be like, they care so much they made this random thing.
Oh yeah, that this is good retroactive recognition. It's like I didn't know I'd fall in with these guys. I don't know who
Every
this
single
guy is
Disney
though.
Star Wars show,
Movie, comic book,
and video game
isn't canon.
but the expanded universe
Purist,
Always has been.
If you disagree,
maybe Star Wars just
isn't for you.
social media should be a place where we can
share our love of the franchise.
Without being called racist.
misogynistic,
Bigots.
There's no room for
Yellow
pronouns.
Flash.
shippers,
Dave Filoni or Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant.
in the galaxy far.
Are you serious?
When Wikipedia editors were being harassed for adjusting the site to match the current canon, legions of Star Wars fans turned out in support with the hashtag we
Oh, so he didn't mention it at all. That's very odd, Ant. You didn't mention that this was a response to an attack on everybody else.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's been caught in his bold-faced lie, and this is his surprise face. He's like,
Yeah.
oh
He's
no.
like, oh, shit. Yeah.
Wikipedia. It trended across the web, and it proved something that a lot of Star Wars fans, embroiled in anger,
It trended
need to hear.
across the web.
They're not the only voice of the fandom. There's many voices out there. They just happen to be loud.
More of us.
There is way more of us.
Way more of us. My God, again, they literally stole that phrase.
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
The problem also is that by acting like the Acolyte has to work as a machine cog in a greater system, you devalue every individual piece of the saga. It's no longer, is the Acolyte good or bad? It's, how does the Acolyte make Star Wars better or worse? We're not looking at the show as an individual piece.
You didn't mention how they ratioed all the fucking people that made the original There Are More of Us. All right, yeah.
At it as the whole of Star Wars, that its failure or success reflects on this massive 40-year legacy, which is unfair to any show. No show could endure that way, except for Andor, which is a
And
mess.
yet you're fine milking the 40-year legacy to try and increase your viewership and your box office returns. But when it comes to actually like living up to the 40-year legacy or honoring the 40-year legacy, then it's like, oh, that's so inconvenient. I just want all the benefits and none of the hassle.
But I digress.
That ends today. There is one way out.
Take the Clone Wars cartoon, for example. It wasn't good because it was a solid show with compelling characters. No. It's because it added context to episodes 2 and 3.
No, it didn't, you
even the sequel trilogy.
fuck.
Good, bad, who cares? It impacted Luke's story from the previous trilogy. So therefore, any changes it made, that's the only thing we're going to talk about. That seems unfair to the movies or the show. Let them be made fun of for their own flaws. For their own internal logic. The problem is they're being treated as extensions of the original trilogy in all cases. Because everything in Star Wars is an extension of the original trilogy. And how it affects the legacy.
The original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, it's an extension, it's a prequel of the sequel trilogy, really, at this point. If you're making it in Disney Star Wars.
Right. Yeah, AAA's like, what? Melissa Lord, no, it didn't add context and it was dog shit. AAA, this SJW clown, yeah, pretty much.
Rick R, he's signing off for the night. Enough of the rest.
See you, Rick R.
Wish you all a good night.
Those 3 films, which, by the way, have already been re-edited thanks to George Lucas years ago, so you should care more about that affecting the legacy of the original trilogy.
People
original versions
criticize
of
the special
are
editions
still
plenty.
unavailable in HD to this day in their
Welcome to the fight, Ant.
perfect
Like,
original version.
literally
But
everybody has
what are you
already
gonna do?
said that.
We always have that. We always have the despecialized editions, though, so that's kind of cool.
Wait. But that's fans doing their own shit. So isn't that like evil or something? Because it's going against the corporation, Ant. These specialized editions, you can only buy those like illegally. So Ant is advocating piracy against the Disney Corporation. Wow.
Yes, Melissa, the
Star
TCW
Wars
animation style looks like ass. Yeah, peace out, Rickar. Anyway, next.
Unique. It's one of the few franchises where every entry is part of a grander story.
Yeah.
In a way that is expansive and massive.
They don't do multiple
and
timelines.
In a
That's
way
their
that
choice.
does impact what came before and what comes after. But the problem is we cannot.
Filoni wants to pretend World Between Worlds
we
is
cannot act as
time
though they are
travel.
unimportant beyond the service they play to the whole. But the problem is also this: our current landscape of criticism doesn't know what to do with okay stories. At the end of the day, the Acolyte is fine.
Okay. So we're gonna lessen it from shit to okay, and we're gonna try and act like everything that everybody says is shit is actually just okay.
Everything is awesome. Everything is actually good and not shit. Everyone who says that is just a grifter online.
See,
Anyway.
Ant, the problem is that everything that's praised as the greatest thing ever is actually just okay these days, and then everything that is said that it's okay is actually complete shit. Once you actually look into it, you've lowered your standards so far, you're willing to call the Acolyte okay.
Right.
It's on par with Ahsoka in that it's entertaining, it's not boring, it keeps coming back, has the potential to be better, but it's just fine.
Was
I don't know if it has the cultural staying power to remain in conversation for another year if it wasn't anchored to Star Wars. Not like Andor or The Mandalorian anyway. The internet has turned reacting to Star Wars into a hyperbolic shouting match. Everyone has to have their opinion, and everyone has to have a strong opinion. No one's allowed to just say, that's okay. That's all right. I don't like it.
Because
It's
saying
fine.
it's
That's
just
still
okay.
a strong
is lame.
opinion.
Yay.
Also, still saying something is okay is still a strong opinion. You're going against both extremes, and you're saying this is my strong opinion that it's a 5 out of 10 or whatever you want to say.
Right.
So, Ant, you are a part of this. I know you want to say that you're above it all, or you're below it all, or whatever the fuck you want to say, but like, you're not. You're actually just making a video essay like everybody else.
Say, I love it, it's the best thing in the world, or I hate this, this is revolting, it's ruined everything. You have to be either at the all-time best or the all-time worst. And anything between those two extremes, you don't have to do with. No one can just say, it's all right. And the people who do say, it's all right, they get grouped in with one of the other extremes by the other side. Consider this. When The Rise of Skywalker came out, Star Wars Theory initially admitted to liking at least some components.
Called him out for that.
So the beginning was, it was cool. It starts off with a bang. The movie is strong. Like you're just like, holy crap! Like how did we get?
Fuck is that hat? It's got sheep Palpatine on it.
I don't know, man.
Like you see Palpatine within like the first probably like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and it's cool.
Yeah, no, it's not cool.
The whole thing goes along, and I just felt captivated. I felt really moved. I felt like this is resonating with me. There are a lot of plot holes that are now going to affect the previous films, and I'm going to go over that in its own separate video. However, all in all, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I thought it was a fine film, you know?
Episode 9.
But as he's continued talking about it, he's become more and more negative. Now, of course, people have change their minds. That's fine. But I can't imagine talking about Rise of Skywalker for 5 years straight and being enthusiastic about any component of it. I'd get sick and tired of it. I'd like, screw this. I don't want to talk about Star Wars anymore. So I can imagine doing what he does. And I'm sure that has gotten to him talking about Star Wars repeatedly. Yeah, if you have to talk about the negatives of a movie day in and day out for your job that your business depends on, you might get sick of it too, and it would affect how you discuss the show, or the movie in this case. And that would affect other people's opinions as well. And yeah, for these guys, it pays the bills. They have to have a loud reaction. They have to be noticed. No shame to that. That's your job.
You literally just showed the opposite of that. Like, how are you saying that after you just showed a pretty mid reaction to a guy that does rely on Star Wars? Like, you're contradicting yourself.
Let me see here. Double A. Pap means Pikachu attracted person. Oh, is that what it means? I know it's been said around on Melvin's server, but I didn't know what Pap means.
That makes sense because Gap is Grogu attracted person.
Yeah. Double A taking shots at Simple Theory. Yeah. Briscoe, how many of these people actually go back and rewatch anything Disney stars? None of them. Not even the Andor shills. Double A moved. Yeah, pretty much.
Dude,
Anyway.
like, he makes the criticism and then he immediately disproves his own criticism. That's the crazy thing, is that the clip that he shows disproves what he's saying, and yet he just says it anyway.
Yeah, you have to be entertaining or at least compelling to your audience.
Briscoe, I could talk about the original trilogy all day, every day with enjoyment, and yeah, pretty much. There you go.
There's literally a podcast called Star Wars Minute where they go over every minute of the fucking original movie. And they make an entire thing up, like, you know, they go through it minute by minute and they make a different episode for every minute. Like, if you love something, you can make a shit ton off of it. Like, and Star Wars Theory literally does do that, where he's like, oh, I'm gonna make my own shit, or I'm gonna talk about something in Star Wars. The fact that you didn't completely shit on it right away disproves your entire theory.
Yeah,
like,
well,
he was a shill for it.
Nowadays, he just sells Disney sabers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
So yeah, loud reactions, extreme reactions, that gets people going. I can't help but feel a lot of the reactions for the Acolyte, however, are just a little performative, considering the show is just so...
But mine is genuine.
Consistent.
Yeah.
It's just fine.
I'm
Because
always
we've gotten
the
ourselves into a
separated
hyping
one.
match. Even outside of those whose
I
livelihoods
am
depend
the
on it,
enlightened
we're being reinforced.
centrist. It's just fine.
Uh,
Ant is literally just the enlightened centrist meme at this
Meanwhile,
point.
he's a complete reactionary to what he would call the grifters.
Yeah.
Where he always makes the headline of like, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and trash on all these other creators in order to make myself. It's just like, dude, you are just as reactionary as them. You're just reacting to them because they're popular.
Positive or negative ideas day in and day out, that's going to amp up your opinions. So just all right becomes extreme hate. I don't know how some of you guys can sit through this kind of shit all the time. Like, this is exhausting. I feel genuinely drained having watched these negative reviews.
I know, I'd like to watch your videos.
You're like, the misery, the abject exhaustion. Like, 3 hours I've been watching these things, and I just feel miserable. Like, none of it made me feel good. I'm going to watch something goofy after this, because, quite frankly, this was exhausting. I feel more tired having sat through these negative
It's like he's
reviews
commenting on one of his
than
own
any watching
videos.
Genuinely.
Really orchard.
This is just misery-inducing. How anyone can sit through these angry, repetitive reviews where they all say the exact
neutral
same thing
repetitive,
every
yes.
single time, day in and day out.
Yes.
I have no idea how some of you guys function if this is what you're watching.
Exactly it. This is your videos.
And it's always something else. Every week there's a new piece of drama, a new reaction to this show.
Shit.
People were going crazy about the alien gerbils because they may have they-them pronouns, even though they use he later on in the show. And like, that same episode, the Ki-Adi-Mundi thing came out, and that eclipsed the gerbil thing by a mile.
Bro, so basically, like, you can only care what I care about. Otherwise, you're drama farming or some shit. But I'm going to go ahead and make an hour and 22-minute video, basically. Hour 21, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Round down. And that is totally legit, not draining at all, not misery-inducing, not drama farming. It's totally, everything's totally genuine here. But not the things that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You fucking hypocrite.
Yes.
The problem is this. There has to be a new news story, and there has to be more outrage. It has to be bigger, louder, more extreme. Star Wars sustained itself as a fandom on discussion. It's sustained itself since the 70s that way. The question becomes, can we all just chill out a little bit here? It's just a show at the end of the day. We're seeing more positivity for the MCU after X-Men 97 and Deadpool and Wolverine. Seen as a toxic land.
X-Men 97 isn't a part of the MCU. I don't know why everyone lumps it in there with them.
I love how he just acts like none of these opinions can be genuine. Like, okay, yes, people like things and they hate it less. Yes, whenever something is better, it gets less hate. Like, you're disproving your own point. They're not just rage farming. They're actually just expressing their honest opinions on shit.
Double A positive. Yeah, pretty much.
Like, dude, if more shit comes out, the reactions will be more negative. Wow, big shocker. If more neutral shit comes out, Deadpool and Wolverine. I remember the real BBC afterwards. Mahler hated it. Az was okay with it, I think, and Gary generally liked it. So it was like, yeah, more mixed reaction, and they made less like rageful stuff because they weren't as impassioned against it. Like, dude, you're literally just describing genuine reactions and then trying to describe, and then you immediately precede it with, oh, they have to go more extreme every time. And then you talk about how they don't go more extreme every time. Like, how are you directly contradicting yourself like this and not realizing your own clown show?
He just is. Let's see
You fill
here.
a discussion right there.
Hang on, we got, well, hang on, so, hang on, Briscoe replies to, Melissa, I would go a step further and say no Disney Star Wars is worth watching, yeah. Briscoe, maybe you feel drained in because you're not a real fan, yeah. Melissa says he's pulling that touch grass crap, yeah, like, touch some grass.
After I just edited an over 1 hour video about criticizing criticisms, I'm gonna tell other people to touch grass.
Yeah, Double A. Every time I watch this video, I think of him trying to argue with a wall and debating with a wall.
The only argument he can win, and he does.
Briscoe, yeah, we'll just chill out while Disney and fake fans ruin a once great franchise, yeah. Anyway.
This isn't a new thing, however, of course. Again, the same people holding funerals for Star Wars today held a funeral for Star Wars 15 years ago with the people versus George.
We will in another 5 years.
With all the special edition memes, like Han shot first and all that. They are
so wait, what's your stance on Han shot first or anything? You're not willing to ever give a fucking opinion on anything.
Yeah.
Few pieces of Star Wars media that maintain a real stranglehold over society, and everything else is just all right. But we have to make that just all right stuff seem bigger than it is, because that's how the culture
Everything else is just
outside
all
of
right?
Republic and Andor, nothing has really lived up to the legacy of the original trilogy. And it kind of sucks if you just want to come to this world and make something compelling and
agreed, it does suck. The Star Wars franchise has sucked largely under Disney. Agreed.
Yeah.
be shackleholded to these high expectations. You can't have anything that's all right or just good. It has to be the best, and if it's not the best, it's the worst.
I wish we could get okay.
You're gonna attract a large fan base with this franchise, no matter what. Go wild with it, really. I praise the Acolyte for doing something a little different.
What?
Well, like a lot of mysteries, it all depends on what.
Yeah, well, even the references you made were just, oh, it agreed with the prequels on criticizing the Jedi, which it didn't even really do, but that was the source of all your praise.
Right.
Note it ends on. What I do know is I'll be watching until it ends, because the show has enough there that I'm hoping it will tell something good.
You're in for
And it'll
That's why you never made a follow-up.
Yeah.
That's why you never edited this video like you said you could, because you knew that you got all of those shit answers and they were completely justified in what they said.
Right.
And you were caught making this shocked Pikachu face whenever that happened. You're like, oh no, episode 7 didn't solve anything.
Yeah, if anything, it ended horribly. Oh no.
This old saga in this galaxy that's a decent distance away.
Keeping all that in mind, I have decided.
How much do you think he spends on all the figures behind him?
A shit ton. He literally makes fun of himself for it. Like, he literally says, like, my wife restricts me because I spent way too much on all these figurines. And he used to run a comic book shop. Of course, he's got a lot of figurines.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money right there.
Yeah? Like, he's a real fan, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so ending poll. So after 7 votes, we have come to the conclusion that yes, Anthony Gramuglia does cocaine.
So I have to point out, because this is a fucking shill. Like, Angry Joe is a totally anti-right shill. Look at this. 2.5 hours. He made the Rise of Skywalker everything wrong. Like he was in. I remember this because it artificially extended like my enjoyment of it because like, oh, he's willing to shit on this. Okay, like
yeah.
It's not fake grifting, Ant. Like things that are more negative get more negative reactions and longer reactions because they have a lot more to make fun of, and it's fun. It's the only way you can stay sane is to make fun of it, because if you really took it so seriously and we're like, oh, I'm so generally pissed off, it's like, yeah, you would go crazy. But you just have fun because you recognize that they already shat all over it. They already ruined it. At this point, it's just a clown show.
Yeah. Well, that's all I got. That's all we got for today, folks. So, John, closing arguments.
Well, yeah, I can see why this was your first video that you reviewed as his. He hasn't evolved much. He's pretty much still doing the in front of the bookshelf fucking rants for hours and hours about stuff that he apparently doesn't care about, even though he's going to defend it to the death, and continue to not understand what a prophecy is, what continuity is, what Dathomir is, or anything. So, yeah, good to know he hasn't learned anything.
Yeah, well, with that trip down memory lane, we got a whole new year of Backseat boys ahead of us. We got Jorge, AJ's a veteran at fence riding. Jorge, Star Wars being completely destroyed. Anthony says, nothing to see here, folks. Yeah, pretty much. So if you guys enjoyed this stream, please give it a thumbs up, comment below on stream, subscribe to more streams like this, and we'll see you guys next time in the Backseat. Take care, and here's to another year of this.